Good morning from Merriweather, the stage for Bioglan. Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is the final stop on the Challenger Series to decide who's going to the big show, the CT. It's just a couple of weeks away, the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, but today, anxiety is high, energy high. We're going to have some big heats, some huge moments. There's going to be pure elation, absolute heartbreak. It's been a rough one at times. Hard to watch as the dream of getting to the CT for some competitors slips through their fingers, and it's realised for others. We had a day to decompress yesterday, but there's still plenty of swell in this lineup, as you can see, as we take a trip over the beautiful Merriweather Baths here. And we are gearing up. We are going to get some competition underway. We know that. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett, two former CT surfers who've experienced the pain of missing qualification and the ecstasy of getting to the elite ranks. Flick, it was huge the other day. And like I said, we did need a moment, but for the competitors, they probably have just still been having those sleepless moments. What's it like, that situation?
I probably experienced more pain than what I did, just elation. But I just feel that day of competition, 2 days ago was absolutely incredible. We saw some absolute heartbreak. I'm just still actually trying to come down from them. I know we had the whole day off, but wow, there was some heartbreak. There was obviously some celebrations go down, but there's obviously 2 spots still available on the men, 3 on the women's side. And there's definitely probably been, you're trying to sleep, but you've got those nerves, those big swallows. But after today, hopefully, we're going to maybe potentially be welcoming some more people to the C2.
Definitely. It's like a horror movie for a couple of competitors, Rich, at the back end of the Championship Tour ranks that have been knocked out. They're probably looking through their fingers, watching these last couple of heats, these last rounds play out. Talking about Liam O'Brien and Matthias Hurdy on the men's side, currently sitting 10th and 9th, respectively. Yeah,
difficult situation to be in for sure, and out of their control. So they're sitting on the sidelines. Potentially with the voodoo doll out, it's never the way that you want to qualify, unfortunately. But, this is it. And, Lobby, it would, I feel like he deserves to be on tour. I feel like Matthias deserves to be on tour, and he's done such amazing surfing over the last couple of years. So, but yeah, man, this is it's a cutthroat event, this one. And you said it was difficult to watch. I love watching it. It's unreal.
I meant difficult to watch for those two. I love it too. Bit of a sicko like that. But let's find out what we're going to get underway today. Good morning once again to Kaipo.
Good morning, Ron. Here with Talia Swindle. Talia, had a surf this morning? What's the surf like? What's the conditions like?
Yeah, conditions are fun. We have so much water moving from the last couple days, yesterday in particular. It was bombing, so yeah, there's a lot of water moving still, but I can definitely feel it cleaning up as my session went on, and I think it's going to be a good day.
I think it's going to be a good day too. Ron, our day today, we're going to have the men's round of 16 first, and then Talia and the women will be in their round of 16 in the afternoon. Talia, you're in heat number 2 in that round of 16. What are you doing from now until then?
Yeah, gonna cruise, go make some food, watch the comp at home, and then come back, assess, and yeah, go surf.
Cool, and we got some Bonsoy for you too. Back to you, Ron.
Thank you, Kipes. Enjoy it out there, mate. It's going to be a special show. Talia, she'll take on Ziggy Aloha McKenzie, who is having a really nice run through this contest. And that is a story, a thread in this event. While we do have the plight of those at the top end of the ranks, and the top end of the men's ranks in particular has been just demolished by these young guns that are rising through the ranks, including Dakota Walters, who's going to be surfing in this first heat against one of the veterans in Carlos Munoz. It's exciting. There's some great narratives playing out here. And, you can see the surfers getting themselves into position now, Rich.
Yeah, had a quick chat to Sally Fitzgibbons when I rocked up, and she'd just come out of the water. And she was like, whoa, there's still some ocean energy that they had to deal with. Yesterday was completely out of control. But let's have a look here at the Men's Challenger Series live rankings. And, those top 3 still going. Eli, Cowley Vaast and Morgan Siblic. Everyone that's not highlighted there has dipped out of the event. Callum Robson still going.
Yeah, the surfers between 4 and 7, they're done with the beach life here in Newcastle. They've been experiencing a bit of the nightlife. They're in celebration mode as we dive into the back end of that top 20 now, and you can see that there's a few surfers still with a shot. Here's the positive for Matthias Hurdy. Those three surfers, they're on the same side of the draw.
Yeah.
It's still a chance that he gets overtaken, but we'll dive into the specifics of that in a moment. We are getting set to kick off this first heat of the round of 16. The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy here on a Saturday morning, just after 8 a.m. And we're expecting big crowds over the weekend because this town is sport mad and they always turn out in force, and they do have, you know, a couple of stories that they're going to be right behind as we move through this round of 16. In particular, they'll be paying close attention to what's happening on the bottom side of the draw. Heat 5, Morgan Siblic, part of the Merriweather Surf Riders Club. He'll be out there. And, yeah, he's going to have this whole town behind him.
Oh, totally. And, I mean, he's got the great news. He's already locked in. And, you know, with his lock-in, he actually jumped up to third spot on the rankings too. So he's going to want to keep going deeper into this draw to better that position, because we know going into Bells, the seeding really matters. If you lock in one of those 1 to 4 places, you actually skip that opening round. So big things on the line here for him, and he's going to want to go as deep as he can into the draw.
Yeah, absolutely. Up against a tough competitor in Vaast. So both those guys now qualified. That's shaping up to be the heat of the round.
Totally.
And it is shaping up on both sides to be an unbelievable class of 2026 on the championship tour already. Whatever happens in these next couple of days won't change that. We know there'll be some disappointment for some people, but it is going to be a spectacular year for professional surfing as we move back to that accumulative points gathered through an entire season, the most consistent surfer being rewarded, and so many people are happy with that return to the format. There's a couple of other factors as well, a couple of other changes. You know, the lower seeds will compete in the opening round. So if you're a top seed on the championship tour, you'll skip that opening round. So it is crucial for these competitors on the men's side to get to a top 5 finish, and then they will also skip that opening round. The surfers at the back end of the top 5 and the wild card at each event will feature in that first heat. So it's a big bonus if you can elevate your position.
Yeah, absolutely. That first round in the championship tour format on the men's side almost feels like a mini trials now, and you don't want to be in that lower part of the seeding sector. You know, you just want to be guaranteed that you're going to be on from the second round and moving through. But you know, I'm really stoked that we're going back to a full year of accumulative points. That's all I knew in the 10 years that I did the tour. That was how we did it, and it felt fair, felt right. So really happy. I thought the final 5 scenario was really exciting, and in that period we definitely got our money's worth in terms of you know, single day excitement crowning a world champion. But I think we're doing the right thing.
Look out, take a knee. Mark Richards is in the house, the king of Newcastle and the king of Australian surfing. He's on hand to watch things unfold. The event is actually being contested right out the front of MR's place.
Do you know, he hardly misses a heat, whether it's a Challenger Series, Championship Tour event. Like, he is such a fan of surfing still, and he's just such a gentleman, obviously royalty around these parts. It's the Bioglan replay of Carlos Munoz on the left-hander. So this is the first decent ride of the morning. Gets a couple of backside hits there. Great to see Carlos in some form, and I think he's one of the only surfers. Normally we see surfers bulk up and get bigger and bigger as they go through their career, stronger. He seems to have sort of toned down a little bit from previous years, but he's lost nothing of that flair and power. Maybe just a little bit more agile above the lip now.
Yeah, putting together some of his best heats this year at SURFEST. Carlos, some big backhand blasts, getting himself some excellent scores. So looking sharp as we get to the 25-minute mark here. He drops a 5-point ride. Dakota a little quiet here, but lining one up on the outside, has the big airs he can go to, has been keeping his rails a little more wet these days as he avoids that final section. Didn't see enough impact in that final move. He's out of that one.
Full guinea pig heat this morning heat today. The ocean, it's a different coming at a different angle than what we've seen the whole event. We've had such a north-northeast energy. This one's switched back around to the east-southeast, so coming up the coast now. So this will be a real test for the surfers to figure it out and get to know it. And of course, we're down to man-on-man competition now. We've been 4-man heats all through the week. 2 minutes, one man will leave.
Yeah, good to see Dakota Walters getting on a bit of a run. We know he's had a career just hampered by injury. A couple of nasty ankle injuries, a broken foot, syndesmosis. You know, he actually broke his foot surfing in a final, landing an air that he got a 10-point ride for.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
We heard something click as we have a look at that, or a chat about that injury, doing a Bond University athlete health check. But it's amazing just the form he's carrying at the moment. We all watched him. Very interested to see how he'd perform for his board riders club at the National Board Riders meet just a week ago. And he looks so sharp, Flick.
Oh, he looks so good. I think one thing for me is that I've noticed, wow, as he goes to the air, does he stick it and ride out? He doesn't, but we see Carlos behind him in the tube.
Getting a bit of cover. The Costa Rican. Just a little shampoo. And with that much hair, he needed it. He's going to take this one right through to the inside. Won't be a hell of a lot of points in it for him, but, you know, like you said, Rich, this is really, you know, two competitors who are just finding their place in this lineup at the moment. No big scores logged. But, I think once they connect with that wave, that steeper, punchier section, you can expect some big moves to be laid down by these two.
Yeah, there's a lot of power in the ocean at the moment, and it's a fair paddle back out as well. We'll start getting the clock stopwatch on these guys. It's probably a decent 2 to 3 minute paddle out at least, I would think, if you ride one through to the inside. Let's have a look here, see what Dakota Walters did. Big opening swoop here. You can see the stance just slightly widened. You knew he was going to take to the air, got the rope, but unfortunately, that whitewash just ran him down. And out the back, little shampoo, little chandelier style cover up there. So the judges will keep a lid on that. Nice little rebound, but you can just tell these guys starting to surf into rhythm here. Good opportunity today for some big statements on these waves.
Well, we saw it on Thursday, didn't we? You know, we had a pretty junky lineup, but we had big, chunky sections, and as a result, we saw some huge moves laid down. And I think all the competitors would be thrilled with what they've got. Obviously, everyone wants, you know, pristine pumping conditions, and even better if it's a predominant bank, especially when you get to these head-to-head situations and priority. You know, you can work your way into a bit of a chess match with your opponent, but you know, just opportunity is what these competitors are after in this stressful last event.
Oh, totally. I think the opposite of that, obviously, is sitting out there, especially with so much on the line coming up, especially in this, you know, the back half of this round of 16 here for the men. You want opportunity. You don't want to be sitting out there. You know, obviously our sport's so unique. We've got the ocean. It can be random. You don't necessarily always get those opportunities to surf, and you're just sitting there thinking, as we are seeing Imai checking in for the next heat in the Bonsoy athlete area.
Getting that Apple Watch on Rich, and that's been a pretty handy addition for the competitors, hasn't it? Especially when you're in a lineup like this. There's elements, there's wind, and that on-site announcer's vocal range has limits.
Yeah, especially with an onshore wind coming. You know, even though we do have the loudspeakers on the beach here, you know, that wind can bring those updates towards the shore, and you can't always hear them. So having that Apple Watch, being able to check where's your position, what are your top 2 rides, how much time left, and you're always formulating as a competitor. You're going, okay, 3 minutes, I've still got time for one more wave, or 7 minutes, okay, I've got 2, I can still build my scoreline. So you're always calculating as a competitor, and having that on your wrist is a must in my mind. I never competed without a watch.
Game changer, really.
But you get some people that just don't want to wear them at all, and I just go, what are you doing?
Get priority too, updates on the watch.
100%.
So that's pretty big. I mean, you're probably double checking with priority too and looking at the beach because, you know, a blunder there can really mess you up.
We might have an equipment change here, perhaps.
Yeah, Carlos, that's going to eat a fair bit of time off the clock today, isn't it? I mean, as you can see, that whitewater carried right through that gutter, so when you're heading back out, it's a bit of a duck dive fest.
Well, it's either an equipment change or he's just repositioning. He's going to run all the way south down to the corner of Merriweather Point and then try and get a bit of an elevator ride, an escalator ride in one of these rips. It's pretty full tide at the moment, lots of water moving around, and it is a hard paddle out, but there are these big channels, these big rips that are kind of helping the surfers to locate themselves. Out the back, he'll have a quick word here with his buddy and coach.
A couple of hair farmers on the run around. Carlos has been at it for a long time. He has cracked the championship tour ranks before, 33 years of age, and he is really chasing down a huge finish here. He came into this event in 39th position. He started the year here at SURFEST, or his challenger campaign at SURFEST, I should say, with a 17th. His best result this year, a 13th, so he's on his way to a strong finish, and if he can crack that top 20, I think he's actually already locked in his place on the Challenger Series, but if he can crack the top 20, that will make room for someone else on the QS regional ranks to make the jump onto the Challengers as well. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break here. So much more to come on what is going to be a very big Saturday. Welcome back to Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. We're going to have a look at the forecast. It's been pretty kind to us this week. It's brought swell, and that's all we can ask for, Rich.
We have been riddled with swell, which is good news for any surf contest. Newcastle sitting a couple of hours north of Sydney, and all this red and yellow colour that you can see hitting the coast very close to us. That's bringing all this this swell, which we love. 6 to 8 foot faces today. We're going to have an onshore breeze that's going to be with us all today, potentially through to tomorrow. I think we're going to see some offshore winds tomorrow morning, fingers crossed. But look, the thing is that we got plenty of swell, super contestable conditions, and then tomorrow, there it is, offshore in the morning. It's actually setting up for an epic finals day in terms of wave size. There's still a bit of work to be done today with the competitors. You know, getting in and out of the takeoff zone. There's a lot of energy in the water. Tomorrow is just going to be primo, as we see Carlos still on the trot.
Yeah, we've got some numbers rolling through here as well, and Dakota Walters has just dropped one, and it's the best of the morning, 6.33. And Dakota's doing the run around it as well.
It is 30 minutes of intense workwout for these guys. Paddling, surfing, running, more paddling, and you know, Flick, you'll attest to this as well. In a heat situation, though, whenever you're free surfing, you're preparing, you're probably surfing at 80%, 70% most of the time. When you're in a heat situation, the dial goes to 100%, right? And that output of energy is at the top.
Let's see here what Dakota got done on the 633. Last ride locking in, big closeout turn there for him. So judges really appreciating this two-turn combo. And it's obviously the highest of this heat so far. Snaps it out of the pocket there and gets the finish. But yeah, back to your point, Rich. Honestly, you surf a 30-minute heat, you can almost triple that time in the water. I feel like you come in, you digest what's just happened. It honestly feels like about, you know, an hour surf, maybe to an hour and a half. You're absolutely exhausted. Not only are you just surfing, but you're also using your brain power. You know, we speak about it all the time. It almost feels like a bit of a chess match. You go here, you also referenced it before, you're always asking yourself the question, you know, how much time is left? Where am I at in this heat and what do I need to do next? It's very different to you just average free surf. So I think they're going to be absolutely gassed. I mean, they ran, they're paddling. You throw in a bike there, you're essentially doing a triathlon. Like, it's hard work, especially when you're going from one cardiovascular activity to the next. So you're paddling with your arms, and then to move to your legs. All, you know, triathletes speak about it. You got that pump from the blood going from your legs straight to your arms. That is hard work right now. So, a lot of energy out there this morning too. So they'll be gassed after this one.
Yep.
Yeah, they can throw everything into it though. We're just going to get through the 2 rounds of 16 today. So there'll be some downtime after. You can afford to fully commit and well, really search this lineup for opportunities, keep moving. They're all well and truly up for the moment. Dakota in particular, because, you know, he has, as we said before, sort of been limited by how many reps he's had in events at this level because of those injuries. Only 24 years of age. He and his younger brother Harley are 2 of Australia's brightest talents. They're both really well-rounded, and Dakota's rail work is just getting so sharp now. But Carlos is going to try and back up that 5 from earlier on with a couple of big hits. Does well to get out in front of this one. That should score pretty well. 12 minutes to go. And Dakota's going to be chasing a lot more than a 2.34 in a moment.
We were just speaking about it before in that break. It's a really hard decision today to make the decision to go on a wave, because if you go, there's so much water moving, you're going to be potentially doing another run around, right? So for Carlos right now, he takes off on this wave. He's essentially thinking, if I, on this stone and wood replay, let's have a look on the slow-mo. Layback jam here. He gets the finish, right? This is super critical. Layback into sort of a lip line floater. But yeah, you make that last turn, you're almost essentially, if he can't, you know, if there's sets coming, you potentially might not be getting out. That's another run around. So today, to make the decision to pull the trigger to go a wave, it's pretty crucial, right, with so much water moving.
Well, what it does, it means that the waves that you take off on, you have to convert.
Yeah.
Because you're only going to get a certain amount of chances, especially this morning. We will see things settle through the day in terms of the swell size. This east-southeasterly swell is going to start sitting down a little bit through the day.
Here we go on the outside. Walters making his move. Knows that he needs a score, has a big section, a wobbly float there, and he's out of there. You mentioned you got to convert when you commit to those waves. And Carlos, mate, he just kicked the ball straight over the black dot.
Sure did. Let's have a look at what happened here with Dakota. Little lip line adjustment, and that just timing was off. A bit late to that final section, so he pulls through. Good decision just to get out of there.
The Red Bull skis on hand. Just watching over our competitors. Thought they might have been buzzing them back out into the surf instead. But that's Sam Man on screen. Obviously had a great junior career and battled away on the qualifying series for a number of years. The goofy footer from just down the coast. And he's also working with Nick Vasicek. So a solid team on the Red Bull skis here. 10 minutes to go. Waiting on the numbers to come through for Carlos's last ride. And he's going to really bump that heat score total up as Caleb Tancred gets set to take on Mccullik deVault in the second heat of the morning. And this has been a magic story through SURFEST this year. There's always those sort of underground surfers. And really, Caleb was on his way as a junior. Won the Australasian junior title. You know, had some great moments in Hawaii competing in the qualifying series events, and even as a Grom, you know, dropped big scores and upset some big names over there at Haleiwa and Sunset. But here he is after taking a break from competition for 6 years, already won a qualifying series event and finds himself in the round before the quarters here in the Challenger Series.
Great story, and really easy one to get behind. He's delivered some of the biggest moments in terms of power surfing and rail engagement. I think he's just going to continue on with that theme in this next heat against Imai, former CT competitor, possibly more experience at the top level. So this is going to be a big challenge for him.
Look out, here goes Dakota. Has those airs he can go to at the moment though. Just slick on the rail, just cutting through the face of this one. Gets through to the inside, clouts that final section and gets out of there. He was after a 4.27. He still has the highest single ride of the heat. Carlos got a 5.6 for his two-turn combo. And I think that there's some restraint there in the judges' scores, just knowing what these two have thrown out earlier in the contest.
Oh, totally. I think there's also, I mean, this was a beautiful opening turn, the carve to layback. He cuts it short here. He's lining up this inside section. Almost was like, okay, he's going to go for an air, but the section didn't really call for it. You know, conservatively finishes this wave. I feel, you know, he's only chasing a 4.27. I feel he's going to get it on this. But, you know, the question is, I mean, he comes through here, he gets the finish. I mean, is he going to have enough time to get back out the back? I mean, it's quite a long wave to fight back and have another opportunity.
It's actually quite similar to Carlos Munoz's wave, except swap the intensity of the first and second turn. So
yeah.
Dakota's opening layback carve was better. Carlos had a softer opening carve, but Carlos's closeout turn was a bigger section, had more intensity. So 4.8 drops in.
It does drop in. Well, I think what we're seeing from Dakota is a real increase in just heat IQ.
Oh, yeah.
Just his competitive approach here, Rich, because in the past, I think he maybe forces bigger turns on a wave that didn't allow it, and on that particular ride, he chose his moves really wisely.
100%. The Dakota Evolve probably would have got to that last section and tried to do something that potentially the wave wouldn't allow him to do. So really smart surfing now. And, you know, as a competitor at this level, you actually just have to surf the waves for what they provide you. You know, you can make something of the wave, of course, but, you know, the silly thing to do would be to just try and overcook it, and that's when mistakes happen.
Let's have a look here at the GWN recap. It started off with Carlos with the 5-point ride here on the backhand, just picking up where he left off from a couple of days ago. And yeah, I mean, first wave we saw for the day, judges setting the tone there. And then we see Dakota here. He's locked in the highest wave of the heat. 6.33 for this one here. A couple of big belts on a couple of nice clean sections, right? I mean, I rewatched this and I think, yeah, okay. It's clear to me that, you know, the judges are wanting big turns on those nice, clean, big sections. Then we have Carlos. You know, he's backed up his 5 with his 5.6 here. Little jam, and to your point, Rich, really strong, big finishing manoeuvre here.
Yeah, I think the judging's been bang on this morning. And this is replay here of Dakota's last wave. Gets that little layback jam, keeps the energy coming down the line. He sees this section. He would have been hoping it was going to stand up a little more, but he did well just to get to the completion.
Yeah, what we're getting from that GWM recap is that we've got two very informed surfers here, just waiting for their opportunity for a wave that has a bit more in it. Carlos finds one here, trying to improve on a 5 to get himself up into the lead. He needs a 5.54 out of this one. Kind of had to chip away at that wave, but I think we've seen just glimpses of just great form and speed from these two already.
Oh, first and second and last turn on this wave for me, they're the money turns. This section here absolutely belts. It'll be interesting to see. Obviously, this angle here, it's kind of hard to see just how critical these turns were because you're kind of looking into it. They did look, here we go, we see from this beautiful drone angle here, he obviously climbs up onto that first section. A bit more of a carving manoeuvre here, just to really set up for that last one. But I am interested to see where the judges go with this. Yes, it's 3 turns, you know, but the scores from this heat have all come from those rights. So, yeah, I actually know Carlos's first wave was a 5. That was on the backhand. So, yeah, I'm interested to see where they go.
This will test him.
Yeah.
It's a different sort of wave that he's ridden here. The judges always love it when there's a big face standing up in front of you, and that wave was presenting him with these fluffy little foamy sections. He surfed it really well. That was a great free surfing wave.
Yeah.
If you were just having a warm up, but you know, the numbers are starting to drop in. It looks like he's just come up short.
5.27. Yeah, it was chunky soup, that wave. There was bits of meat that he had to negotiate all over the place. He never really got to set the rail clean. He read it beautifully, but just because of the texture on the face of that wave, he couldn't truly tee off. He did really well with the first section, but the wave almost broke halfway down the face of itself. So it wasn't that top to bottom approach which gets the judges on the edge of their seat. So 5.27 leaves him chasing that same requirement. A 5.54, and Dakota out the back with priority. Let's have another look at it. Look how lumpy that first section was.
Beautiful jam though on that opening section. Gets a little carving hook off the backhand. That's that soupy section that he had to just sort of rebound off, and then he got a couple of foam rebounds, which really, in the scheme of things, at this level, they might be adding a 0.1 of a point.
It's interesting.
To scoreline.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because you thread that wave together beautifully, and you do get credit for flow, but the second move is really you're actually just redirecting to get yourself back into a position for a proper turn. There's not a lot of points in that second move. So can sort of see where the panel were going with that. And yeah, Carlos, for me, has looked like one of the most committed surfers in the event, especially on those big chunky sections on Thursday. He was just, avoiding all the in-between stuff and setting his focus on one big hit to finish his rides off, and often pushing towards the excellent range.
Conditions changing. This is the wind that was actually forecast to present itself this morning. Bit more of an offshore stream. We actually had this really strong onshore out of the east-southeast this morning, which wasn't on the charts. It just sort of came up in this little mini climate that we've got above us, but things are starting to clean up and looking a lot better out there.
So we mentioned it. There's a story of qualification for the CT, and then there's a story of qualification for the Challenger Series, and to do that you've got to finish outside the top 10 and within the top 20. So those next 10 spots will guarantee you a place on the Challenger Series for next year. That's what Dakota Walters is after. I think he's already moved up into the 54th position. So this is a crucial heat for him, because I don't think he's placed on the top end of the regional QS ranks. Yeah,
it's so important, right? I mean, obviously right now Dakota, it's a minute 20 on the clock. He's got priority. He's going to want to hold that position over Carlos, sticking to him like Velcro. But it's so important because it means you don't have to do the regional qualifying series. It means you're just, doing less events for the year. You can just focus on the Challenger Series, and just to get that berth straight into it, that means a lot.
I was going to say something then just about Dakota was tailing him, but I don't think it's fit for TV. So we'll just carry on here. Under a minute to go, and like you said, Flick, sticking to him like glue with priority, which means that Dakota, he has got the right of way. So in this situation, Carlos desperate for a set with multiple waves in it.
There's Hardy watching on anxiously. You'll be seeing plenty more of him in Challenger Series events. Didn't have his best stuff in that opening round heat that he surfed. But we saw him at the Stab High event, just almost snatching the title from the other man there in shot.
Oh, he's a weapon.
Joel Vaughan, Oscar Berry's down here. So even those that have been bumped out of the event and have qualified already are down here supporting their mates. Oscar Berry and Dakota Walters surfed a lot growing up together in the Yamba and Gowrie region. Both living up the coast now as this heat comes to a close, and the young Aussie is going to snatch victory here. A close heat, very close on the scoreboard, less than a point separating the two at the end of it all. And you can see that those opportunities, they were a little hard to find out there in that opening heat. Hopefully conditions continue to improve. We do have some swell on offer though, and we've got some huge heats coming our way. There's the numbers for you on screen. Just a massive win here for Dakota into the quarterfinals here at Bioglan. Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. We're going to take a quick break. Caleb Tancred and deVault are out there next.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the show. We're absolutely loving our time here in Newcastle, maybe not as much as this guy. Dakota Walters taking a win and moving through to the quarterfinals of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Yeah, it was a hard-fought heat, a battle of the mid-range scores.
Really? Another heat?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm feeling better. I actually wasn't hungover yesterday. I was just tired. I was doing like 4. I was doing 7.
Yeah, he looked sharp. I think, you know, that's where the speed was maybe the difference there. It was so close. Just one good turn away for Carlos and potentially wins that heat and gets himself into the quarters. But, you know, a positive finish to the year for Carlos on the Challenger Series. As we get into heat number 2 now, Caleb Tancred. He's been a magic story through this contest so far, but deVault is obviously a powerhouse, and he started very strong here at 6.5.
It says to me automatically, the judges want clean faces with, you know, a couple of big turns. You know, I just think back to Carlos in that opening heat and his waves that he had. Yeah, he was surfing good, but they just, to your point, Ron, was chunky soup. It was hard work, whereas the judges are really appreciating these clean faces, and you will be rewarded, as Imai has.
Yeah, Imai, he's had a really rough year on the Challengers this year. Just a couple of 17th place finishes before this event. He was sitting back in 51st position, and he is one of those guys that's desperate for a top 20 finish to get back on the Challenger Series for next year. Such a great surfer, Rich. We've seen him take down the best on the CT. And, you know, definitely, for me, is probably the most stylish surfer on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's probably in a lot of people's, you know, top 5 surfers in the world with regards to style and just the lines that he takes. Really easy on the eye. And he's had some big wins. Some big heat wins on the championship tour. And he started this heat off really well. Loved that first turn, how he sort of came from behind the section. Nice carving turn, lots of power and flow.
I think some of his best performances have come at the Rip Curl Pro down there at Bells Beach too. Yeah. He has that kind of, he's sort of a sneaky, he kind of has almost like a light-footed flow as he goes down the line, but once he commits to a turn, you know, there's a lot of power, moves a lot of water, and surfs with a hell of a lot of speed.
Oh no.
There you go. Good morning. How about a 10-foot whitewash coming at you?
There's definitely still a bit of swell around.
You know, in that battle, I think Caleb's probably going to come off better than the whitewater. You said it's an easy story to get behind. You don't want to stand in front of that story. You'll get steamrolled. He's just so big these days. I mentioned that he did a lot of training with Chris Heinington through Micro's contact and friendship with Chris, who was a two-time premiership winning rugby league forward and had a long career just based on his dedication to fitness. And Caleb won a grand final as a junior rugby league player as well. They don't come along too often, Rich.
No, definitely not.
Here we go. Movement on the outside. And Caleb with some speed on the JS, gets up into that first section, moves plenty of water out onto the open face. This is a heavy weight clash between two of the big guns on the CS. And much like Kalani deVault, Caleb Tancred, he's got the power, but he's also got the progression. Slaps the tail pad there in celebration of what should be a great score.
I'm applauding because it's good surfing. And that final turn just executed with absolute precision here as we look at the Bioglan replay. Opening connect with the lip line. Beautiful carving turn, just extends that rail line. And right there, so the choice of manoeuvre was perfect. He could have pushed it. He could have, been a bit more conservative on that final turn. But just full tilt power down the line here. This rail carve stays nice and low, and then just gets that backhand. That backhand in the wall there allows him to kick the tail out, get that release. Great vision from above.
What I see is that section there, the second one, real soupy, really foamy. That's not easy to power through, but we've spoken to the size of this guy. I mean, he just absolutely outpowers that section, and just the way he moves through the water, it's looking good, isn't it, Ron?
It sure is. Yeah, there's a couple of ways to get yourself an excellent score. You can do that one big explosive individual turn. That might get you there. But the high percentage play is to bookend a ride with a great opening turn, and then not to safety that wave by the strength of your first turn, but to go at the final section, and he did that 8.33. Also had the flow in between, as you mentioned, Flick, a soupy section that was kind of hard to set a rail in, and he just ripped through that second move as well. So that is a really big bounce back after losing the opening exchange here.
Let's look at this Stone and Wood slow-mo. Just beautiful, excellent surfing here from Caleb. I mean, you've got to be critical on the opening turn if you want to score excellence. We know that. This section here, not easy to read and not easy to just power through with so much flow. And then here, a little bit of progression that sets the fins free. And rides out with just so much control.
He turned that from a low 7 with the final turn up into an excellent score.
Yeah, it's still early days too. I think there's a chance we see the numbers go into the 9s in this heat. I mean, even though Caleb surfed that wave brilliantly, the first turn, he did keep a bit of a down-the-line flow so he could maintain speed and get to that final section. But he might, he gets that same section and really wants to dig in with those big, powerful fin release layback jams that he possesses. I think we might see a good seesaw battle here with excellent scores on the board for both competitors.
Well, Caleb Tancred, he's momentarily going to raise the white flag. The Ocean's defeated him in this battle to try and paddle out. I know, this is crazy, but he's just opting to do the trot up the beach, put himself right in that corner, and the little escalator ride out. It's going to be a bit easier. But this is going to expel some energy.
Oh, totally. But we got down here this morning. You take one look at that ocean. We spoke to it, obviously, a different swell direction. It's moving from the south to the north. The south swell, there is so much water moving. It's really evident to me that it's just right. So obviously you're going to find these little corners that are going to give you a little left. But there is so much water moving. If you get a long wave like he just did, we saw it in the first heat with Carlos, you are going to be on that sand, just absolutely charging up to the that south end of the beach.
I think that's a really good indication of just how much water's moving out there, because this guy's shoulders, they're as wide as a pallet of Stone and Wood Pacific Ale. And if he can't power back into the lineup, then the rest of the field's got no chance. So he's gone for the run around. He seems up to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick look to the team. There's Julian Wilson with his daughter. The whole Revere team would be down here, just getting right behind Caleb.
Yeah, Glenn Hall, micro. He was over in New Zealand, getting washed across the rocks with Rio Waida, getting prepped for the Raglan event, which is a great addition to the CT, but Micro's now back on the coast, so he's here as well, because he's been really just keeping Caleb connected to the possibility of realising his potential as a competitive surfer, and he's never really stopped encouraging him to return to the jersey. And the payoff of that commitment has been talked about by Caleb over the years. So it's fantastic to see that he gets the opportunity to watch Caleb compete here for a spot in the quarterfinals. He currently leads. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and see if Kalani deVault can fight his way back in just a moment. If you haven't taken the trip to Newcastle yet, you're absolutely blowing it. A beautiful city, and definitely worth the stop. Get off that freeway and plan your trip. Go to visitnewsouthwales.com. We are taking a flight on the Newcastle flight cam right here, looking over Merewether, which has been the stage for so many fantastic events, celebrating 40 years of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy this year, and yesterday a special celebration, getting a number of the partners together, those who've been involved in the event over the years. A couple of former champs. The most dominant surfer in the history of SURFEST was there, Beck Woods. She won 3 events as a junior, won 3 titles here in the main event. And this year, Sally Fitzgibbons has the chance to become the most winning SURFEST champion. If she can claim a 4th victory 15 minutes to go here. Caleb Tancred out in front. He's back in the lineup. Mccullik deVault chasing a score. We're going to hear from the winner of the first heat with Kuiper.
Yeah, Dakota's here, winner of the first heat, into the quarterfinals. Really good result. Best result this year for you.
Yeah, for sure. Didn't really get in many events this year. I hurt myself at the start of the year, so to make a few heats in this one's pretty nice.
How's the foot feel?
Yeah, it's good. It's probably the best I've been in a few years, to be honest. So I'm stoked and very excited to have a crack.
Australians are doing extremely well in this event. Is the kind of collective energy of all of the Australians coming through, do you feel that energy as a group?
Yeah, for sure. It's sick. Seeing like Caleb and Reggie, they've sort of come from like where I've come from in this event. It's bloody sick to see everybody doing sick. And like one of my best mates qualifying the other day, it's been sick to do a year with him and watch that. So yeah, it's unreal.
Okay, quarterfinal coming up. Who do you want, Caleb or Imai?
I'd love to surf against Kay. Me and Caleb grew up surfing together and doing heaps against each other. I'm sure he's got my number, but it'd be bloody fun sitting out there with him.
Let's see how that turns out. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thanks, Kipes. And out in the lineup now, Caleb looking to back up that 8.33. Just a bit of a setup carve, but this wave's starting to steepen. Bit of foam on the face, does well. And he's really just after that backup score, and he'll find it here. Heads for the beach. I mean, it didn't really provide the same kind of canvas as his previous 8.33, but he's not necessarily looking for an excellent score at this point. He's happy to just bank that one.
Really sensible surfing, actually, at this stage of the heat. Just under 14 minutes to go. As we have a look at the replay, stands up in front of him. Nice, beautiful carve. Stays with that energy, eyes this section off, up and over that foamy little lip line, and then gets the third. So a tidy wave and a really good consolidator to the scoreline.
It's just smart at this point in the heat because you've still got 13.5 on the clock. If you are still, you know, wanting to back it up a bit better than what he has, he's got the time because he's obviously got to do the runaround. He's made that decision. We saw him coming in. So really super smart surfing to your point, Ron. I mean, he's going to get back out the back. If Imai potentially, you know, does drop a banger, he gives himself another opportunity. Any longer you're waiting out there, you kind of only give yourself the one opportunity. So it's just super smart.
Also the application of pressure in what is a crucial heat for both these surfers, obviously, but Caleb's already shored up his place on the Challenger Series for next year. This is basically a run at a really sought-after title for a surfer that grew up on this stretch of coast, you could say. He's from just down the track on the Central Coast. But Imai is chasing a massive result. This is a really important heat for Imai. And just with the requirement growing that there will be a little bit of heat turned up on the Hawaiian.
I think I've just worked it out.
What's
Caleb,
that?
no, Caleb, I've just been wondering.
You're not even reach your 50. Your career's in the review mirror.
No.
Why now?
No. I've just been trying to work out who Caleb's surfing reminds me of. And there's glimpses of Sonny Garcia in there. The size of him, his stance, because I was just thinking of how well balanced his stance is on the board, and then the front arm, just have a look. Next time he stands up, you'll see the little glimpse of Sonny in there.
All right. I'll have a geese. 5.17. So he backs up the 8.33, riding the rip current back into the lineup, but I don't think that's a number that's going to shake up Mccullik deVault. He's aware of where the scale's at, having already posted a 6.5. He knows if he pushes a little more, he's probably looking at a score in the excellent range as well. So a 7 is well and truly within reach for him. But it's kind of been the rhythm and the momentum has been with Caleb in these last couple of moments. Look how much more organised this lineup's starting to look with just that swing in the direction of the wind.
Oh, totally. It's looking way more groomed. I think it was a bit rogue this morning when we got down here early. Yesterday, you know, it was pretty crazy times, really big swell and a lot of wind, and it's kind of sorting itself out, and we're seeing way better surfing for it. You know, this is the second heat of the day, seeing an excellent number drop. I think today we're in for a good day of action. I think it's going to sort itself out, and obviously we're going into that round of 16 for the women too. A little bit decrease in swell and size. I think it's going to get pretty fun out there.
Rich, when you've got, you know, the last qualifying event and you come in to those opening heats, I think what we've seen And we've mentioned just the demo job that's been done on the top end of the ranks, with only a handful of surfers from the top 30 remaining in contention. We'll come back to that point as we see Emai just giving up his priority with 10 minutes to go here, not getting into that wave. I was going to say to you, for someone like Emai, you know, it just seems like it's... Let's have a look at the Stonewood slow-mo. I mean, you can see that bump pop up under him there. But for someone like Emai in those earlier heats, he just looked like he was so in attack mode. And then it seems, or it feels, as we see Caleb throwing everything at that sector, it just feels as you get closer to maybe realising the dream that that's when the nerves start to really get the better of you.
Yeah, and that's just pressure building and your own expectations that you have to try and keep in check. You know, I think back to my best results, and they all came when I just went, you know, just stop thinking. Just, you've got nothing to lose. Just attack it. And that's exactly what Caleb did on that section. You can see he's getting freed up with every wave that he takes off on now, and really taking hold of this opportunity.
Yeah, I think Micro's sort of return to the event site for Caleb will be huge too, because Caleb said he was really experiencing some nerves before paddling out. He said he felt kind of ill, just because I think you start getting a bit of that attention and people start talking to you about getting a big finish and a breakthrough result. So like while you're surfing through those earlier heats, it's just you're in attack mode and you're ready just to ruin people's day.
100%. I used to actually say it out loud when I was walking down with my jersey on and I'd hit the water, and I had this little mantra, just nothing to lose, everything to gain. No pressure, nothing to lose. And I'd just say that as I was paddling out, because I just wanted to just ingrain it, just to not lock up, not be kind of crippled by that pressure.
Would you say it loud enough for your opponents to hear? Just on 8 minutes to go, Kaipo's found a special guest down there.
Yeah, thank you, Roddy. A special guest for the Bonsoy Locals check, the ultimate local, 4-time world champ, Mark Richards. Mark, thank you for having us here. And just another wonderful day and a great history here at SurfEst.
I think we've got lucky this morning, Kaipo. The swell's hanging in, the sun's out, and the wind has just turned offshore. So I think we're in for a really good day of surfing. And this event is phenomenal. It's been running for so many years. There's been so many great sponsors. And I got to give a shout out to Warren Smith, the contest director. He's done an amazing job over the years, and to have, you know, the WSL here, to have the Challenger Series event, you know, 2 Challenger Series events in Newcastle, finish up in Newcastle is pretty awesome. Like, everyone is so stoked to have the WSL here.
And for Warren Smith, what an incredible day yesterday, a lunch to celebrate him in 40 years of SurfEst. You had a special gift for him, a hand-shaped MR Twin.
I made him a surfboard. The WSL guys contacted me prior to that, and we were trying to think of a you know, really nice gift to give Warren, and you know, it ended up being a surfboard. So I got an opportunity to make a surfboard for him. And Warren is a huge fan of the Newcastle Knights football team. His dad was involved in the administration of the team. So the obvious colours to do it in were red and blue, which is the Knights' official colours.
Yeah, that was a beautiful moment. Great catching up with you, MR. Mark Richards, 4-time world champ. And we got all kinds of surf celebrities here at Newcastle. Round of 16 continues on.
Oh, goal, Kaipo. Thank you, mate. Always love to see MR. He was there when this event actually started back in '85. Tom Curran won that first year along with Wendy Botha, and yeah, he's been a big part of the, I think, just the allure of this contest for international competitors over the years. You know, there was a special year where Warren invited all the men's world champions to come and surf an exhibition heat during the contest, and that can't happen again. Obviously, there's been some passings, but that's a magic memory, and I think something that, you know, is really special to SurfEst. But when they kicked off the event, it was the richest prize purse on the tour that year, and it's sort of maintained its prestige over the years because all the greats have won it, and we're going to have another very deserving champion on the men's and women's side this year too. You just know it. As we dive into the GWM heat recap, heat 2, the round of 16.
Yeah, it all started off with MI here, beautiful open face, clicks off 2 turns here, locks in the 6-5, judges are just really appreciating any open, clean face where you can really demonstrate that nice surfing. But it was this wave here from Caleb, locking in the first excellent wave of the day, the 833, for just some nice flowy power surfing here. And then really just lets the fins loose. So just clicking off those extra points. This wave had variety. It had the critical opening turn. And then right here, he's getting even more comfortable. Massive section. One turn, 573. Thanks for coming.
Yep. He's got style, he's got flair. He was there. And he's in the number one position. Emai's after a 757. So amazing just that single turn as we see Levi Slawson on what is, you know, up till this point, the biggest day of competition for him. He'll be hoping for a couple of those that he will be taking on Sean Crawford, excuse me, in this round of 16 for a place in the quarterfinals. Then, if he can survive that, he'll be a heat win away from shoring up his place on the CT if he can crack the semis.
That's going to be a really exciting heat to watch. Sean Crawford, you know he's going to paddle out with just with that mindset of, I'm just going to go for it.
Your mindset.
Yeah, well, I mean, he kind of... he lives and breathes it on the daily, so you know, that's going to be a great matchup. I was watching him a lot in Hawaii this year. Geez, he's impressed me. He's got some huge moves.
That's a huge clash, and I think Sean's still far enough away from that shot, that long shot of getting to the CT, that he won't really be thinking about that. I think he'll have that killer instinct.
Totally.
So it's going to be fun to watch. 3.5 minutes to go, and Emai's got to tap into something here, and he has found a section. Unbelievable.
Wow.
A progressive approach. Flaring that tail out. There was some recovery time there, but we'll see what the judges think of it.
Yeah, big explosive move. Definitely had some creativity. But just the one turn, and he did get a little hung up. This is the, you know, the critical eye of the judges. Bang, straight up into the lip. Gets the full rotation. A little kind of... you know, out of the lip backhand reverse, I guess we'll call it. His back foot came off the tail pad, stopped it back down there, regained control. There was theatrics and drama behind it for sure, but I don't think it's going to be that 757 that he's hoping for.
Flick, sometimes something so brilliant and technical, that a move that is really survived, not made. You know, the judges, they're paying close attention to it. As impressive as that was, it was a smaller ride, and it just, even if he pulled that clean, it was probably a question mark whether it was going to go to a 757.
Totally. There was nothing easy about that. The takeoff, there was a bit of a grab rail action there, straight up into quick reflexes to be like, yeah, I'm going up into this crazy, you know, sort of reverse inverted situation. But yeah, nothing easy about it, but it wasn't clean, and yeah, it won't beat the score.
3.17, so still after a 7.57 in this critical moment. Caleb Tancred has got himself the lead. He backed up that score. He then improved on his backup by half a point. And now he's got priority with under 2 minutes to go here.
At this point, he has surfed a flawless heat. It's like Emai just really trying to stay away from Caleb at the moment. Try and get some clear air so that he can pick off a wave, have an opportunity for that 7.5. Caleb just hunting him down.
It's gotten to that point in the heat, hasn't it, Rich, where, you know, barring an error, Caleb should shut this heat down.
Yeah, you know, having the scoreline the way it is, he's got 14 points on the board. He's sitting there with priority. You know, Emai Kalani deVault is capable of that 7.5. He can go excellent. But this is just going to be a block situation here. Caleb will hold him off any decent scoring ride. But still possible. Anything can happen. A multiple set can come through. Looks like Emai's just... Wave didn't have the opportunity on it.
It looks like there's a bit of water ripping through this section of the bank too. Caleb's committing to this one, and he's only trying to improve on a 5.73 himself. Looks over his shoulder, now sets his focus on this end section. He'll whip the reverse. Incomplete. That was the slight opening of the door that Emai Kalani needed, but this wave, it's not big enough for him. 30 seconds to go. Will he get a shot on the outside?
Looks like maybe a duck dive here, but it's so hard in that situation when you've only got, 40 seconds a minute on the clock to decide to pull the trigger. He had to go. You don't go and he goes, you'd be kicking yourself if he does a big air and he gets the score. You have to utilise your priority. But yeah, it looks like it's all said and done at the moment. Maybe no more waves for Imai.
It is also just in the back of both these competitors' minds in that kind of situation. They're both capable of that one big explosive air. So on this occasion, Caleb Tancred gets the jump and he is into the quarterfinals of this Challenger Series event, his first Challenger Series contest, and he'll be surfing against someone he's had so many head-to-head clashes with at a junior level. Two good mates will fight it out for a place in the semi-finals.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. The Aussie story seems to be, coming on strong. Caleb Tancred, this is a great result for him into the quarterfinals. Once you make that final day of competition, it starts to feel pretty special, and you can afford yourself the thought of perhaps maybe I'm going to win this thing. As we look at the heat recap, and Caleb Tancred was just in scintillating form from the opening ride. Really just this manoeuvre here just set the tone for his whole heat after that.
The fat boy right of the heat flick.
Yeah.
Big start, big finish.
Totally. I mean, he is, really, for me, you look at what he's done this whole event. First in the opening round, first in the round of 64, first in the round of 32, and now he's just taken another race. He's been absolutely, the momentum he's carried throughout this contest, really, he is on fire.
Not letting the moment get the better of him too. Really focused, looking staunch as Caleb Tancred. As he powers into the quarterfinals, we got more big heats coming your way. And it's going to be a magic Saturday with Jesse Starling and Vaughan Blakey stepping in for the call.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
High energy, big waves and great surfing is exactly what we knew was going to be on the cards today for the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Caleb Tancred ticking every single one of those boxes there with a big heat win over this guy, Imai deVault. We are going to see his Challenger Series run come to an end here, and we're going to see the wildcard keep moving on through Caleb Tancred into a big quarterfinals matchup, which is going to be against Dakota Walters. My name is Jesse Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey. Vaughno, we had a day off. We got to kind of reconvene, take a little bit of deep breath. That last day was crazy, and we're back into another big stakes day.
Yeah, it was a huge day, wasn't it? We saw fresh faces joining the tour. Well, a few faces who had been there before, but of course, there was some heartbreak as well, and there was so many near misses. Oh, it was at points torturous to watch, but that's why we love it, because Lots of drama, lots of excitement. Julian Wilson in the thick of it here. He's he's been a mentor to Caleb Tancred, obviously his major sponsor with Riviera Projects. But Jules was also the shoulder for Matthias Hurdy to really lean into the other day after the disappointment of having that qualification snatched out of his hands. He's still there, but you know, when it got taken away from him and he had to sort of sit on the sideline and watch other people, you could see the emotion and the heartbreak that caused. But yeah, this is a big heat as well. A couple of Hawaiian boys, Finn McGill. For him, this is an opportunity to get the best result of his career. He has won many epic titles in his lifetime, including the Triple Crown. He's won events at Pipe. He broke his curse at Sunset after like 6 runner-ups out there to take out. Oh, Eli Hanneman, he'll go for it. So he's on a roll. He's won the Hawaiian Tahiti Nui regional queue. And so he'll be looking to say, all right, I'm ready for this. Let's hit this Challenger with a bit of steam. And Eli Hanneman will. He could seal up this Challenger series. So here we go.
Yeah, big section looming here for Finn McGill. Flow into a big carve. That carve getting him upwards of excellent scores there. He got an 8.83 for a single manoeuvre the other day. And you know what, Vorno, adding to that list of results, he's our 2017 World Junior Champion and won his World Junior title right here in Oz. So maybe feeling a little bit connected to the place.
Oh, he's super connected to Australia. Finn's one of those characters that has done a lot of travel, and everywhere he goes, he's always surfing with a smile, a real friendly face in the lineup. Everyone loves him. He loves everyone. It's nice and easy. Let's have a look at this wave. But yeah, this was the kind of surfing that, you know, took him right through a pumping event at Sunset during the past winter, and he just leans into the power. Cometh the man, cometh the power.
He's one of those guys, you know, similar to Imai in that last heat. He's a solid guy. You know, he's actually got a really big stature, a bigger frame, especially maybe one of the bigger ones that we have on the Challenger Series. So using that while we have some big swell as well, he's definitely going to outpower Eli Hanneman here. So this is where we might see potentially a few tactics roll into play here for Eli. He's not as powerful as Finn McGill, but he's got this incredible run of progressive air games, and he's also become quite a smart competitor over this year's Challenger Series, and I think that's really going to lead him into a good-looking year on the Championship Tour.
I agree. He's a fierce competitor, Eli, and, you know, like, he's had a kind of a tough run over the past few years. It hasn't all gone his way. He suffered a horrendous injury or wipeout at Pipeline a few years ago. Smashed him up. He had to get staples in his head. I think he had internal injuries from bouncing around on the reef. So for him to come back, I think he won the Florence Pipe Pro at the start or end of last year. And then he goes back for the Challenger Series there and qualifies, you know, a whole event early. So that just shows you how resilient he is, how focused he is. And that heartache of falling off tour is well and truly a thing of the past. He's going to hit the ground running. And you know that he'll be looking at this event and going, well, let's keep this thing happening. Like, he's not one to just sort of like hang up the gloves and go, okay, I'm done for the year, let's focus on bells. He's like, nah, I'm here. I'm surfing heats. I want to win this thing. And I want to get down to bells and feel like, you know, try and stop me. Because a lot of these guys are going to be hitting bells with really hot iron. Like, you know, their irons have been in the fire. They've been competing during this entire off-season that has been so long for the CT crew. So, it's going to be, you know, these guys are going to hit the ground running when they hit that CT.
Definitely, and Eli, like you mentioned, is down here, wants to defend that first place right now in the rankings. Eli Hanneman is over 2,000 points ahead of Cali Vaast, who's still in the draw. All those guys who unfortunately aren't highlighted out of competition. So we've already welcomed 8 through 1 back or onto the Championship Tour for the first time, but it is really stressful right now for those two guys right in 9th and 10th. Yeah, and, you know, we were talking about Finn McGill, that huge score he got for basically one monstro snap. He surfed such a good heat yesterday, the day before yesterday. But that heat was kind of overwhelmed by the Mateus situation, because he did an incredible full rotation air reverse in the tail end of that heat and got pipped by Alistair Reginato, who needed a score and got it. So, Finn, as dominant as he was, it wasn't really talked about. I think if you go back and you look at that heat, you go, wow, well, he went
completely bonkers in that thing.
And to be fair, you know, for people like Mateus and Lobby right now, they would be hoping that guys like Alistair go really deep in the draw. Those wild cards who aren't going to soak up too much of those points here. Obviously, we saw Caleb, Dakota Walters. They already won those first 2 heats in the morning. Dylan Moffat coming up next, up against the guy we're talking about, Alistair Reginato. But then you look down further into the draw, that the big kind of heats that are really going to make or break those 2 guys, Liam O'Brien, Mateus Hurdy. We've got heat number 6, Levi Slawson taking on Shion Crawford, and then heat number 7, back-to-back, Dimitri Poulos taking on Lucas Cassidy. So Levi Slawson, Shion Crawford, and Dimitri, the only 3 surfers who can take one of those last 2 spots. And 2 of those 3 surfers are in a heat together.
They're all on one side of the draw. So that is good news for Mateus, obviously. I think he's in a safer position than Lobby, obviously. But, you know, the fact that they're all on one side of the draw is crazy. That Shion Levi heat is heat of the round by far. The amount of pressure on both those surfers, you know, for one of them, the year ends. For the other one, the dream is alive. It's just radical to think you've got to paddle out and keep your wits about you, keep the heart rate low, keep the cortisol from pumping, and just get the job done. Yeah, I'm expecting that to be such a ripper. Must-watch heat.
Yeah, and one of those guys, you know, Levi or Sheen, is going to have to take on Morgan or Cowley. So just when you make it through to that quarterfinal round, we know these guys have to make the finals pretty much to get across the line. Then you're going to take on 2 guys, one of them who is an Olympic gold medalist, the other one was 5th in the world. You got to face them in the quarterfinal. It's actually bonkers how stacked the draw is here.
That's why it's called the Challenger. Nothing coming easy. You got to earn that spot. And that will be a challenging run for these 3 surfers who are in the draw, who still have this result in their own hands. You know, they're not sitting on the sidelines. They can get it done here. But this heat right now, as we said earlier, you know, Finn McGill, for him, this is the opportunity he needs to hit that Challenger Series next year with a huge result. A big flex, it means something. You know, you win a Challenger Series event, and when he turns up for event number 1 on next year's series, everyone's going to be taking him extremely seriously. Not that they don't already. Off the bottom, huge hack!
Oh, wow. Big bowl in front of Finn McGill there. Just the way he extends his upper body, talks through it, and pushes his back foot all the way through. That's why he's getting such big results for manoeuvres like that. I mean, that 8 that he had the other day, it was a bigger looking wave and a pretty nuts looking section coming back towards him, and he's just laying into it. This is the Bioglan replay of just one big carve here, Bono.
Bushka, and somewhere in Newcastle, Matt Hoy, a little tear just rolled off his cheek. Power surfing at its finest, and I love the aggression through the turn. And this guy runs a lot of mock heats with Luke Swanson and John Florence.
Whoa.
What about that as a little training sparring partner?
Crazy.
So apparently, I don't know how he goes in those mock heats. There's no official scorebook, but by his own admission, he doesn't get the better of John too often.
I don't know if anyone would get the better of John too often.
Well, I mean, a 3-time world champ who is basically regarded as one of the most gifted surfers who has ever lived, is a great guy to train against, and that's under the watchful eye of Ross Williams, who is, you know, one of the great surfing brains. So that is a great little breeding ground for fantastic surfing and good heat strategy.
Looking forward to seeing if Finn McGill can put those mock heats into action here right after this Bonsoy brew break.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
Tom Curran, Mark Occhilupo, Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Mike Parsons, Italo Ferreira, just some of the incredible list of previous winners that we have down here at the Newcastle SURFEST. And it feels like 40 years, it's the perfect year to be down here and celebrating what has been a remarkable run of events. Big shout out to Warren Smith. It's Bornell and Jesse in the booth, taking you through Eli Hanneman, trying to launch into a massive full rotation. And we said at the start of the heat, Eli, he needs to use, his big bag of tricks right now against Finn McGill because he's not going to outpower a power surfer like Finn.
No, well, it's going to be tricky. The surf's junky, and Finn is finding, steep sections to really lay the rail through. But Eli, power for power, he can pack some punch. But it does look like he's going to go to the air, as seen just then. Big oop. Hey, looking at that wall of fame, of previous winners. A couple of faces in there that are worth a shout out. Barton Lynch, surf fan extraordinaire, one of the all-time great heroes of my life. So stoked to see his smiling head up there. Look, there he is, yeah, BL, right next to Taylor Knox. Shane Bevan just above him. He's done some wonderful stuff over the years. He was sort of up there at Snapper Rocks. There's Tom Carroll. Kika next to Shane Bevan on the other side. And who we got here? Looks like Guillaume Hurdy. Wow, really cool. Pam Burridge. And we come down.
Duma.
Unbelievable. Great scene. So many legends have held this trophy. And like Ronnie said, you win this event, you end up on the CT.
Yeah, and some guy who's looking to do that himself, not only take a big win here, but get himself onto the championship tour after he's just qualified full-time for this next coming Challenger Series season. Caleb Tancred is down there on the glass with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Caleb, man, you're making a habit of these interviews. You've won every heat so far, and now you're on to finals day. How are you feeling with that momentum?
Yeah, it's good. I've had such a good week down here in Newey, and a bunch of family and friends have come up today, so that one was super important, winning in front of them.
Pretty athletic. You had to do a couple of beach runs in that heat.
Yeah, I was worried I wasn't going to get out at one point. Thought I might be coming in with a single score, but yeah, stoked to back it up with a little 5 and get through.
Talked to Dakota Walters in his post-heat interview. I asked him, hey, who does he want to surf the quarterfinals with? He said you. Your thoughts on the upcoming quarterfinal?
Yeah, that was a lot of motivation, seeing him win at the end of his heat and briefly get and say good day and well done. We've had many heats over our junior career. This one will probably just feel like another Occy Grom crumpet off the wall at D-Bar. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But hopefully the swell stays around for my sake, because if it gets a bit smaller, I'll probably look pretty shit in front of Dakota. So see how we go.
We'll see how we go. Well, we can count on finals day, quarterfinal number 1, an all-Australian battle, Jess.
Yeah, love it, Kaipo. Caleb and Codes, the 2 best of mates. I actually remember, the Occy Grom comps that we were doing at Off the Wall D-Bar. Now the Groms get to go to Snapper, by the way. Incredible 2-man heats going down there. But I still remember the year, and I believe it might have been a semi-final or a final between Caleb and Dakota, and they both had 2 9s in their heat. They were going crazy out there.
Back in those days, if you made the finals, you got to go on a Surfing World Billabong road trip called Grombash. And I went on 2 of those trips because I was editing Surfing World at the time with Dakota and Caleb. And dead set, there were bush chooks running around who were bigger than those 2. I was worried that they might get pecked like a little piece of corn, eaten up by an ibis or a bush turkey. They were just so little, but my goodness, their talent was through the roof, even all the way back then. And kind of different styles too, like Dakota, I always think of him as like a bit of a whiplash sting, just a...
Greyhound.
Yeah, real whippy, absolute futurist, whereas Caleb was just pure power, always on the rail, still had the tricks, but they grew up side by side, really good friends, super competitive the whole time, which is, that's what you want. You want your best mate to be someone who's pushing you, and yeah, different paths. They sort of, I guess they drifted into two different worlds for a while, and here they are meeting up in the quarterfinals. What an epic story.
Yeah, these two as well in this heat right now, Finn McGill, Eli Hanneman, they've been competing against each other for a really long time, Vorno. I went back through the history books. They actually had their first heat ever together back in 2018. It was a pro junior over at Turtle Bay. And over the years, these guys have matched up against each other 10 times. And Finn McGill actually with 6 wins over Eli's 4.
Whoa.
So there's a pretty cool kind of rivalry dating back close to, you know, in a couple of years' time, 10 years, these guys. And that's just on a WSL format. I'm sure there's plenty of Brom comps that these guys have been competing against for a really long time. But yeah, it's cool when one of your best mates you come up against in competition, and we talk about it a lot. You keep check of who beats you. I still remember who has got me in certain heats and how they've got me. And these two, Finn and Eli, they would have that same kind of matchup and breakdown in their head.
You never forget. You never forget. Like just when was it? Last year, I believe there was Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning kind of legends heat at Burleigh Heads. And those two were head-to-head, 8 heats apiece before that. So
yes.
When they paddled out, it felt as if they were surfing for a world title. It never leaves you. You're like, these guys are so competitive, and the scoreboard is just as potent in their own minds as it is in the history books. They know when they've got a chance to one up the other.
I actually asked Parko that. We were chatting on the broadcast, and I was like, so who's got who? You know, who's got the better? And he's like, oh, I actually don't know. You know, I'm not keeping check. And in my mind, I'm going, that's a lie. You totally know. And I actually went back to my own research. They're literally even.
Yeah.
Those two, as far as, especially with big wins as well. They both got each other in the two events. And you can see Dill Moffat starting to get ready for his heat. He's got Alistair Reginato. You can see his family down on the beach there. That's Alfie getting ready as well. These guys, again, like we've got this kind of storyline of two mates coming up against each other, two Aussies, Dill and Alistair. They're both just the power surfers for their board riders clubs on the weekend at the ABB, and they've been just two standouts this entire event, and actually two heartbreakers this event as well. Dylan, the one to knock Lobby out, and Alistair, the one to knock Mateus out.
Yeah, it's a real redemption comp for these two. They're capable of so much more than they were able to give on this year's Challenger. I think they'll both be looking at the year as like, man, how did that happen? Because look at me now. I'm here. I'm surfing for a spot in the quarterfinals. Dill obviously has gone so close to qualifying. For Reggie, it's just been about momentum. Like he has just somehow found a blistering bit of momentum and form in the tail end of last year coming into this year, mostly into this year. Yeah, he's surfing in Phillip Island at QS31 down in Victoria recently, was off the hook. Big frontside full rotors into the flats. He goes up the coast. He just bashes libs for North Shore board riders. So it'll be a good heat. But yeah, very similar to the one out in the water. Good friends. They know each other's game really well. They surfed on the same team for a long time. For Finn and Eli, you know, the Hawaiian Islands, when there's talent, and there's plenty of it up there, but you often, I mean, you're going to surf against the same names over and over and over again. And so, yeah, they know each other's games so well. Right now, for Eli, this has been a really tricky heat. Like, he's caught around about 5 waves. Not a single wave has given him the chance to put a meaningful number on the board. So, Finn is, believe it or not, he's able to, he's identified a couple of sections where he could at least rip off a moment. And that's really the only difference in this heat so far, is that Finn's waves have just had that one little section that he could cut loose on. But, you know, he wouldn't be feeling 100% comfortable just yet. He's got a big lead, but yeah.
Yeah, Finn McGill, only a pair of 4s right now. Though we take a look at some good news that we've had over the week this week. 8 surfers are welcoming or coming back to the championship tour, and it's such an incredible crop of humans that we're looking at right now. Even thinking Sammy Pupo, he's fallen off and got back on there almost every single time. And George Pitter doing it this year. So you got to chat to him. It meant so much to him just to be heading back and getting that job done.
For the crew who have been there before, this is complete redemption and validation of their skill, their desire, their commitment, and their grit, Jess. Like, I look at these guys who have qualified, and it is a gritty list of crew who have been through a lot. The faces who have been there before, They've shown a resilience as Finn McGill tees off and doesn't get the completion. So 5 minutes. And here we go out the back. Eli looking to try and put something on the board to get himself back into this heat.
Yeah, Eli into that second section there. Finally making something happen here with 5 minutes to go. So if there was a time to do it, it's now. He's going to give himself a chance to get back out the back. And Finn just got absolutely snapped in half on that end section there. This first turn, it had a great looking bowl back towards it there, Bono, and then just, unfortunately, just smoked on that second section on the Bioglan replay here.
Such a beautifully clicked re-entry, wasn't it? This is just a nice little lip run from the Maui surfer, Eli Hanneman, #1 on the Challenger Series rankings. He backs it up with a nice tail blow on the inside. That's all he needed to do. He didn't overcook anything there. It was good surfing. He's put himself back in the mix. For Finn McGill, you know, a number goes begging without the completion. I love the first Rio, just a good, solid front side foundation turn.
Yeah, love that for Finn McGill. He was really chasing that second section though. Try and get him a score that's going to break out of this 4-point range, because 4 minutes to go. Eli Hanneman, prior to that wave, was chasing an 8.1. So Eli is going to bring that requirement down by a long run. You know, with those 2 turns, he's going to get himself into the 4s, maybe even put a question mark of going into that 5-point range. And that's going to bring that requirement down to only needing another 4 or a 3. Who knows? Judges could have really liked it. It could go higher. So 3 minutes 45 here. Finn McGill, this is where man-on-man priority really comes into play. Finn's going to need to play defense here, even though he only has a pair of 4s. Like, I know that's not ideal, but you kind of got to put your ego aside and sit on Eli because he's dangerous.
Yeah, he's super dangerous. I think the judges will be super interested in giving him a juicy reward here for this wave, because it's the first combo we've seen in the entire heat. The lip run was nice. The finner was cool. He didn't get that big stand-up section, but he linked it together with speed as well. So here he goes. Now, Eli looking to get busy.
Oh, he
sneaks out from underneath him.
You can see just where they are. There's a lot of wobble kind of in the waves at the moment. You can see the waves are dropping out. There's a lot of sand out there. When you start to move a little bit further north, it cleans up. But to get out, you actually have to come back south, which then puts you in this really wobbly, tricky part of the beach here. Dougie Silva, liking where Finn McGill is. He's going to put his hands up and kind of signal stay here. And looking nervous as always, Dougie. His athletes mean the world to him.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Jess, you made the call. This could sneak into the 5s. It's a astute observation. And I think it's the combination, the connection with speed. The flow was there. And now it's just a 3.87 between Eli Hanneman and continuing on. Oh, he's looking for a section.
Oh, you can't help to think they're on a weird part of the bank right now. Just a couple of closeouts rolling on through here. Eli Hanneman needs a 3.87, and that is terrifying to be Finn McGill and think, you hear Eli only needs a 3.87, he could just do a straightie and get a 3.87.
It's such a problem, isn't it? Because this kid, this young man, I should say, he's not a kid anymore, but he can pull off, you know, a Hail Mary on any little chunk of water that comes his way. And, he's trying to sell this one, I believe.
Yeah, bowl ahead of him here. You can see he was gearing up, but no water pushing back towards him. So well left there for Finn McGill. Eli, he's going to cop one on the head here with 90 seconds to go. So needs to get back out the back, get a wave under Finn McGill's priority. And this is where, you know, we talk about Finn doing a couple mock heats with John and Luke Swanson. This is exactly right now where Eli needs to put some of those mock heats that he's been doing into play, because you've got just over a minute to go to get a next to nothing score.
Oh, Finn McGill had nerves of steel there. Eli on the inside, taking that one. Finn identifies there's not enough scoring potential on it. It's probably going to hit that little dead spot in the bank and go flat, which is exactly what happened. You're still, though, it's in your heart is up in your neck when those moments are happening. You see a competitor without priority paddling into a wave. He did so well to maintain his cool on the inside. Eli Hanneman is sharking for something here.
Finn McGill chasing him up the beach right now. This is exactly what he needs to be doing here. 40 seconds to go. Eli Hanneman, 3.87 is the number he's chasing. We can see a little wave coming through. Finn McGill uses priority here, gets a tag off the foam. He's going to come round, hope to get a little bit more, so he's not bettering With 20 seconds to go, Eli Hanneman has a chance here to get a 3.87, Bono.
Oh,
that is nothing.
This is crazy. We were just giving Finn props, and he might have pulled it off. You know, that wave, it's so hard to identify if it's going to stand up on the inside, but he might have just done it here, Finn McGill.
You can see the clock, it's going to count out. The hooter, we can hear it. Don't think he was up before the hooter. He's going to surf it like he is, though, just in case. Throws the fins on a crazy inside section there.
No, I think he's reserved or resigned to the fact that it wasn't going to be enough anyway. Little James Labrador there.
Yeah, my goodness.
Backside choppy. I remember when they first came out. Oh, mind blown.
Mind blown.
Not so much these days.
We're going to take a look here at the GWM heat recap. Bit of a slower looking heat, but these early moments got Finn McGill the win.
Yeah, he got out there and he put the board to work. If there was a section in front of him, he let rip. And this was probably the highlight moment of the heat. Jams it. And a little doff to Taylor Knox, if I may, former event champion here. And Eli, well, he left it pretty late to get his run going. This wave put him back in the mix. Nice little finner on the inside. But in the end, a second wave just wasn't available for Eli Hanneman. His campaign on the Challenge Series is done, but what a campaign it's been. Number one, he isn't holding on to that trophy just yet.
Not just yet. We've got two guys in the draw who can actually still chase him down, which is Morgan Siblic and Carly Vaast. So he's going to have to sit and wait and watch it to unfold to see if he's going to get the win. But beautiful sportsmanship between the two. These guys, best of mates. Finn McGill, however, continuing his winning streak ahead of Eli Hanneman. Stay tuned. We'll be right back for an all-Australian fair coming right up.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
It's an exciting looking weekend here ahead of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and Newcastle showing up to check out the action down here at Merriweather Beach. And why not? 40 years we're celebrating down here, and everyone getting to enjoy the high stakes that we have all through the weekend. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey. Vaughno, we had a really great looking matchup against two Hawaiians in that last heat. Finn McGill, Eli Hanneman. Now we're rolling on through to an all-Aussie affair. Dill Moffat taking on Alistair Reginato, and two really similar surfers in the scheme of things. Both powerful, both have an air game. Both are on a bit of a hot streak right now.
That's right. A little bit of a stature difference. I'd give Reggie maybe just a touch more weight, touch more height, but yeah, you're right. Dill is a really powerful surfer. He likes to keep it tight in the pocket, as does Reginato. For these guys, it's a it's a redemption. This year has not played out how either surfer would have liked to have gone on the Challenger Series, as we see Dill Moffat from North Narrabeen off the bottom, huge lip run into the top.
Yes.
On the replay, he gets that weightless feeling, the speed, the extension, and he lands it beautifully. So yeah, for these guys, there is an opportunity here to crack the top 20 and secure a spot on next year's Challenger Series. And I think, you know, a bit of self-belief. I feel like it's when you have a series or you know, back-to-back results that just aren't going your way, it can really start getting into your head. But this has been a great event for these guys to rediscover that form. Crack. And Alistair Reginato, he gets a big section.
Oh my gosh.
He's been doing this for weeks now. You know, something will pop up and he just has got Thor's hammer flying around. Brutal power.
Wow, Dylan Moffat, he's paddling into it again. We see that these guys back on the bank here. Bit of a wall in front of Dill, hooks into a carve to start us off right now. Waits for it to steepen up, pushes a bit too hard on that back foot, so goes down here for Dylan Moffat. We're expecting some big scores for both Dill and Reggie to roll on through right now, and I just feel like these guys, you said it so perfectly, Vorno, when you look at them, they seem like CT surfers, and the performances they've been putting on all week, they've really been reflecting that. Scores locking in, Dylan Moffat a 6.5, Alistair Reginato a 7.83, so Alistair needs a 1.17 just to get up, but just already big scores locked in for these guys. But Alistair's had a pretty interesting year. I'll get back to that in a second. The Stonerwood slow-mo of the highest wave score of the heat so far, 7.83.
Square off the bottom, punches through the lip, and this section is thick, scary. Plenty of power coming at him. He matches it. The timing of Alistair Reginato at the moment is, I would say, some of the best we've seen in his entire career. I mean, he's always a standout performer, but he seems to have just clicked into a bit of a magic gear where he's able to place his turns better than I've ever seen him do it. Yeah, this guy is such a classy performer. But yeah, there's an added element. There's a power to his surfing in this last sort of 3 months that we love to see from him.
Yeah, so Alistair, he competed in the first couple of events here down on the Challenger Series and just bowed out really early on. Came to Nui and had a great first round heat, got knocked in the next one, and then went to Bolito, got knocked out first round. So he took the rest of the year off, went back to the QS. Now he's come back to show what he's been working on. There's the third turn, loses it. But Alfie, yeah, he said, you know what, I'm going to work, I'm going to train, and I'm going to focus on the QS and re-qualify fully for the Challenger Series and give it another big shot coming up. And I think just having that, taking that step back and having that time off, as we can already see, has done wonders for Alistair Reginato.
That's right. He's surfing so slick, linking everything together, and doesn't get the finish there, but sitting on a 7.83 already. North Shore versus North Narrabeen, as you said before, Jess, both these guys electing to actually surf a contest on the weekend, the day before this event started. I think in part, sort of like letting their friends who had a lot of pressure on them in that qualification scenario just have their space. I know it's a tight crew. These two are a big part of the Australian push, but they went up the coast. They just surfed for their clubs. They got all that energy that event seems to bring with it. Both clubs doing really well, and then came down with momentum. There's no doubt about it, and they've used that momentum to go deep into this draw.
Yeah, I love that. I feel like it's such a good start to a competitive year to be able to go to the ABB, feel the hype, feel your club's support, and just kind of get it. It's the craziest energy. It's so hard to put into words what the ABB feels like, and you can see even someone like Dakota Walters as well. They've used that and channeled it and brought it down here this week to Newcastle, and I think it kind of just skyrockets anyone into just feeling good about your surfing, because if you can do it under pressure like that, in theory, you should be able to do it anywhere in the world.
That's right, and the energy, like you're a sponge for that energy up there. There's it's so loud, it's so mad, and you can utilise it. You can really use it. But yeah, I wonder how this is going to play out. Reginato, we haven't really seen him take to the air. He won a QS only weeks ago in Phillip Island, as I said, and he won it with some spectacular, explosive futuristic surfing. One air in particular, a big meaty section today, not unlike this, big juicy open southern swell. And he just punched this section exactly like that last one. Big tail, lofty, out into the flats, air rev, and that really set the scene for him to get that win.
Yeah, I'd love for Alistair to bring him out a little bit more. Let's see what he can get done on this wave here. He's looking left. Bigger looking wall ahead of Alistair. Still plenty of size in today's conditions. Bit of foam here through the inside. Times it beautifully. Tucks that fin over the coping. He might come through, get a bit of a whitewashy looking inside section. So Alistair still just trying to continue to add to the scoreboard here. His family, some of his biggest supporters, girlfriend, Cole Durant, an incredible charger herself, has some insane clips over at the bluff, pulling into some big left barrels. And now Alistair getting to chase his dreams around the world for yet another year. Trying to crack that top 20 though, it'd give him another just kind of security, kind of safety to be like, I do belong here.
I want to see him do it because look at this surfing. You know, big fade, just such a nice read that puts his turns in a beautiful spot on the wave, tight in the pocket. This wave isn't obviously, you know, a steep, fast down the line wave. It's more of a wave that's sort of coming in on itself, but he's just able to generate turns in the only little section that would give him any sort of score. So he's continuing to build here. 3.83. Not huge fireworks, but this guy deserves to be on the Challenger Series. He should be fighting it out for a place on the CT.
He's a top 10 surfer. He is, just with his talent and like we've mentioned, his timing. And you know what? These guys prepped and ready for these runarounds. Like we mentioned, the ABB, there's a big long run up the hill.
Oh my
It's nice
goodness.
and easy. We've got flat sand ahead of us down here in Newcastle.
Yeah, this is a walk in the park compared to the hill at Burleigh. But I wonder if there's any lactic acid still in the muscles there.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. Their calves are probably still pretty sore from the weekend. Even Caleb Tancred, forgot to mention him, surfer Avoca. He's still competing here now. Dill, he went for a run around. This is just kind of showcasing how much power's out there. He's only just got out the back now. So it's been a while since we've seen him get that 2.5. Remembering he fell off on that second turn. So that was probably around about 8 minutes ago. So it's about an 8-minute run around to get back out.
I'm wondering, like, you know, looking at the ABB and the fact that these guys all surf, that's 4 surfers in these round of 16 that have come down here, just cruised through the draw. I wonder if there will be a kind of a momentum from having surfed in this Challenger Series for the crew who have qualified, hitting bells. It's been the longest off-season for the CT surfers.
It has been. 7 months is an incredibly long time. So, yeah, I'm actually very excited for that one to kick off down at the Ripco Pro, Bells Beach. In just a few weeks' time, we talk about Alistair and Dill trying to crack that top 20. Finn McGill looking to do that as well. He's one step closer after a big heat win against Eli Hanneman. Kaipo, believe you got Finn on the glass.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Finn, you know, friendly fire. It's got to be tough, you know, when you go up against another surfer from Hawaii in this round.
It was tough. It was super tough. I was thinking about it a lot before I came here because, like, I have no chance of qualifying. And if I went up against my friends, it'd be really hard. But luckily, Eli already locked. Did he lock the first spot? I know he locked the tour, so...
Yeah, he's locked in the top. I mean, Cowley still has a chance, but yeah.
So it didn't feel... I was like, all right, let's go. You know, it was... I love surfing against Eli. He's scary. He's like a great white out there, you know. He can just come at you at any time.
Yeah, it got scary in that last minute, you know, you holding priority and Eli needing just a small score. How'd you handle that?
I don't know. I blacked out. I was like, honestly, we couldn't hear that well, so I didn't know what he needed. I didn't know what he got on the way before. Personally, I thought 2.4s wasn't going to do it. So I knew that he could take off on anything, like on a closeout and do a backflip. So I was like, oh, I saw that little left. I was like, there's no way I can get a 3 on this, but he can get an 8 on this, so I'm going to take it. So, yeah, it was sketchy. It always sucks, but I love going up against Eli. He's so elite that it brings the best out of all of us, you know.
What about some equipment secrets? I want you to talk us through these little things on your tail.
Yeah, those are the Minks. Those are the Doug Silva protocols. It's like a diffuser, and it just kind of like just diffuses all like the foam and everything around it. Gets, you know, just settles the board a little bit, and all the wonk and like the stirrup. You know, there's a lot of water movement out there, a lot of holes, so it kind of just spins the water. and yeah, it feels good. It just like settles the board down, you know.
Advanced hydrodynamics with Finn McGill, who is on to the quarter-finals, Jess.
Yeah, love it, Kaipo. We love a bit of insight there from Finn McGill. Again, I'd never seen them before until this event, the Minks. I think they're pretty mental, actually, the Dougie Silver program.
Well, I mean, when I think advanced hydrodynamics, that's the first name that comes to my head, Doug Silver. That was a really cool heat. Great result there from Finn McGill. Yeah, no one likes to knock out their mates, but, you know, at the end of the day, you want to keep getting through this thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Finn McGill's got a chance to win a Challenger Series here, SURFEST.
And I think he nailed it. He like Hanneman's a scary competitor, so is Dill Moffat.
Oh, up and over.
Wow, big airdrop out of that first section. Connects beautifully off the foam on the second. Would have loved another chance to put his board into a solid-looking lip line just to kind of finish it off in a strong way there. But how is the free fall on this first turn here, Borno?
Yeah, look at this, just in over the chip shot, up and over, squares it again, puts a little tweak on that turn, and just in and out. And yeah, that's a nice angle there. Little finner.
Dill, he's looking for a 6.51 on that one. No indications on scores just yet, but we're going to have to wait and find out. We'll be right back to see if Dill Moff gets the 6.51 he's chasing right after this Bonsoy brew break. The Steel City, Newcastle, we absolutely love it. And we've been coming here now for 40 years. And let's hope that we come back for another 40. One of the best places to come to have a surf comp. There's great waves, great food. Oh, the food's unreal, and lovely people around this part of the world. Dill Moffat getting to make the most of these really fun conditions we have today here, Borno.
Looks super fun, doesn't it? The wave faces are so clean. That's one really good thing. Yeah, it's a little junky, but when it stands up on that bank, you just get this big, smooth canvas, and we're really getting to see the surfers punch into it. Multiple moves are a little tricky to find, but there's some good scores nonetheless. And look at this, Dill Moffat. He'll fly off the bottom here, squares up.
What?
And somewhere in the world, a little tear rolled off Jacko Baker's cheek, because he loves a square up. The former champion of SURFEST. Puts a little bit of pepper on that one as well. Nice work from Dill Moffat. But yeah, it is a great city. Love coming here. Merriweather is all time. There's a kind of a promenade, a boardwalk here. And as soon as we finish this heat, Jess, I'm getting on me Riviera activewear. I'm going to whack on my little mesh white singlet with my black leather fingerless gloves. Bust out the rollerblades and go for a little hoot down that promenade.
Mate, that is such a look. People would be dying to see that, honestly. No,
there it is.
Yeah, right on cue.
Look, imagine me going through there on my rollerblades.
I would love to see it. Let's get some like bright red rollerblades or something as well, just to add to the outfit.
I like it. I might even put my old Walkman on.
You could also have a loudspeaker just yelling out, "Get out the way," if you wanted, just to really draw some more attention. But no, it's actually, you can't walk along that boardwalk without stopping at least 5 to 10 times.
You know what the cool thing is? All the athletes and all their camps are all along that thing. So you can see Cade Matson there. You know, you're bumping in to the stars of the Bioglan SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, all along there, all the way up to that Revere Projects tent. That's where Julian's camped with his team. And then down on the beach, we've had competitors camped out as well. So, you know, if you're coming down here to enjoy the action, you really are rubbing shoulders with the stars of the show.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You can't stop for at least 5 to 7 times because there's always someone to chat to down there. But getting back to this heat right now, 6-6 for Dylan Moffat, locking in for that one big tweaked out Hail Mary there for Dylan. And it had to go there. That one single maneuver had so much risk and just so much drop from the lift. It almost feels like he's getting there a half second late, but pushing his board up on top of the lip. It just looks so dramatic, and the judges are eating it up right now.
Well, you said that these guys have a similar sort of game. And if you look at the combined scores here, there is 0.1 between them. That's how close they are. But it is Dylan with the advantage. Reginato sitting on a 7.83. That's the best wave of the heat. But Dill's done well. 6.5 and a 6.6. That's leaving Alistair Reginato with a 5.27 to lock away to retake the lead. But we knew it was going to be tight. These guys are very good friends, spend a lot of time travelling together. Part of that big Aussie push. Probably one of the biggest Aussie pushes we've seen in years.
I'd say so. And these guys, you know, as well, obviously not in that top 10 contention, but just channeling the energy from those guys who've just qualified or had an incredible year. And obviously Dill, really good friends with Morgs, kind of been a part of that Aussie crop. I actually feel like Jacko Baker, way back when in 2021, was calling the Aussie, you know, group of people. There's obviously the Brazilian Storm. I think Jacko was calling the Aussies the Wombats. And Dylan, an original Wombat, a part of that crew with Jacko, Morgs, Arcow, Callan Robson. And so these guys, they'd be feeding off the energy of their peers right now.
I was calling him the Onion.
The Onion?
Yeah, well, me and Smithy were calling it the Onion,
Okay.
which never really took off for some reason.
No.
But no, because we were thinking it's like an Aussie cyclone, I suppose. And back in the old days when you used to get the synoptic charts in the newspaper, you know what a newspaper is, right?
No, actually.
It's this thing that used to have news in it.
Oh, okay,
And
cool.
yeah, the synoptic charts, whenever there was a cyclone, looked like a little onion cut down the middle.
Really?
So yeah, but it didn't take off. I mean, onions are they're tasty.
Oh, I love
But they're a
onions.
little bit noxious sometimes.
The guy we're just talking about, Morgan Siblic, just qualified for the championship tour. He is heading down to Bells, and we could not be more excited to see Morgs back on tour. He's coming up in the next heat.
This is a barn burner of a heat
Yeah.
too, because Morgan, without pressure on his shoulders, you watch, he'll be a different surfer in this one. He's been surfing fantastic too, but now it's all about the home crowd. This would be his reward for them, his thank you to them, to go deep in this one and maybe even lift that trophy.
And to come up against Vaast, I mean, these guys are going to compete against each other plenty of times. In this heat, though, the GWM recap, Dill with some big Hail Marys.
Power punch through the lip. Dill Moffat got things started for a 6.5, and Alistair Reginato answers back with a huge section and up and over. He'll ride out of that one for a 7.83. And this little left was a nice wave. Beautifully placed. Gets a big finish. And weaves his way through onto the inside. So doing it on the front side and the back side, Reggie. And then out the back. The big square up here from Dill Moffat off the bottom. Punches the tail out over the back. Spectacular move. just the one turn at a 6.6. Judges saying, yes, please, Dill, more of that. Nom, nom, nom.
More of that from Dill Moffat. Cannot wait to see what Cowley's going to get done as well. We've seen a lot of rights go down in this heat so far, and Cowley's backhand, one of the best that we get to witness.
Lethal. This is a guy I cannot wait to watch on the CT. The better the waves get, the gnarlier he becomes. But, you know, he finished runner-up here just at the very start of the Challenger Series to Jacob Wilcox. Got the job done. Had a great year on the Challenger Series, qualified for the CT, but you think of Carly Vaast and you're like, oh my goodness, Cloud Raid, Chopu, obviously. Pipeline. But, you know, don't write him off in places like Bells Beach and Margaret River where there's plenty of juice in the water, and he could do some real damage in those draws too.
Great at marks. I didn't even think of that. He'll be really good there. He's just, as soon as there's a little bit more power starting to push behind him, he just is insane to watch. Even, you know, he took a big win over at Ericeira, and Ericeira is not renowned of being the steepest, suckiest wave ever. So even having some fatter walls, even down at Bells, he's going to be looking good. Alistair would love the chance to get there. It's not going to happen this year. It snaps over the lip line for a second big hit here, needing a 5.27, and it's easy 0.1 better than his last 5.17.
Oh, that was just so buttery. There's a little bit of downtime on this wave, but the turns were just so smooth. Flies down the line, so much speed, cracks it, releases the tail. So loses nothing with that first turn and then just extends with the lip line to finish that one with plenty of punch. This is just beautiful. Look how steep that section is. Oh, a little bit of rewind. Which I enjoy.
Just did so well to find a wave with two big sections. We haven't really seen that in this heat, other than that big 7.83 from Alistair Reginato. And what a time to do it. 3 minutes 45. Guess what? That leaves enough time for Dylan Moffat to try and find a wave as well. So these guys, they're always a matchup that'll go straight down to the wire.
This is just a classic battle. These two are really just letting their surfing do the talking. There hasn't been a whole lot of jockeying for position or strategy, it seems like. It just feels like whoever's got priority picks the wave, rips it to pieces. So it's a good stoush, isn't it? Toe to toe, blow for blow.
Yeah.
They're in the ring.
Yeah.
They're slugging it out.
They are. I'm really intrigued to see where the judges are going to go with this one. First judge says it's well and truly above that 5.27. We've got a 6 locked in from our second judge here, so 3 more scores, but you have to think, even just with those first 2 numbers, we're going to see it go well into that 6-point range. It comes through, it's a 6.47. Alistair Reginato now takes the lead. Dill Moff chasing a 7.71, so that needs to be bigger than anything he's done in this heat so far. It probably needs to be 2 turns. And but he's got time here, Vorno, 2.5 minutes. He's got priority. I don't even know if you can get back out in 2.5 minutes. So he's probably going to have the lineup to himself. It's just Dylan his thoughts out there for the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and having seen Dill around this week, had a few chats to him, a few hangs with him, I think, you know, getting a big result here is obviously something that he would love to do. It doesn't feel like the pressure of making the top 20 is really factoring into his surfing or his thinking right now. He would love it, you know, we'd love it. But, you know, if the opportunity comes, I feel like he'll feel pretty free and in attack mode. So let's see what he can do. He does have the entire beach here at Merriweather to himself.
Yeah, and Dill, a similar type of threat that we were talking about with Eli Hanneman in that last heat, has a incredible make rate in the air. So he can actually get that kind of score by going to the air right now, needing a 7.71. We haven't really seen many people take to the air today.
No, we haven't. It's just been it's been tricky because the real points have just been coming on this first section of the bank, where you know, 2 little lumps might join together, make a steep face that sort of scoops out. And all the points have been coming on a big rip into that section. We've seen a couple of closeout hammers. Those sections haven't really been conducive to doing big airs just because they're so thick, they're so powerful. So much push as it closes out. But yeah, you know, if it comes down to it, maybe one of these guys might do the full Matt Miola and just huck it way out into the flats.
It might have to be on a mid-size wave too, Vorno. You look out to see there's not a lot rolling through here. 50 seconds on the clock. As soon as they say that, a couple lumps might pop up. So Dill, maybe with an opportunity here, he's just begging for a wave to roll through at Merryweather right now. He's currently sitting in 49th. He's jumped 15 spots in this event alone. So already adding his best result to his year. Alistair Reginato, different story. He's way down in the 70th. He's looking to build on his scoreline here, keep adding to the lead. 25 seconds to go. What is Dylan Moffat going to do here? Small lump rolls through. Doesn't have much to it. So 15 seconds, Vorno. Unfortunately, it's going to be that same old tale where the ocean says no.
Yep, this is just one of those things that happens. As the ocean has a lot of energy in it today, but even with all that energy, it'll just sometimes take a little breather, regather itself, and there's the herder. So Reginato continues to be a real story at this Bioglan SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Another great performance, Jess.
Oh, I'm so excited for Alfie to keep rolling on through. He's going to be taking on Finn McGill in the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, we lose Dylan Moffat from the draw in this year's Challenger Series. It's been a long run for Dill, but finally getting just a breakthrough performance. It might even give him a bit more confidence when he re-kick-starts the Challenger Series coming up.
Definitely will. I think both these guys will be really happy with how they finish the year.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. So Dill, you know, we spoke about these two guys being really close performers. Alistair getting a 14.3 total, Dill with a 13.1, so really close in final combinations here between those two. But this here was a fat boy right in the heat. There's a big 7.83 here for Alistair.
Starts off with a real stinger. Nooner alert, frontside vert, straight into the pocket, and finishes with that up and over on a really consequential section. Loving watching what this guy's bringing.
Oh, I cannot wait to see what he's going to do in the quarterfinals. We got Morgan Siblic taking on Callie Vaast, and two of the best in the booth. Ronnie Blakey, Rich Lovett. We'll see you right back.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the show. Only two surfers that were in the top 10 coming into this event remain, and they meet here in Heat 5, the round of 16, fighting for a quarterfinal spot, and both of them will be campaigning on the Championship Tour in 2026, kicking off down there at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach in a little over a fortnight. It's going to be awesome to watch. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside a former CTer, a man that's felt the pressure of going into a qualifying event, chasing a big result, and realised his own dream. Richie Lovett Mate, what a couple of days that we've had. A bit of a decompression day yesterday for everyone, emotion-wise.
We did. We had a little breather yesterday and we needed it. The heart was pounding for the first few days of the event and into it because we were sending people to the championship tour. We were realising dreams and we were crushing dreams as well. So we're getting down to the cliche pointy end of it.
You said crushing dreams with a smile on the face just then, Rich, you sicko. But this is going to be a lot of fun. Heat number 5, Morgan Siblic. He has been really strong through these past 2 Challenger Series stops to earn his place back on the CT. It's been a long, hard-fought battle to get there. And he's missed out by a heat or 2 in the last few years. Vaast realising his dream, the Olympic gold medalist. And Kelly's kicked off with a 4.17. Morgan just really strong here. Now, Morgan's going to have the support of the hometown crowd. Represents the Merryweather Surf Riders Club, one of the more established board riders clubs in the country. But Kelly's no easy draw.
Oh, no, he is not. The Olympic gold medalist from Tahiti, Vaast, and now newcomer to the championship tour. He has solidified his spot. We'll be heading to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach in a couple of weeks' time. Great to see Cowley make the tour. It was always just a question of when this guy was going to put a string of results together and get there. Morgan Siblic. So both these surfers starting off with their backhand. Morgs hard off the bottom, just thuds the lip. So just the one manoeuvre on the opening rides for both our competitors.
He's got a mean backhand, Morgan. I think we see a lot more of him on the forehand, but yeah, he's had some big heat wins with those kind of backhand hits, as we see Cowley there just getting a quick second score on the board. Had a 4.17 to kick things off. Morgan winning the opening exchange, a 5.5 for him, both with individual turns. Couple of hits on that ride for the Tahitian.
You'd have to think this is going to be a bit of a level up here for Cowley's next ride. 2-turn combination, sticking with the backhand approach. Boards are looking good under his feet. He's been working with the crew at JS Industries for a number of years now. He's got the pairing of the JS fin in there, FCS2. Just hammers that section, nice clean surfing. Just had to dodge his opponent there too. So waiting on scores. Morgan, Ron, I reckon, has been the most informed surfer coming into this event. Part of the Aussie cyclone that has just been building.
Let's have a look at the live rankings here. Well, Callum Robson, he started this final Challenger Series event outside the top 10, so he's made a big jump. He's locked in his place on the CT as well. So from here on in, I think, you know, that these 3 surfers, they don't want to let go of the chance to win one of the most sought-after titles in professional surfing in its 40th anniversary. The Bioglan SURFEST Newcastle, presented by Bonsoy. So they're still after that big trophy. They don't want to lose composure, but at the same time, I think they'll be freed up by locking in those CT berths.
Yeah, absolutely. Surfing pressure-free, always the best way to do it. You can see here, Levi Slawson, Dimitri Poulos, and Shion Crawford, all still alive, securing their spot in the top 20. This is Levi Slawson preparing for his exchange with Shion Crawford.
Now, this is the most critical heat of the round, and we'll explain why after this. Big carve there from Vaast, and punches through the lip. Great sequence of turns, and he's going to stay on his feet for a finishing move too. Well, both these competitors have cracked a championship tour final. Vaast is a wild card in 2022. Was runner-up to Miguel Pupo in Tahiti. And Morgan Siblic in his magic run in 2021, finaled over in WA.
Oh, I love that rail engagement, Ron. It was like a 2-stage carve, and really held that line. Came through the next 2 sections, just manhandling these little whitewash sections. But watch this. Gets on that hillside rail, holds it, extends it, brings it all the way round, and up into the lip, gets some tail release. So for the varieties there in the first 2 turns, and then just a little finishing foam hit. Geez, he looks strong. He has an incredibly strong lower half to his body. His legs are really, really strong. He's just able to sit on that rail and really extract a lot of the power, the spray just flying off the board.
Solid hindquarters, Rick. Plenty of kick.
7.5. Score, yes.
7.5, so already holding on to the 2 best numbers in this heat. The current number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings.
Yeah, well, he finished runner-up to this event just behind Jacob Wilcox when we kicked off the Challenger Series in Newcastle. So he'll be looking to go one more.
Absolutely. Vaast also has the Challenger Series title on the line. So, you know, even though they're pressure-free, there's still a massive goal here for Cali with Eli Hanneman getting bumped out of the last heat.
Do we know what he has
previous
to do
heat
in terms of results?
Yeah, I can tell you that, Rich. So Eli Hanneman's going to finish up on 27,635 points. And if Vaast gets through this heat, he'll still have to crack the final.
Okay. Well, I think a lot of people just thought that Eli was going to sew it up here, but going out in that last round.
Sorry, I think if he makes the semis,
okay,
he'll overtake Eli on the rankings. 20 minutes to go here. Morgan Siblic, he has been so rock solid in this pressure cooker final Challenger Series event. He surfed really well. He's looked to be in attack mode. You know, that there was a few competitors, even those that did qualify, that looked like they maybe, you know, had seaweed in their leg ropes as they were trying to surf their waves. You could sense that they were feeling the weight of the occasion. We are going to chat to someone now who's not feeling the pressure at all. Alistair Reginato, a solid heat score total in that last one, Flick.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not feeling the pressure. Well, it doesn't look like it from our point of view. Talk to me about that heat. You came up against Dilmoff, obviously someone who's a good friend of yours, and we've had a big Aussie contingency down here. How was that out there with the mate?
It was super fun. Yeah, I mean, Dylan and I have been chatting the last couple of days. It's always like a weird one getting a match up, but for both of us, it didn't mean too much for qualification or anything, so we were just frothing to be out there together. And yeah, he was ripping, and I was stoked that I got to take that last wave off him because he would have definitely got the score. But yeah, such a fun heat with Dill.
Talk to me through to finals day now and potentially equaling your best result on Challenger Series. How are you going to prepare for that, knowing it's coming up tomorrow?
Yeah, stoked I got the rest of the Arvo off and can put the feet up a bit. But yeah, frothing just to keep the ball rolling. So everything that I've been doing is working, so not change too much going into tomorrow. It could be a big day, and yeah, just get some rest and fuel up ready for a big day.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here. He's going to get some rest and fuel up for tomorrow, guys. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, chasing that big result. He's locked in his spot for the Challengers next year, Rick. Alistair Reginato. But a huge opportunity to get his best ever Challenger Series finish here in this final event. As we see Sheon Crawford there in the middle of the screen, and we mentioned it before, this next heat, it's got, you know, massive consequences for a couple of surfers. Sheon Crawford needs to win this event to qualify for the CT. Levi Slawson needs to make the semi-finals to climb ahead of Liam O'Brien.
Well, Liam and Matthias will be watching, or you would think they'll be watching this next heat very closely, because it is going to have implications either way.
And we mentioned before, you know, even though Vaast and Morgan Siblic, they have shored up their place on the championship tour, they still want to chase down that title, of course. Vaast, if he cracks the semis, he can overtake Eli Hanneman on the ratings. Morgan Siblic and Cali, it's unlikely they'll be knocked out of the top 5 now, Rich, and that's crucial too. That means you'll skip that first round when you get down to the first stop at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Just under 17 minutes to go here. Morgan with some work to do. Needs an 8.5 at the moment as we take a Bonsoy brew break.
Beach Hotel, the center of all the action at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. We got happenings every single night, bands, DJs, and the conclusion of it all, after we crown our men's and women's champs here, the big after party is going down right at the Beach Hotel. Walk in, enjoy the luxury of the Beach Hotel. Excellent food, open kitchen, beautiful patio dining with an ocean view. The Beach Hotel, certainly a must stop while you're in Newcastle.
Oh, it was an unbelievable after party at the Beach Hotel. One of the great establishments to sit, watch the surf unfold. Iconic images of Merriweather greats up there on the walls of the Beach Hotel, and yesterday hosted the 40-year anniversary celebrations of this iconic event that we got two surfers out there in the lineup that are desperate to take out. Vaast got a runner-up finish. It's how he kicked off his Challenger Series campaign last year. A successful campaign. Morgan Siblic as the lone Merriweather Surf Riders Club member left in the draw. He's got the hopes of the hometown on his shoulders, and he'll be feeling it out there at the moment, Rich, because it's a healthy lead that Vaast has put together.
Yeah, he's just, Cowley's just popped Morgan's bubble a little bit here, and you can just feel a shift in momentum. And Morgan, well, he has been on the attack all week long and just looks so polished and on point. And just at the moment, finds himself wanting. Needs to really track down a decent ride here. Looks like the wind's just, again, picked up a little bit, starting to shift around to that east-northeast direction. Vaast, complete control of this heat at the moment, but we know that Morgan Siblic really capable of dropping some big numbers at the moment, needing that 8.5. As a competitor with still just under 13 minutes on the clock, he would be thinking, I'm going to have to do this in 2, because he's going to have to assume that Cowley's going to drop that 6.5 at some point. So still needing 2 rides, in my opinion, from here. Morgan Siblic, decent set approaching. Looks like he's starting to get himself into position. Morg's just a welcome return to the championship tour. It was an easy story to get behind. It's almost like a bit of a wide-eyed grommet when he made the tour. He was just so likeable, spoke from the heart.
Nothing's changed. Big show of ivory when he learnt that he'd qualified for the CT. Best chompers in the business, as we see. Those that have locked in their place on the championship tour for this year, and we mentioned the hunt for a top 5 finish is well and truly on. It's going to be tough now. Callum Robson outside the top 5 is the only surfer still chasing that big result. Everyone else will really struggle to get to the upper end of the Challenger Series ranks in this final contest. 11.5 minutes to go out there in the water at the moment, but you know, it's a great result for Europe at the moment. They've got Vaast on the men's side. They've also had a really big push on the women's side. A majority of the surfers making that jump to the CT. Representing Europe, Portugal is in there, obviously. France represented as well. So here's Zabrowski taking out the Challenger Series already and still rolling in the event. It's all just kind of going Vaast's way at the moment. He's just had the rhythm. And pretty reasonable throwaway scores as well. His last ride didn't go into his top 2, came through at a 5.87.
Well, he just squeaked through in the round before this one, Ronnie. I don't think he actually thought he'd gotten through it till he got back up on the broadwalk here, and he was like, yeah, made it. His mates told him what was happening, but yeah, it was that final wave where he secured his spot into this round. There's always something feels good as a competitor when you make the final day. You hear the word quarter-final, you got that word final. You know it's going to be an okay result, but the final event that we're here in the Challenger Series, this is, you need to go all the way.
Every event win is special, but you know what, these two surfers have in front of them two of the most sought-after titles with the most incredible honour rolls in the game, in the sport of surfing. Here at Surfest, every surfer that's taken out the men's event has gone on to the CT. And I think that will remain true when we crown our winner, whether they've been to the CT or not. It is a heavily stacked field, that's for sure. Not much in that last ride for Vaast, and it won't factor into the heat, but you know, Morgan's been super composed and patient out there with priority. Even though, you know, there's a real edge for Cowley, a full point in Cowley's second score, and Morgan's current counting ride, an 8.5 is so within reach for Siblic. He just has the power and he has the form at the moment, but he's done a lot of sitting in this heat.
Yeah, and sometimes that can start to build that pressure. You know, he would, in his mind right now, be thinking, okay, we're at 9 minutes. I'm still probably going to have to do this in 2. I know I can do it in 1, but 2's probably a better pathway at the moment. And just given the paddle out, you know, the calculations are starting to work against him.
Morgan's magic run in 2021, Rich, you know, it was built on a strong start in Australia. Got himself a top 5 finish. I think he would have learnt so much from the pressure and just the bright burning spotlight that, you know, came his way just because of his successes. He seems like a way more composed competitor, but just fighting your way back to the CT, how hard is it?
Oh, yeah, it's a huge mountain to climb, and credit to him because it wasn't an easy road. He'd climb up and then slip back down again. He sort of dealt with a few injuries as well. He's had a couple of really knowledgeable heads in his camp. We lend into the knowledge of the hog, Nathan Hedge, and he's been a bit of a pillar for him. Really just staying focused on that positivity. He went back to work. He's doing some lifeguarding, so nothing like a little injection of reality to bring you back into focus.
I think the big bonus for Morgan last year was getting the call up to compete down there at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Yeah. And a reminder that he belongs on the CT, cracking the semi-finals there. Also a strong performance on the Gold Coast up at Burleigh Head. So, you know, he's had these little reminders along the way, and you talk to his peers on the Challenger Series, and most of them will say that, you know, the feeling is he's one of the best surfers not on the CT at the moment. Yeah, totally agree with that. Also got to give credit to the crew at Sharp Eye. They've been working with him a lot, and the weapons, they're looking incredible under his feet. See this wind's puffed up a little bit more, Ronnie. Conditions ever changing, the versatility, adaptability of these surfers. Definitely.
Always very important.
These two capable of going to the sky, but more often than not relying on their power when the waves are like this. However, the surfers in the next heat, that really important clash in Heat 6, Levi Slawson and Sheon Crawford, if they find an onshore wind and a ramp, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I think Sheon in particular, he is going to take to the air without a doubt.
Here goes Levi, looking psyched. The heat of his life is coming up. Needs to crack the semi-finals to guarantee his place on the championship tour.
Come on, run faster, man.
Having a bit of fun with the cameraman. He's trying to convince himself it's another heat.
Yeah, he's in good spirits.
All right, let's dive into the GWM heat recap. It's been the Cowley Vaast show in this one. Morgan Siblic's been pretty quiet so far.
Yeah, Cowley Vaast has been rock solid, just finding beautiful waves and being able to open up and get that power hook on lock. But Morgan, he's had a couple of good showings as well. That beautiful big rebound on the backhand. Cowley loving this open face carve, really tapping into that power that he has. Little tail flare there, so great variety. And Cowley just seems like he's been in sync with the better waves in this heat, but he's converted on each and every try.
We talked about Morgan Siblic, the fact that he's been able to lean on the experience of Nathan Hedge, who's just such a, engaged, fiery competitor. But Kelly Vaast, he's had unreal people around him as well. As a Grom, under the mentorship of Hira Teranatufa, Michelle Perez, and Jeremy Flores, of course. But the French Surfing Federation has done a great job in putting experienced heads in the camp of these surfers. And have a look at this one for Morgan. Dynamic start, looking for a big finish here, and he'll find it. He was after an 8.5. That's definitely going to be a good score.
Here comes the comeback. You can never write him off. You knew at some point Morgan was going to come bouncing back, full fists, flaring. As we check the Bioglan replay, beautiful snap to start things off. Connects with the lip there, beautiful flare. And then rock solid with the finish. Just a little conservative on the third turn, but I like it. He needed to convert this wave into a number that this opening two-turn combination, that's where most of the points are going to come from. Great rhythm through those three turns.
Kelly Vaast had a 7.5. He had a beautiful big open face carve and then punched his way through the pocket. But the third turn, it was really just adding the extras and getting a tidy finish. Morgan with a taller wall that stood up on the inside for the big finish. Is the 8.5 a possibility here, Rich?
I think it is. I felt to me right on 8, and bang, there it is. It actually has just dropped right on 8 points. I asked myself, did that feel excellent? And it did feel excellent. I just don't think it was that score, so I think the judges actually got it pretty bang on, and this puts him into a position where he can strike. There's Nathan Hedge on your screen. Right there.
I know. He got an 8, so he needs a 6.
Well, this is that calculation that I talked about earlier.
This is the problem for Morgan, though. He's on the inside and he's wearing waves on the head here.
So Cowley out the back with priority.
I think the judges nailed that. Even though Morgan had a stronger finish, I think there was quite a bit in that big carve and pocket blast from Kelly Vaast as well. So, a great comeback in the heat. And like he's done right through this contest, Morgan staying so composed and locked in to the moment. He hasn't gotten ahead of himself. He hasn't lost that kind of focus yet, Rich.
No, not yet. And, well, a casual Kelly Vaast just cruising towards Morgan Siblic here. He'll try and close out these final 2 minutes.
Well, Morg's finding some space down the line, taking off on this one. Might need to go to the sky on this final section. He gets a couple of hits in, drifts the fins. He's not going to get the air. Nathan Hedge punches his fist. Is there enough in it?
Never say die, Morgie, down the end section.
Thinking back to his first ride on the backhand, it was a tall section that he hammered for a 5.5. That was an insider. It was steep. There was plenty of punch in it. But is it the 6-point ride that he needs here, Rich?
Comes from behind on the first section. The second turn, that's where most of the points are going to come from. He executes it cleanly. The question marks here, Ronnie, are around the size of the wave and the first turn. It feels close, gut feeling. It really could go close. They're going to compare it.
He's wrapping it up. And we're waiting on the score to come through, and the number drops here. It is a 5.23. I think the comparison was always going to be made to his opening ride, which the 5.5, it was a set wave, one big section, and he did club it. He's had a magic run through this contest, Rich, but it looks like it's coming to an end here.
Yeah, and, well, what a showing for Morgan Siblic. Secured his place on tour. He's locked into that top 5 position on the Challenger Series, which means he's going to bypass that opening round down at the Rip Curl Pro, Bells Beach.
Yeah, that is massive too, isn't it? I mean, that guarantees you a bit of extra prize money straight away which is going to be crucial for Morgan. And it also, you know, just means that with no second chances on the CT this year, with every heat and an elimination heat, you know, that just gives you that added little boost of confidence. And yeah, he can hold his head high, Morgan. I know he'll be disappointed. Once he got past the major goal of locking in his spot on the CT, he would have woken up in the new day and go, okay, I got a new goal. That's to win Surfest. Every Novocastrian wants it.
Yep.
But Carly Vaast, he just started so strong.
Yeah, he was rock solid. You know, okay, let's just think here whether, you know, Morgan, if he had gone out the back, Cowley probably would have sat on him. He would have been stressing for a wave. So I think it was a good move to pull the trigger. The wave just let him down a little bit, or perhaps he just needed to go to the air. Yeah, there was no other opportunities in that heat. I did mention, or want to mention, that Carly Vaast, he's had good people in his camp as well. I mentioned Hero, I mentioned Michelle, Jeremy Flores, also Alan Ryu and Joanne Daru, who has turned into a super coach in this last year. He's had such a strong effect and influence on the French team. Tiz Zabrowski taking the Challenger Series, and now Carly Vaast is just a heat win away from overtaking Eli Hanneman and sealing the Challenger Series championship as well. We're going to take a quick break here. We got another huge clash for you. In fact, the biggest of the round coming up. Stay with us. Welcome back to the show. The World Surf League and Newcastle SURFEST acknowledge the Awabakal people as the traditional custodians of the land and waterways. Here at Merewether, we pay our respects to Awabakal people, their elders past, present and future, and extend this acknowledgement and respect to other First Nations peoples and cultures who join us in person and online, watching the broadcast and getting set for the heat of the round. One that has qualification consequences for Levi Slawson from Encinitas, California, who needs a semi-final finish in this contest to lock in a spot on the CT. Shion Crawford chasing a victory to get himself in a 10th position. The dream will end for one of these competitors in about 26 minutes time. We've got a couple of throwaway scores on the board for both campaigners, so nothing of consequence out there at the moment. Levi Slawson's holding on a priority, Rich. Which way do you see this heat going? Oh, flip a coin on this one, mate, honestly. There's an unpredictability to Shion Crawford and how he approaches these heats, he will be just feeling pressure-free. I don't think he's really engaged in the whole thing about winning the event and making it. He's just probably thinking in the moment, how can I put on a good show for this crowd here? How can I make a dent and really get this experience on the Challenger Series?
You really think that Sheon Crawford's not thinking about qualifying for the CT?
I think he's probably entertained the thought, but I honestly think he is just in the moment. I think if there's any pressure, it's probably on Levi at the moment because he's a little closer. And
we did mention it earlier this morning. You know, it's a bit further away for Sheon. This is, you know, Levi is only a couple of heat wins away from qualification. Winning the event is a whole different challenge, but we'll see what unfolds here. But at the moment, Sheon just in a marathon effort to punch back into the lineup as we bring up the Men's Challenger Series live rankings. And Vaast with that heat win moves a step closer to potentially taking the CS victory this year. Rich, Callum Robson, he is still alive in the draw as well, having climbed now into the top 10.
Yeah, well, I guess Callum's also got the opportunity to jump into that top 5 maybe with the win. We'll have to look at the numbers on that. And that puts Sammy Pupo in a bit of position where he might be faced with that opening round when we hit Bells Beach. But Levi Slawson, Dimitri Poulos at 12th and 13th. They have an opportunity over the next 2 days to make their dreams come true. And Sheon Crawford back down there at 18. Really cool that he's solidified his place in the top 20 as we see Vaast got the win. He's really happy.
There's Joan Deroux.
Connecting with the European crew.
Yeah, the French team.
Il a bien surfé, mais là-bas, il a fait. J'étais là, pas bloqué. Mais on était dehors, mec. Ouais, mais on avait passé la zone. C'est pour ça que moi j'étais là. C'est trop loin. Mais bon, ils ont compté.
You spent a lot of time in the southwest of France, Rich. What were the boys saying to each other then?
They were just saying that bank down towards that northern end just allowed a little bit more opportunity, and you know it was a consistent heat, some solid performance. Let's just do it again, or something along those lines.
You were spot on about Callum, you know, resetting his focus on a top 5 finish on the Challenger Series. If he can win through his round of 16 heat, he will overtake Sammy Pupo on the points. So that is a crucial clash for him as well. Still so much on the line.
There's so many little stories within each and every heat of this event. You know, there's all these little challenges and rewards that are just dangling for these surfers.
22 minutes to go here. No major scores locked in. Levi and Sheon back out there though. Sheon with priority. Really have been impressed by Sheon's performances in the last year. It's amazing to think that he's kind of a little farther down the ratings than he actually is, just how well he surfs. But, you know, that could be said about a lot of competitors on this Challenger Series as Levi gets on the attack. This will be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, nice tidy 2-hit combination there from Levi Slawson on the forehand. So we look at the replay here. Bit of a triple pump off the bottom, gets up and over the roof of that one, and then connects again. So on both those turns, the lip line's already coming down, and Levi just sort of jumps up onto the lip, does the turn through the lip, and then brings the board down.
Well, a lot of people tuning in, obviously just surf fans on the whole tuning in, but that Encinitas zone down there, California, no doubt locked in on Levi here, and Sheon Crawford has all the Hawaiians behind him as he campaigns for a victory in this event. But I'm sure there's a whole lot of Brazilians and Mateus Hurdy fans tuned in watching this one as well, because if Sheon bumps Levi Slawson out of this heat, out of the event, there's only one surfer that can be knocked out of the top 10 at that point, and that's Liam O'Brien. Dimitri Poulos is on the bottom side of the draw. So if you think about it, if Shion progresses through this heat and has a crash course to Dimitri in the semis, only one of them's going to crack the final.
Correct.
And that means, you know, it'll be a battle for that 10th position. But this is, it's an intense moment, obviously, for Mateus at the moment. He'd be super nervous. A 4.67 for Levi Slawson. It's not the kind of number that's going to settle the heart rate for him.
No, not at all. But in the scheme of things, in the story of this heat, at 4.67, it looks okay at the moment. But Shion just looking for an update here. That wave of the hand signifies to the beach announcers, hey, what's going on? He wants to know what Levi scored on that so that he can reset his approach. But at the moment, I think he just needs to stick to his guns. Stick with that approach that he's used to get to this point in the event so far. And that's been with a really pressure-free, like aggressive approach. I think that's where his sweet spot is, where he operates the best.
So yeah, top side of the draw, Rich. Relatively relaxed for us as spectators, and calling those first few heats of this round of 16, those first 4 heats. We had a lot of people outside of, well outside the top 30, basically just on a magic run to finish off the year in style, but not sort of dealing with the anxiety around that qualification story. But in this bottom half of the draw, our guts are going to be twisted. 18.5 minutes to go here. We're going to hear from the winner of the last heat in a moment, but right now we're seeing Shion Crawford climbing on top of that first section beautifully, up into the pocket again. This wave's starting to fizzle down the line, and he's going to get out of there, but that'll match up with Levi's opening ride. Might even do better than it. Let's see a replay in a moment, but right now we'll hear from the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, mate, we got you.
Take it away, Flick.
Thanks, guys. Just having a little debrief with Callie about the conditions. You said it was kind of tricky out there to hear. You obviously mentioned you were trying to look in to see, you know, what your coach, Juan was telling you what to do. Talk to me about that relationship, because I know that, you know, we obviously know what you're capable in, you know, waves of consequence, but you've obviously put a lot of work in on the beach breaks this year with the results. Can you talk to me about that a bit this year?
Yes, that was the goal. Challenger Series is not easy. It's like beach break pretty much every time, and then super hard condition. And then the thing is, like, every event we had all kind of conditions in terms of the wind, with the tides, and also the banks. So it was really hard, and then that was a big thing we did to train for with Juan, and then also trying to get the best boards possible. And thank you, JS, too. And yeah, that was a hard work. And then since the beginning of the season, we had up and downs. Like I had good results and also first rounds every time. So it was tricky to keep this consequence, like, how do you say, like consistency. But yeah, I'm super happy right now. Made another round and into the next one.
Talk to me a little bit about, you know, obviously there's motivation in this event for you to go deeper into the draw. When we talk about seeding for the World Tour, with Eli Hanneman out, there's opportunity for you to climb those rankings.
Yes, of course. That's the goal since the beginning of this contest. That's why I came here, also to qualify, like to make sure I was qualified. And yeah, keep going as much as I can and as far as I can on this competition to go first. That's the goal. I really want to, and yeah, let's go.
Sweet. Well, I just had word that if you get finish third, you climb to #1 on those rankings. So let's see how you go on finals day, Callie.
Let's go, finals day.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Flick. And he was here on finals day last year. A runner-up finish for Carly Vaast. You heard Flick say it. If he cracks the semis, he will take the Challenger Series title. But here is the Bioglan replay of Shion's impressive first hit here. Came through at a 4.83, Rich, so really comparable to Levi's opening ride.
Oh, he nearly got a grab rail bottom turn. comes behind the section, up and under the lip of that wave as it was coming down. So a really sort of critical moment on that wave in the opening turn. Did well to connect the dots on 2.
He did, yeah. It was a tricky wave to surf. He juiced 4.83 out of it. He's got himself back in the heat. 15 minutes remaining here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SurfEst presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SurfEst, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SurfEst, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SurfEst, presented by Bonsoy. And yesterday got the opportunity to chat to a 2-time winner here in Newcastle, Tom Carroll, and just get his thoughts on this final Challenger Series stop. And he just said the emotion was unbelievable. And feeling the emotion right now, Dimitri Poulos, he's coming up in the next heat. Got to crack the final to give himself that shot at the CT. He's such a good surfer, Rich. He's been super impressive on his run through this contest. He impressed us here last year when he kicked off his Challenger Series campaign, and he's going to have to continue to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was in the event last year where I really got my first good look at Dimitri Poulos, and he made me sit up and go, whoa, this kid's really good. Like, he's got something here. So I think he has to progress through this next heat to match that or equal that score that he got here last year. But of course, he needs to go better than that if he wants to make the tour.
Yeah, it was fun talking to Beck Woods, Tom Carroll yesterday. I was asking them, I was just really interested to know how they, in the big pressure moments of their careers, you know, just blocked out the anxiety and the stress. And Beck just said she just always maintained an attacking mindset, and didn't overthink things, just focused on herself, you know, certainly engaged in the strategical battle that was unfolding, but you know, in the early stages of heats, I think she was ignoring numbers like we've got on screen at the moment and just saying, hey, you need to still bank big numbers to win this heat and put it out of reach. You're not going to win it with a couple of fours. So those big, excellent scores are key. And we'll see if these two can ramp things up, because it's a low-scoring heat at the moment. There's nothing in it. Sean Crawford can easily get himself up into the #1 position.
Yeah, absolutely. It's someone's going to bust this heat open sooner or later. Bit of a scrappy heat so far. We've got a paddle. Here we go.
Yeah, Shion loading up for a big finish down the line. Throws the oop, sticks it. Can he finish this off? Bit of soap on the face, but it's no dramas for the big Hawaiian. He pumps his fists. And that is going to be the best score of the heat so far.
Well, one man who's celebrating more than anyone, and that is Matthias Hurdy, because he knows that if Shion Crawford advances out of this heat, his dream of making the championship tour will be a lock. And that is the best wave of the heat so far.
Wow. This is a true attacking mindset. The big oop rich.
Yeah, it was clean, got the landing, and then at this point, he knew he just had to finish it, and a difficult section. That closeout just had rivets and ridges and a foamy surface, which made it very, very difficult. I don't mind this choice of manoeuvre there. That section, that alley-oop proved to be a functional manoeuvre and a progressive, innovative, showing for the judges there.
You know, considering he didn't come off a lurching coping, he almost launched that, got that pop off the lip. He manufactured the height out of that air. I think there will still be some credits. The combination of a really complete rotation and then into a pretty chunky end section. We'll see how high the judges go on the scale with this, but it's certainly going to see him into the lead and, you know, give Levi Slawson something to really think about here in the final 9 minutes.
Yeah, there's some pressure building now for sure on the shoulders of Levi Slawson. It feels to me it's a 7 range, and that is really going to start putting the pressure on. Waiting for scores. Here we go. We see some numbers dropping. Likely be a low to mid 7. Here we go, 7.5.
Yeah, good call, Rich. Yeah, you kind of got the feeling it wasn't going to go excellent. You know, those numbers are kind of reserved for the thicker, more critical sections. But Shion did well. He did well to get the height. He did well to, you know, really plant the move with no recovery time. Straight back onto his toe side rail, driving down the line for the finish. 7.5. Levi Slawson now needs a 7.66. And he's really been carrying a lot of momentum through his heat so far. He's had a lot of attempts at big numbers, and he's kind of converted and led from the front. Now he's chasing, as we see that Stone and Wood slow-mo of the last ride for Shion.
Yeah, it was a really functional version of that alley-oop. You can see him just eyes on this section as it comes towards him, and he does really well to steer the board down. And you can be forgiven for, saying, oh, Shion Crawford, he's such a happy-go-lucky guy. He's always joking around, having a laugh, but just that little fist claim at the end of that just shows me how invested he really is in this. And this is a huge step in his career if he can make this heat.
Needs the win to have a chance at getting up into the top 10. So it is going to be a massive accomplishment if he can get that done. Just on 7 minutes to go, we're going to have a look at the GWM heat recap now. Levi Slawson starting pretty well on an average looking wave, managed a 4.67 here.
Yeah, just some good no-nonsense surfing here for Levi Slawson, and you can see the intent. He goes, okay, I'm just going to build a couple of good scores and then I'll really open up. But it was Shion who looks like he's been going for the more high-risk manoeuvres in this heat, really throwing caution to the wind, staying connected. And when this heat broke open, it was when he took off on this wave here. A high-risk manoeuvre here. The judges love to award that progression, that risk-taking approach, and at this point needed to finish this ride. And you can see there just the emotion starting to ooze out of Shion Crawford. And if he gets another wave here, he's going to make things really difficult for Levi.
Levi, when he's on and feeling confident, has a really high strike rate with his airs. But he's in a whole different, he's going to be in a whole different mindset now, chasing a 7.66. You know, does he stand back and kind of size up the wave in front of him and go to a combination of major turns, or does he put the that pressure on the front foot, drive down the line and launch himself into the sky.
The percentage play is to stick to the face of the wave at this point and lock it down, but wow, it's a hero or zero kind of moment, really. He needs a 7.66, so he is actually going to have to put together a decent ride to get that number with 5 minutes to go. I think 2 waves is out of reach. He's going to have to do it in 1.
As a competitor, Rich, talk to me about what 5.5 minutes feels like when you're leading a heat and what it feels like when you're chasing a number and your CT dream is on the line.
Yeah, so for Levi Slawson, it is all on the line here. He's going to have to somehow just talk to himself in this moment and say, if I get the opportunity, I need to go. And, you know, you're hoping for that clock to just go so slow. In contrast, Shion's going, let's get this thing going. And he wants time to go double speed. And
That's what it feels like, though, right?
Yeah.
It feels like things would be going in slow motion for Shion. For Levi, every time he paddles over a wave and doesn't see something approaching, he's just going, oh no, I've only got 5 minutes.
Yeah, and that clock is going to tick down so quickly for Levi.
We were talking about it the other day, just in that situation for Levi, sitting out there chasing a score, when you start to see other competitors enter the lineup and they're actually arriving at the takeoff zone, you start going, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Panic stations.
Well, Levi in his mind is just going, I'm going to get one shot at this. I need to pick this wave. I need to surf it out of my skin. If he pulls back and has a mediocre or moderate approach to it, he's in danger of putting himself out of that comfort zone, because these guys normally, you know, they're surfing at 90%, 100% all the time. And sometimes if you surf conservatively, it can actually stifle your performance in a way. So I think he just needs to go full throttle at it. Shion, in contrast, would be going, just give me another wave so I can better that 4.83, and I'm really going to start getting the hammer and nails out on this one.
Yeah. Yeah, if you give a block splitter a half swing, you'll never get through the lump of wood. You'll get stuck.
Yeah.
And Levi's got to keep that full swing, that haymaker approach in mind as he takes off on this wave. This may be his last shot at it. He's loading up for an air on the end section, throws the oop, but lands awkwardly on the roof. Lucky for him, he didn't get swamped and taken over the falls.
Yeah.
So he should get back into the lineup and get another shot at it here.
Well, it's super lucky. And if I was Shion Crawford, I would be hammering towards Levi Slawson now. And it looks like he is starting to head south. So let's see what happened here. Big section looming. Levi takes to the air, but just doesn't quite get that rotation. He didn't have enough speed going into it. And kind of landing on the roof of that wave, that would have been a really difficult section to come down on.
It was an ugly ramp down the end too. It didn't really throw top to bottom. So Levi, I think, recognised that, went for the oop. You know, it was always going to be hard though to turn that air into a 7.66, because Shion had a combination of moves on his ride. So even if he stuck that, I don't know if it would have been the score. 2 minutes remaining here. Matthias Hurdy watching on with Julian Wilson, who's been really just trying to keep him in positive spirits over the last couple of days. It's been a rough ride for him, but you know, in 2 minutes' time, he might just lock in his spot. But have a look at this one, standing up. And Levi has some space here.
Wow.
And he gets another shot at it, standing on the tail. And he's loading up, trying to time this head section hit. It's a huge air. And he gets back out in front of it and stops a finish. And that could do it. That was monster. When the pressure was on, Levi Slawson has stopped an absolute gem. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Matthias Hurdy watching on.
I was actually tripping out that Shion was down the bank and stayed as far away as that.
What about this for a clutch performance, Rick? This air's huge.
That is massive. Just gets that lofty feeling in the air. That moment of levitation, the big straight air, gets the grab. You can see here, parks it, and now he starts to hit the gas. Eyes off that section, pops a beautiful straight air, and then gets that little bonus hit on the end, Ronnie. We know the judges love progression. They love to reward
this high-risk approach, and, mate, he just threw caution to the wind. We talked about surfing without those shackles on, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, that's swinging the axe. That's going through the block of wood and 3 feet into the dirt. That was unbelievable. This is going to be, I think, a really solid score here. We'll wait for the numbers to drop. He's after a 7.66. The judges are starting to log the score, and it is looking excellent for the Californian. An 8.17, Levi Slawson with 20 seconds to go. Keeps his dreams alive. Shion on the outside, hunting for an opportunity in the dying stages. He's still chasing the championship tour as well.
I tell you what, Matthias Hurdy is stuck somewhere between a nightmare and a blissful dream that is just, must be setting his emotions into overdrive right now because, mate, he was a minute away from making the championship tour.
Wow.
And now he's got to sit on the sidelines again for another night, potentially.
Yeah, well, Dimitri Poulos is in that next heat. And the same situation for Matthias Hurdy if Dimitri gets bumped. And then it's going to be... Matthias is going to be on tour, so so intense. What a finish, though. Such a massive run from Shion Crawford in this event, but you have to give credit to Levi Slawson holding his nerve, finding space in the dying stages and landing one of the straight airs of the event. This is monster, Rich. So much loft, and then finish this wave off as well. It is the fat boy right of the heat without question.
Oh, man, just full attack mode here. Hits that section so perfectly. The pillowy little landing just set him. Gave him enough time and composure to get him to that second section, but all the points are here. Oh, I love that he didn't do the 360 spin. I love that it was just the straight air with the grab. A real tip of the cap to those pioneers, Martin Potter.
If the drinks aren't on the house,
yeah, all of
if
that.
the drinks aren't on the house in the bars around Encinitas right now, shame on you. Levi Slawson has just represented himself in his hometown so beautifully here. Shion Crawford, magic job, mate. And
huge props to Shion Crawford.
He's got a future. He's going to be campaigning hard on the challenges next year, but well done, Levi. What a moment for him. Yeah, take a second, by all means. That was insane and will be one of the highlight moments. Another highlight moments in the 40-year history of this iconic event.
Are you serious?
He's actually got to settle now.
Come on.
He's got to compose himself because job's not done yet.
Well, they'll have some time to do that, Rich. That was a victory that he should enjoy for at least a little while. We're going to take a break here. We've got another huge clash around the corner. Matthias Hurdy's going to be watching on. It's Dimitri Poulos taking on Lucas Cassidy, Jesse Starling, and Vaughan Blakey coming in for the call.
Newcastle, Steel City, a city based around the beach lifestyle that Novocastrians truly enjoy. An eclectic mix of dining and shopping, as well as a vibrant surf community, home of four-time world champ Mark Richards.
Oh, we just love Newcastle and all the drama that is unfolding here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. What an ending to that last heat. Levi Slawson needed pretty much an 8 and got their galley. He would be elated right now. He is 1 heat away from qualifying for the championship tour. A couple of guys who I'd love to get a heart rate monitor on. It's Matthias Hurdy and Liam O'Brien, because their careers currently just are out of their hands and in the hands of Levi Slawson. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey. We were just screaming at the TV. That was an insane end to that last heat.
Yeah, it was, and it was just riveting stuff. So much pressure on this guy. He had to deliver in the dying seconds with a huge move. This section just sits up for him. He clicks it into the air, loft, hang time, greasy landing, and punches the end section for good measure, I should say. But Matthias Hurdy has just been watching. What has he done to deserve this sort of torture? He almost had it in the palm of his hand in his heat. That got ripped away. Just then, he was, as Richie Lovett said, a minute away from qualifying for the CT. It gets pinched again, and now he has to do it all over again as a spectator. But of course, it is all eyes on Dimitri Poulos, because this is the guy who needs to keep his dream alive as well. From Encinitas, we head up the coast to Ventura. Welcome. We hope you're enjoying the show. California surfing with so much on the line in these last couple of heats. And Dimitri Poulos is going to try and do what Levi just did for Ventura up the coast. This is an unbelievable scene down here at SURFEST.
I cannot get enough of this comp. Honestly, Levi Slawson, it's just so clutch, and I feel like as well, if you watched his footing, he had to change it on that end section. Obviously, we've got to take a look at these live rankings. In that top 10, only 2 staying alive. Vaast, he's into the quarterfinals. Cal, he's coming up in that next heat. But when we look at, 11 to 20, Levi, he's in 11th. He's 1 spot away, Vorno.
Yeah, that was just so clutch. I can't remember seeing something that exciting in quite some time. I mean, that was a radical move to pull out in the dying seconds, a buzzer beater for the ages. And he'll stay alive. And now it's Dimitri Poulos. So one guy exits the race for that final couple of spots. Shion Crawford, what a performance he's had in this one. He'll reset after, getting a taste of this Challenger Series, and you think he will be a danger man next year. Oh,
absolutely. Dimitri Poulos right now, though, has a big task of getting through Lucas Cassidy, who, as history shows, has Dimitri's number.
Yeah, okay. What's the deal?
So these guys have met up 5 times in the past. 4 wins have gone to Lucas Cassidy,
wow,
1 to Dimitri. So the Grom really getting the jump on Dimitri here. And we think back to some big results for Lucas Cassidy. That massive 10-point ride over in Bolito, that massive full rotation we saw. He would be super inspired by Levi Slawson. Except, right now it's just copping a couple sets on the head.
Yeah, well, it's been a funny morning down here. There's still plenty of energy in the ocean. We've had heats that were really, really quiet, and then there's the odd clean-up set that just reminds everyone, you don't want to be caught out of position. Lucas Cassidy, first year on the Challenger Series. I think he must be one of the youngest guys on the thing. He's only 17 years old, and, he'll finish high school in the next couple of months. He's been flying in and out of events, representing Mexico from Todos Santos, a wave that's, famous for being one of the heaviest big wave spots in the world. But this kid has every trick in the book as well. As you say, a 10-point ride at Bolito that will always be on the Challenger Series highlights reels.
Yep.
But yeah, this is a different kettle of fish from their normal heats, because Dimitri will be desperate to get through this one, and there'll be plenty of fight.
Yeah, the most pressure he's probably ever felt in a heat in his life. Started off his Challenger Series year right here with a 9th place, so equaling that result here for Dimitri. Lucas Cassidy, he's also equaling his best result this season over at Bolito, he got a 9th place finish there. This is also one of his best. So Lucas, he's not in contention for that kind of top 10 scenario right now. Dimitri, like we mentioned, he is. And after he got a big result here, he went on to get the wild card into Trestles to start off a really cool wild card campaign over there. So Dimitri, he's felt the love from the community. He's felt connection here before, had heaps of 8-point rides, even took down Morgan Siblic and forced Morgan into an interference in that heat as well. So obviously really connected with the place, and he's a sharp competitor. And to see your mate Levi just go and do it, I mean, the energy that I just couldn't imagine what they would be feeling right now.
Yeah, this is so tense. We know that Lucas has really looked at this year as a learning experience. He's obviously got Al Cleland Jr., the first ever surfer from Mexico to represent the country on the championship tour. He's desperate to be the second guy. But, you know, he'll have a little bit of work to do next year after he finishes school and stuff. But this is such a massive opportunity for Lucas. He's a live wire. And, you know, to go deep in the draw here and potentially get the win, that would be huge.
So we just had a heat restart. So no waves caught in the first 10 minutes of this heat. The clock resets. So now you can see what your thoughts for an extra 10 minutes out there in the water. And you know what? You've got to conserve energy out there too. There's a lot of water moving. You can see it on screen right now as we're watching Lucas Cassidy paddle. And you just got to imagine being Dimitri paddling for 10 minutes thinking, I have to make this heat if I want to achieve my dreams. You've just been paddling for 10 minutes.
Well, Dimitri is an incredible surfer. After the Pipeline Challenger, he went back to California and he competed in the 2026 CI Rincon Classic, which was pumping, like absolutely cooking. He took that out, and it was a really cool event. I think Mickey Clark, Connor Coffin, Dane Reynolds, just a few names in that final.
Oh, just a couple cheeky names in there.
Yeah, it was awesome. You know, being from Ventura, he turns up in the Chapter 11 productions, Chapter 11 TV, of course, Dane Reynolds' production house, far out. Maybe one of the most epic sort of culture hubs in surfing. But, you know, it's exciting for all of these surfers to see a guy from Ventura who could possibly get it done and represent the city on the championship tour. Dimitri could be that man.
And there's so many questions going around in the surf world right now. You know, who would you prefer to see on tour? And we were looking at a crop of guys where it didn't matter who got there. They were going to add, you know, before we started the day today, Shion Crawford, Levi Slawson, Dimitri Poulos, Liam O'Brien and Mateus Hurdy. They were the final 5 guys vying for 2 positions. You know, 2 spots left. Mateus and Lob looking to hold on. And think about Mateus Hurdy. I mean, he just had his heart completely ripped out of his chest, not once, but twice this event. Alistair getting him on a buzzer beater, then Levi Slawson getting Shion on a buzzer beater. He would be doing everything to make Lucas Cassidy win this event right now. It's just this heat.
I don't know if I could sit on the beach and watch this. I'd almost be packing up me bat and ball and going home and just, yeah, maybe even just finding a dark space to sit in until the day was over and just get someone to give me a call and tell me what happened. But he's invested. He's down here. He's got Julian Wilson with him. They're down there in the Revere Projects tent on the boardwalk. And there it is. That's a first little sniff from Dimitri Poulos, a 0.37 and more sets.
Oh my
clean-up time.
Gosh, it is just rolling through out there right now.
Hard enough when you're, you know, feeling the pressure and looking for opportunities. Completely different ball game when you just cop and roll through after roll through.
Oh yes, your arms would be sore right now. These guys, they'd want to take a bit of a beat. Someone who we're really looking forward to talking to, Levi Slawson, had his career in the palm of his hands and got the job done. He's down there on the glass with Flick.
That was, you know, one word for it, absolutely clutch. That's got to be the best absolute ending you could ever hope for in that heat. The 8.5 with the big straighty. Talk us through those last few moments and, yeah, how you feeling?
Oh, yeah. I'm kind of tripping, but at the same time, like, I feel like I kind of towed Shion into, like, his 7.5. Like, I felt like I could figure out where, like, the best peak was, and for some reason I kept moving towards that peak without priority, and sure enough, like, he's one of the best air guys in the world, and he did his alley-oop to big turn, and at that point I knew it was going to come down to me kind of matching that or bettering that with an air, because out there it's extremely hard to find combos with turns. So us both being air guys, we probably had that in our minds the whole heat. gosh, I just kept believing, and I just stayed calm, and yeah, he like couldn't catch the wave, and it just slid under and slid straight to me, and before I even stood up, I knew what I wanted to do, and yeah, to convert and do that it just means everything.
Obviously, that was a really big heat in the scheme of things. You've moved through to finals day, one more heat win, and you've got the job done. Are you thinking about it? How is your mindset? Talk to me about the feels.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm thinking about it, but at the same time, like, I've kind of like had some forgiveness about, you know, if I make it or don't make it this year. I feel like, of course, that's the goal. Everybody wants that. But just the last couple of days, like, you don't know the way the week is going to go. You don't know how you're going to feel on the day. So, you know, people keep dropping out and stuff like that happens. But I said in my interview the other day, like, if I don't keep making heats, that dream will never happen. So that's kind of the mode I'm in, is just like me and my coach show up every day and we look at the waves and we adapt and we go, what are my strengths out there? And yeah, I mean, my goal realistically is to win this event. You know, making the CT would come along with that, but I also just want to like prove it to myself that after a hard run the last like few months, just like I can still do this and I can still be there. So that's kind of where I'm sitting with it in my head. And yeah, I think the waves are gonna be fun tomorrow. So just looking forward to the opportunity to live my dream.
Well, you're one step closer to realising that dream, and yeah, you're looking really good. Keep the dream alive, mate. Go get some rest.
Thank you. And I just want to say hi to my friends and family back home. I love you guys, and thanks for the support. It means everything.
Awesome. Back to you guys.
I feel like the fans back home are probably screaming through the roof right now. That was honestly one of the most wild endings to a heat that we've seen all event long. And you watch that replay back, I swear that air just keeps getting higher and higher. Every time I watch, I'm like, that was a massive pop to get that far in the sky.
His demeanour right now is just so on point. Like, he seems so cool and calm. Yes, he took a moment on the sand. I think you'd have to after being able to pull off what he did. But it is business time for Levi Slawson. He wants to take this thing out. He doesn't, he's sort of put qualification, it seems like, as a secondary goal to winning this thing. And I think maybe that's the healthy way to approach it, because, you know, he wouldn't have pulled off that turn if he wasn't 100% focused on the job at hand. And just that interview then says a lot about where he's at. He's, you know, the adrenaline isn't there. He's not sort of baffled. He's not surprised. He's like, yeah, this is where I wanted to be.
Oh,
kind of kept an eye on what was going on. Like, it's a steely performance from this guy.
That is scary to see Levi Slawson in that. I'm not going to lie, he made my heart rate come down. I was up and about, and then just listening to how calm he was, I was like, you know what? Maybe I should go meditate. Maybe I should go like take a moment, because he was just so calm, so relaxed, and like there's so much stakes at hand right now, and he is just keeping it just all under the radar. Dimitri, he's got his career in his hands right now too. Quick float on that one. So Lucas Cassidy still looking for his first wave to start this heat off. But if we take a look at some of those quarterfinal blocks that we've already got matched up, Coda Walters taking on Caleb Tancred. That's going to be a crazy looking quarterfinal heat number one. We'll get back to this. Lucas Cassidy starts with a drift on the coping. He's going to come around, lay it on rail. There's a lot of wobble to deal with. Heaps of foam as well. Couldn't hold on for a finish here, but Lucas Cassidy, he's got no pressure. Total other end of the spectrum. He can just surf freely in this and know that if he just wants to win this event.
Well, that was a quality wave, and sadly Lucas, after a really nice first turn, just fell out of rhythm with it. There was so many points up for grabs there. It really sat up on the bank nicely, but just a little bit out of time with the second and the third turn, of course, not getting the make. So a little relief here for Dimitri, because that could have been scary. Lucas is travelling with his mum, Laura. They've been friendly faces around the comp. They've kind of been just doing a lot of time in that Bonsoy athlete zone, like coming down, setting up camp for the day, watching heaps of heats, even if he wasn't surfing. So, you know, really enjoying his experience here at Surfest. But this is Dimitri's wave. It was pretty much just a little look-see, nothing doing. And then this wave, oh man, look at it. It's just steep. Comes off the bottom. First turn was nice. Adds a little bit of risk, but then catches a little bobble on the bottom turn, so nothing really to speak of, and just really lost too much speed. So he couldn't get any extension out of that final turn, and the whitewash gobbles him up. missed opportunity there. It's still a 4-point ride.
Yeah, you take a 4 at this point in the heat. There's no scores really being locked in, but you definitely want to be building on that right now for Lucas Cassidy. Let's take a look at these next 2 quarterfinals. Finn McGill, Alistair Reginato, power v power. That is just going to be an incredible showdown. And then we get to a scary looking heat. Cowley Vaast taking on Levi Slawson. That is who Levi needs to beat to overcome and achieve his dreams to make it that championship tour.
Well, we just saw Carly, you know, take down the local favourite, Morgan Siblic. You figured or you thought that without the pressure of qualification on his shoulders, Morgs might cut loose, but it was a super slow heat. Morgs pushing Cowley, but, oh, man, Cowley looks so strong. A couple of turns that we haven't really seen, you know, one drawn-out frontside full-face hack into a beautiful re-entry combination. What's happening here?
They're doing a bit of a runaround.
Little runaround, okay. So, yeah, you can see that the ocean is super busy. A lot of power, a lot of push out here. So much work being done between waves in this heat.
Oh, my gosh. These guys would be absolutely gassed. And there's still 20 minutes to go. They've already been out there for 20 minutes and only caught 1 wave here for Lucas Cassidy, being that 4-point ride. There is just so much water moving, and there's a lot of power in there as well, which is something, you know, the women who they absolutely charge, but they're going to need to keep an eye on that. You know, maybe runarounds are the way to go today, just to reset, get yourself in some of that deeper water right where the channel is down the south end of the beach, and use the ocean to your advantage, because if not, you're probably going to find yourself paddling all the way down at Dixon Park, because that's how far down you're going to get swept.
It feels like there's been heats where the ocean just sort of turns into a big rapid. And when that happens, the waves aren't just, they're not as consistent, and the wave face isn't as clean. So it just happens with these tide shifts. But look at that. Wow, he was a long way up the beach, Lucas Cassidy. This heat, with so much on the line, is really starting to just torture everyone. You know, we want to see surfing, and unfortunately, it's just been a bit of a marathon here.
Yeah, Lucas Cassidy's going to need to suck in the big ones right now. He's got to take some big, deep breaths in. Even when we pulled out to that shot there, you could see just how much water was still rolling through from out the back. This is probably been the most relentless heats for sets that we've seen all day. It has been non-stop in this heat. Unfortunately, Dimitri, he's just been copping them as well. He only has a .37 and a 1.5 to his name here. But you never know what's going to unfold. You just never know. They could end up with 2 nines by the end of this heat. But I feel like just with the amount of energy, you know, these guys are really going to have to take into account that paddle back out and probably start again for 2 scores right now.
That's right. I wonder, you know, after seeing that last heat, how much the air game is going to factor into these guys' thinking. You know, if you only get the 1 section, are you going to be throwing major risk at it? Are you going to try and build house as the time ticks down? You'd think that the big move is going to come to play at some point. Both these guys have it. Dimitri, just such a fast surfer. I think of him and I just think down the line speed. He can engage the rail, he can set the fins free. But it hasn't been a heat where that sort of surfing has been able to be showcased.
Yeah, we're hoping it really starts to ramp up after this quick Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back with action.
Newcastle, it's not all about the beaches. We've made our way to Newcastle Harbor. Scenic stroll down the boardwalk, lined with cafes and restaurants. Enjoy the afternoon, take a stroll to the beach, enjoy some fishing, or just catch some of the scenery here.
Oh, Newcastle really does have everything that you need, everything that you want. Just like Kaipo said, that there's a really cool town down there on the harbour, and we're lucky enough to be staying down that way. So much life going on down there. It's the best of both worlds. You get to live on this inner city, but be on the beach. Not much more you can want. I'm Jessie, joined in the booth by Vaughn. We're taking you guys through a really important heat right now. Heat number 7 here in the round of 16. Dimitri Poulos needs to make this heat if he wants to keep his qualification dreams alive. We saw a last-minute heroics from Levi Slawson in heat number 6. But Dimitri, Vorno, just having a bit of a nightmare right now.
Well, I mean, both surfers are kind of just stuck in no man's land in this heat. There's been one opportunity. Lucas Cassidy got it, and thankfully for Dimitri, didn't really capitalise on the quality of the wave. Got one good turn in, got the 4, but he spent a lot of this heat, you know, paddling, duck diving sets. He had to do a run around. So, yeah, this has been a challenging heat, and I just know that, you know, everyone in California must be tripping out. This is such a big heat. Ventura in particular, Dimitri's home beach. You know, if you're tuning in right now, I can't even imagine how you're feeling, but I mean, spare a thought. As we see a little replay here, Dimitri, he cracks it off the lip, gets stuck. And that's weird. That looked like almost a little offshore puffed up then.
Yeah, it's just been swinging around
swirling
all day,
yeah.
this wind, but I feel like there was a bit of nerves in that turn there. That's a turn that Dimitri pulls off
exactly
every day of the week.
Yeah, and you know, I know everyone at home is feeling nervous, but do spare a thought for Matthias Hurdy. He's had to sit and watch, you know, 2 heats back to back that could decide his fate, or at the very least cause at least one more very restless night. Liam O'Brien, we knew with Shion and Levi surfing against each other, he was going to have to go all the way to finals day with barely a wink. That was just the way that the cookies crumbled. You know, one of those surfers was always going to make finals day. So Liam O'Brien sitting in 10th spot, the most precarious position. He's going to have to wait another day to find out how it's going to roll for him. But, you know, for Matthias, this heat could be the one.
It could be. If Dimitri gets knocked out right now, Matthias, he's on. He's on to the championship tour. He'll be another rookie that we add to a really good-looking class. I mean, just so much talent already welcoming onto that championship tour. Matthias Hurdy just itching to hold on to that 8th place position. And Lobby, he'd be freaking out as well. Calvin Robson came into this event sitting 11th, and with a couple big heat wins, he's moved all the way up to 8th. And the big story for Cal is obviously he's made the championship tour, but if he keeps making heats, you actually want to finish in the top 5, because then you bypass that entire first round. So that would be kind of Cal's lock-in vision right now.
Yeah, well, he's going to be challenged here, because Jackson Bunch has been on fire throughout this event. Yesterday, he put up 2 of the biggest turns we saw. You know, really big, full speed, aggressive backside lip attacks. He's got flair. Yeah, looking forward to that one. That's a real heavyweight clash. A couple of former CT surfers looking to go deep here at the Bioglan SURFEST presented by Bonsoy.
Oh my gosh.
Another roll through. This is unbelievable, this heat. I just can't believe what we're watching. You know, it's so hard to get into position when you're trying to find something on the inside, and then you just keep getting caught by these roll-throughs.
These guys have copped more sets on the head than anyone has all through the day. They have just been paddling the entire time. Good news is, right where they are, looks like the ocean has settled down a little bit. Doesn't feel like they're stuck in a big rip as such anymore, but it's so hard to tell, you know, sitting from the booth. 11.5 to go here. You just have to think that that little voice in your head might be starting to filter in right now for Dimitri.
Maybe. 11 minutes 20. And down the beach, have we got a paddle?
We do. It's going to be our young Mexican surfer, Lucas Cassidy. Connects with this first section here. A lot of foam, looking for a finish. Needs it if he wants to hold on to the win. Gets a nice finishing section there. It's not overly convincing for a big score, but the Riviera 10 are loving it.
Lucas Cassidy has never had so much support from, well, maybe not from that particular section of the crowd. They are sweating on him getting through this one for Matthias. He was up there, you could see him. But this again, it never really gets to a point where you're seeing the best of Lucas Cassidy. It's a nicely surfed wave. I mean, there are moments here, he banks off the bottom. That first turn is well placed, but are still not convincing as he rides out of it. A little caught in the lip, and he's just not putting this thing to bed. That's 2 opportunities he's had. I mean, he's surfing extremely well. These conditions are tough, and he's going to do a second run around and leave Dimitri Poulos in the lineup by himself. Let's see what he can do here.
Here he is. He's going to wait for that score to lock in for Lucas. He's gearing up for something big. Getting a lot of speed, lays into one big jam, but again, there's nothing really, I don't know, get you out of your seat.
Nah, and even that jam, it looked wobbly, didn't it? It didn't look like a fully convincing attack at that section. It's nice, but there's a lot of hunting on this wave. He snakes through onto the low road, starts to build speed, and as he loads up into this section, it just backs off on him. It's still a nice ride out, and it'll be a score, and crucially, you know, he has to stay in touch with Lucas here.
Yeah, so Lucas Cassidy just locks in a 5-5. This needs to be an 8-point ride if Dimitri wants to go to the lead based on one wave. It's not going to be that, but it's definitely going to bring down that requirement. And Dimitri opting for the paddle back out. So he's going to get back out, have priority, but just where he is in context to the rest of the beach and the peak with that much water moving out there, you know, he'll probably be quite far down.
Yeah, you know, that was a crucial wave for Dimitri. Lucas Cassidy had gotten out to sort of an 8-point ride, or an 8-point lead, I should say. So that's going to keep things a lot closer for Dimitri. It's just such a bummer that section didn't stand up a little more. You could just see it as he loaded in. The thing just backed off, and he was basically doing a bit of a cutty, really, through the whitewash. And the body language said it all, and the judges really, you know, not interested in that one, a 2.5. That's a really low score.
And now he's needing a 7-point ride. But it's just 7 is not out of the equation for his type of surfing. It is really big power surfing that we're used to seeing for Dimitri. And we just know if he gets on the wave, he can easily get that score. But I feel like maybe he's got a bit of a, obviously it's been one of those heats where there's lots of water coming through, and it's easier for me to sit here and say it, but maybe just a bit of a lackluster approach to trying to find those walls. But it's just been the ocean in full throttle this entire heat long.
Well, you know, you paddle out with a game plan. Most of it is based around getting waves and different scenarios with the scores, you know, managing the heat. But for both these surfers, it has just been almost like a lucky dip, just trying to find anything with a little bit of scoring potential. It's just been one of those really frustrating situations. And so the game plan now is just, if it looks half decent, give it to me, and you have to go full attack.
So Dimitri needs a 2nd place finish here if he wants to qualify for the CT. And to do that, you know, he needs Levi to also bow out earlier, because Levi, you know, he just has to make the semi-finals. There's so much that it needs to go down over the next, well, a little under 48 hours. But, oh my gosh, I just could not begin to imagine what Matthias Hurdy is going through right now. But you know what, best person ever to have in your corner, Julian Wilson, to just talk you through exactly what he's going through right now.
Yeah, Jules has been there. He's done it all. He's had clutch wins, none better than his Pipe Masters win. You know, that was right on the buzzer. But he's also had it ripped out of his hands. You know, he was in the world title race there one year. He and Medina, you know, they basically just tormented each other for years, much to all our enjoyment. Fantastic. But yeah, you know, like, Jules is a calming voice for Matthias Hurdy right now. You know, he's the first person who Matthias sort of collapsed into after narrowly just having that CT qualification miss out in his heat. It was Julian that Matthias sought comfort with, but you know, Dimitri Poulos, what is he thinking here? Surely he's just starting to get, give me the opportunity, Ocean. Let's go. I'm ready for this. I've waited all year for this moment. maybe we might just see him. Have a look here.
Yeah, we're going to go to the GWM recap. Lucas Cassidy with a couple of nice connections. He's got himself a 5-5 and a 4 here, but we're just waiting for someone to really take demand right now.
Yeah, there was a moment on that wave for Lucas Cassidy. He wasn't able to really capitalise on it again. A couple of little speedy turns, but no one is running away with this heat at the moment. Up and over, and the scores are reflecting that, a 4 and a 5.5 for those last two. This is Dimitri's best wave. It's only a 2.5. He was hunting down the line, and this thing just a washy bit of nothing, unfortunately.
Gosh, I cannot fathom what has happened in this heat. Dimitri on a good-looking, crazy bowl ahead of him.
There it is.
Laser jam for one big section here for Dimitri Poulos. 7-point ride. How scary and lumpy and bumpy did this section look coming towards Dimitri?
This was the tallest wave of the heat. It's a massive set. He jams into the tail and will ride out. And now we're looking at a number of meaning.
Wow, we're starting to see his scores lock in. It's a 6.33 for the one big turn. So now Dimitri only needing a 3.17. Matthias Hurdy, oh my gosh, this has been one of the craziest hours of his life.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my gosh, just watching Levi get that clutch 8-point ride in the last minute of that heat. Now Dimitri with 4.5 has put himself right back in contention here. Needs a 3.17, he's got a paddle and an opportunity. One section, lip line float. Can he hold on? Yes, he can. Wow, needs a 3.17. He's bound 2 waves with 6 minutes to go. Oh my gosh, Matthias is on the floor. That is, I can't even begin to believe what he's going through right now.
No, the knees are weak for Matthias for sure. But Dimitri Poulos turns, or looks like he will turn this heat in a couple of waves. The Stone and Wood slow-mo will show us just how critical this turn was. He actually hits the lip, flies out over a rib in the middle of the wave, so gets a little more sort of hang time as he free falls and disappears in the whitewash for a really spectacular looking make. And he's going to start burying those arms to the earlobes to get back out in time, because Lucas Cassidy's going to be dangerous here. But you just sense that,
wow,
you know, Dimitri was starting to get a little bit annoyed. He didn't look ruffled. I have to say, I didn't feel ruffled for him. It just felt like he was starting to get, you know,
annoyed.
Amped. Annoyed and amped. Like, I'm ready to go. Come on, give me anything. I'm going to get to work here.
Yeah, you knew as soon as he got the opportunity that it was no doubt that he was going to start chipping away at it. He was never going to come in with a 1 and a 2.5. It was just not going to be on the cards for Dimitri. He needed a 3.17. First score locking in at a 5. There's a 4.5, a 5.7, another 5 in there. It's a 5.1. So goes to the lead. Now Lucas Cassidy, he's chasing a 5.94 here. So we're under 3 minutes to go. Don't forget, these guys have been paddling for an extra 10 minutes. They had a heat restart. They've had about 100 sets on the head this heat. And now Lucas Cassidy, our young Mexican surfer, needs a 5.94 to take down Dimitri Poulos and let Matthias Hurdy breathe a little bit right now. I'm so torn, because I want Dimitri to make it, but I also want Matthias to make it. I genuinely don't know how to feel.
Yeah, well, this is what happens when you get to the final Challenger Series event of the season. There's just so much consequence in every heat. Every matchup can break your heart or elevate you to realising the dream. Out the back, Lucas Cassidy. He's got a big section. He'll take to the air. It's huge. It is huge. What is this?
Oh my gosh. Lucas Cassidy needed a 5.94 and just went ballistic on that. We need to watch that again. Luke, he is just so reliable for a moment like that.
There's no way Lucas Cassidy wasn't going to go to the air on this section. This kid already has a 10-point ride on this year's Challenger Series with one of these. Look at that, it is lofty.
What?
He gets so much distance and hang time.
What?
And oh my goodness, guess who just got an invite to Matthias Hurdy's next birthday? Lucas Cassidy has stomped a huge hanger here rotated to the flats. The Grom is frothing. And now Dimitri Poulos has got to pull something off. A miracle in the last minute to keep his dream alive.
I can't take any more, Vaughn. This has just been ridiculous. There's so many highs, so many lows. You're just constantly on the edge of your seat at this event because Lucas Cassidy, just when you thought, is there enough time? Is he going to get another wave? Just stomps one of the biggest airs that we've seen the entire event with shades of that big full rotation that we saw from Bolito. We spoke about it. That went to a 10. I think for the first time today, we saw Matthias Hurdy smile. He's just been looking like he's been in so much pain. First judge, a 9.5. Where is this going to go?
This number is massive. And Dimitri Poulos, you know, where is he in this lineup with 20 seconds to go? Because this number's going to be massive, but... Oh, Lucas Cassidy.
Wow.
What a talent.
9.23 for Lucas Cassidy. 10 seconds to go. Dimitri doesn't have priority next to his name. We assume he's not out the back.
Yeah, it's on.
He needs an 8.41. And that hooter, it's going to sound.
Oh, he didn't even get out the back.
Oh my gosh, Matthias Hurdy is on the championship tour.
The torment is over. I mean, I know he's realised a lifelong dream here, but that was one of the most tumultuous events of this young super freak's life. You know, has anyone ridden more heats without the Ration than Matthias Hurdy?
I cannot even begin to fathom just the last hour of torment is the perfect word, Vorno, of torment he's experienced and embraces with Julian Wilson there. That is incredible. He's qualified for the championship tour. We're going to see him at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach as one of the most excited, I think the whole world is excited to see Matthias Hurdy finally getting his rookie year on tour.
They really are. This is so well earned for a few years now. You know, everyone has asked the question, when? Not if, when is this guy going to make the CT? He's done it. He looks absolutely exhausted. He might just pack up shop, go home, go straight to bed and sleep for the next week, because that has been insane. And Lucas Cassidy, oh, take your cap off, doff the cap.
9.23.
Throw it on the ground and dance around it. Like it has been one of the great performances to get over the top of a guy with everything to lose. Dimitri Poulos, you have got to have commiserations for this guy. Oh, so close.
Wow, we just welcomed our 9th position into the championship tour for 2026. Matthias Hurdy, we need a minute, so we're going to take a minute. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. We've got some very emotional scenes down here. Matthias Hurdy, you have officially qualified. It's been an emotional roller coaster. I know you probably don't have many words, but if you can just articulate how you're feeling.
Just
Just feels like 6 years in one day. Like, fuck. I've been waiting for so long. Like, can't believe it.
Yeah. It's been an emotional day for you. I feel like this whole event has been an absolute, it's been the battle of ups and downs, and you have, Vaughan said it perfectly, you've almost really surfed more heats than anyone outside of the water, just watching your fate unfold. Can you talk to me? You've obviously here, you've got all the support. I saw you just embracing with Jules before, you know, all the Riviera support. Talk me through how important that's been for you in these, you know, really special moments.
Oh yeah, like, can't take enough. All the boys here, they all give me the best support. That's why I think I surfed well in my first 2 heats. I was not nervous at all. They made me feel really comfortable, and yeah, I just sorry. Just so many people I had to thank, you know, like that helped me throughout like the worst years of my life, and it just been so long. So many injuries, not making it for one heat like every year for the last 6 years now, just been that close for so many times. It's just been really tough. And
I feel, you know, obviously you spoke to it, you've been so close so many years, and you've finally realised that dream.
I'm not ready.
Oh, if you can, I mean, this moment, you've made it. Talk to me, what are you most looking forward to the 2026 Championship Tour? I know there's probably some places on that list that you're looking forward to surfing.
Yeah, sorry. It's just okay. The dream tour, my dream to be there since I was a little kid, you know, like I grew up in Joaquina Beach, and when I was young, I never thought that I would make this far, and yeah, I'm just really happy. And there's so many people I should have just thanked, you know, like they helped me so much. Jules and Riviera team, they all, you know, helped me so much. Everybody from my hometown, Florianopolis, my manager Daniel, my coach Leandro, Logan believed in me when felt like nobody believed in me anymore, and just my friends. I'm not ready for it.
I know. Thank you so much for taking the time to actually talk to us. I know how hard that was. But yeah, congratulations. The dream is realised, Matthias.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. I mean, you know, that's 6 years. It hasn't just been this event that's been torture for Matthias. He is such a popular surfer. He's so CT worthy. We've all known it. That's like one of the other things that he's had to deal with, you know, the expectation of surf fans all over the world. He's a surfer who gets everyone interested, you know, whether you're a free surfer or a comp surfer, he's someone that everyone looks up to. And no one can take this away from you, mate. Like, you've done it. You're going to be there for the whole year. The cut's gone. You're going to be surfing on the Dream Tour, realising your dream. And that interview was really, wow.
I've never had anything pull on my heartstrings like that.
Yeah, that was hectic.
I was holding back.
Well, Jess, I'd rather gargle sea urchins than go through what he's gone through at this event. I'd rather have a million reef cuts all over my body and jump in a lime juice bathtub than go through anything he's been through, because it has been so hard to watch the emotional roller coaster, you know, twice in a row having to cop it. But let's get into this heat, because this is a big one for both these surfers as well. Jackson Bunch on the backhand. He'll get started. And so much energy in this lineup. You can really see it, and a big finish. So a nice first wave here as we decompress from that emotional last heat.
Yeah, Jackson, he was so sharp yesterday in that last heat of competition. Not yesterday, day before, sorry. And he's looking like he's just picking up right where he left off. He's got a big task of Callum Robson, who's just also qualified for that championship tour. And he would know, you know, that with Dimitri losing in that last heat, that means that Mateus is on, so there's one last spot available, and it comes down between Liam O'Brien and, of course, we also have Levi Slawson. So it's just been an absolute emotional roller coaster this entire week, and these guys, both of them get to surf with a little less pressure on their shoulder than everyone else. Jackson looking to get in that top 20. Cal already got the job done. Like I mentioned, if he can finish in that top 5, he completely bypasses that first round on the championship tour.
You know, it is funny looking at this heat. Jackson Bunch in his rookie season looked so good at times, had some really memorable performances, and when he fell off tour, I was just thinking, what? How? Like, that doesn't make sense at all. So, you know, he's opened here with a 5. I think he's got something to stay here. A big statement at Surfest is just what Jackson needs at this point for Cal Robbo. You know, he's not the kind of guy who takes the foot off the gas once the job is done. He's got plenty to surf for. He'll reset his goals each moment that passes, and his goal right now is seeding. It's seeding places. He wants to make sure that he's bypassing round 1 when the CT kicks off on the backhand. He throws it up, and just a little misread there from Callum Robson.
Cal's one of those guys who fell off tour and did something with it. You know, he didn't want to just go back to the grind. Obviously, he did that, and he's back on the championship tour, as we just see him unfortunately go down here on the replay. But he also made something of himself while in these couple of years that we saw him off tour. He started his own business called Project 6, where it's an in-person coach with a CT surfer, you know, someone who's got second at Bells, had a 10-point ride on the championship tour before, and he also goes around to board riders clubs all across the country, spends a weekend with their grums, trying to better them, trying to help this next generation of surfers coming through our country, and then also, you know, represents Evans Head. He's a proud Evans boy. He also takes home a Grom competition to Evans Head every single year, and gets an incredible group of people to come down and talk. Darren Hanley went down to last year's one, Connor O'Leary as well. So Cal, yeah, just one of those surfers who has taken the idea of what is a professional surfer to a whole nother level.
Yeah, and his whole focus and what he's learned is, you know, giving back is a huge reward. It motivates you. It makes you feel like you're doing something beyond just focused on your own needs and your own goals, and he gets a lot out of it. And all that goodwill, it flows back into him when he's surfing heats like this. You know, everyone from all of those communities that he's given time to are cheering him on.
Yeah, I love just how quickly Cal pivoted. You know, he didn't sit in his despair for too long once he fell off tour, and it's been a while since we've seen Cal Robbo on tour as well, but just made something of it. You know, he didn't just want to sit in the time, he wanted to build on it, build on his career. He's also got great just surf tips in real format over on the Project 06 Instagram page too, and I just feel like Cal, yeah, like I mentioned, he's really changed the dimension of what a professional surfer can be by expanding his career and his kind of identity, really.
Yeah, well, we call him True Grit.
Yeah, True Grit.
True Grit. He's really added the cement to the Australian push. You know, nothing comes easy.
No, absolutely
There's
not.
no expectation with Cal. It's like you put your shoulder to the wheel and you get to work.
Yeah, we're so stoked to see Caltex back on tour. He's looking for a win, though. He's got 17 minutes and 45. Jackson Bunch is currently in the lead with a 5-point ride. Let's see what happens right after this Bonsoy brew break. We can finally say it. Matthias Hurdy has qualified for the championship tour thanks to that guy, Lucas Cassidy, with a big 9.23, and it was all waterworks. It was an emotional Matthias Hurdy, but big celebrations from the entire Riviera team. It was backed him all the way to now our newest member of the rookie class of 2026, Matthias Hurdy, 6 years in the making to finally achieve his goal. But right now we look to this heat, 15 and a half to go. Cal Robbo, this last wave, got him a 4.17 here, Vorno.
Let's have a look. Big, steep section. He punches through the lip on that one. Goes for the float, loses the tail. Oh, what a bummer. You know, the one turn, it got the judges interested at 4.17. And that was a big score gone begging as Jackson Bunch out the back. What is this? Looks for the cone zone, gets a little bit of coverage, not too deep. And wow, haven't seen too many tubes this event.
No, maybe not getting super deep though. Judges just deeming it a 1.83 on that one. Cal locking in a 4.17. No one really getting too much done in this heat, but Lucas Cassidy, I mean, that massive air in that last one, he pretty much gave Matthias his championship tour spot, and he's down on the glass with Flick.
That was absolutely clutch. You've done that not once, but now twice on this Challenger Series season. Talk me through your mindset, because you needed a 6 and you went for a 9.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just like, I knew I could do an air, you know, and it was such a good section, and I knew Dimitri was on the inside and probably wasn't going to make it back out. It's just so hard to make it back out there, and it was just such a perfect session. I just had to go for it, you know.
Talk to me, we were just speaking before, you know, obviously, you know, Matthias, you know, Dimitri, and you like both those guys. Was that factoring into your sort of mindset going into that heat or not?
Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate, you know, for Dimitri. He's a CT surfer. He surfs so good, but it's also great for Matthias. You know, they both deserve it, you know, equally. But I wasn't gonna, you know, not win the heat. It's been a rough challenger season for me, so I just want to go out there and win the heat, you know, as much as any other heat I've ever been in. So, yeah, I'm just super stoked and good on Matthias.
Can you talk me through that 9-point ride one more time? I just want to know the feelings, the emotions associated with it.
Yeah, it was just relieving because, you know, air felt pretty good, and then I landed, and I think I needed like a 5.9 or 6, and I knew it was the score right away. So I was just, I don't know, I was so relieving, and I saw Dimitri on the inside. I'm like, okay, I think heat's over.
Also, can you talk me through your equipment? It's looking extra great underneath your feet. You're through to finals day now. What are you riding?
Yeah, so I'm riding I think it's a McGill February shortboard. It's a new model. I really love it. It's been, I've been riding it for like the last 2-3 weeks. It's brand new, even though it doesn't look that way. But yeah, and I just love my boards, and you know, CI has just been so great to me. I'm here with Brent. You know, he helped me through my entire run this event, and yeah, he's been great. And also shout out to Britt for making me like the best boards, and yeah, I'm just so grateful for you guys.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Lucas. Through to finals day. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I can't even begin to fathom just what he did in that last heat. That massive air was out of this world. Jackson Bunch, he's going to add another score here. It's a 5.5. Best of the heat with a big old tail drift for Jackson Bunch here. And just single turns have kind of been his forte this event so far.
Yeah, real cool stuff. I like the way that he just sort of slides the tail through that turn as just the single one. But yeah, Lucas Cassidy, just noticing the board there. Well, Britt Merrick does it again. Congrats, Britt. Oh, what's this?
Oh, Cal using cryo. It goes down. Oh, you can see it maybe a little bit too close for comfort there for Jackson Bunch. You got to give your athlete a little bit of space when it comes to priority in these two-man heats.
Yep, that was really close. The camera angle is sort of looking down the beach, so we don't know exactly how close Jackson was on Cal Robbo there, but definitely forced him to make the move.
You can see.
Okay, so they're really close. He's basically right on top of him. Cal decides to pull the trigger, hits the eject button.
There's probably enough space in it. Like, Jackson did pull out of the wave as quickly as he could. But you just can't be playing those games. You honestly can't. We saw Morgs get really close at the end of one of those heats as well.
True.
So you got to be so careful, especially in the round of 16. You're one heat away from being on finals day. You know, and for someone like Jackson, he really needs to make up some ground when it comes to the rankings right now. So you can't be doing that, unfortunately, Jackson.
Nah, real close. So Cal Robbo, he was forced to go, or at least put himself in a position. There he is from Maui. What a crew. He grew up surfing with Imai Kalani deVault, Ian Gentile, the young brothers over there, and of course, you know, the big dogs, Albie Leor and Matt Miola, two surfers who basically blow our minds every single time they paddle out. It's an epic surf community with a lot of incredible surfers. And Jackson Bunch flying the flag for them at this level.
Yeah, he's just looking
a lot of fun.
So sharp. You know, he's one of those guys that we really hope is going to be chasing down one of those top 10 positions in this next Challenger Series season that will start to roll through in a couple months' time. We're not going to see Jackson Bunch back on the tour this year, though, which is a little bit heartbreaking. You know, he was such a talked about guy in that rookie class last year, and then just couldn't, unfortunately, make it happen. Now, Jackson using priority here, smaller looking inside wave, starts to bowl up ahead of him. It's a good looking section. He throws the air reverse here, goes for the full rotation, I should say, but unfortunately, yeah, it just completely kind of came undone.
Cal Robbo sold him an absolute lemon. And it was just a case of, okay, you want to send me on one? Well, cop this. There it is. Jackson sort of identified, okay, there might be something down the end of this wave, but yeah, it was a much smaller wave. The rotation never had much pop or speed. And Cal Robbo's done the job of getting his prio back here.
Yeah, just came through, goes for that full rotation. You can see just off kilter, off axis there for Jackson. But you're so right, that is a full sell.
Yeah. Yeah, bought the lemon, took it out of the dealership, got home, conked out about 3 feet from his driveway, had to get his mates to push it up into the garage, and yeah, now it's back on. Yeah, whatever it is. Whatever.
Windows aren't working, steering wheel's locked.
It's just got a cardboard sign on it. It's probably stuck out the front of the house.
Yeah, for sale.
But look, I think we must doff the cap to Dimitri Poulos. You know, to get this close is an amazing achievement. You know, we saw the emotion there of Matthias Hurdy, what it meant to him to qualify. I mean, the same emotion is flipped there for Dimitri Poulos. How hard it'll hit him, we don't know. Maybe it won't even hit him today. Maybe it'll hit him, you know, when he's on the way home. But I think we must really give this guy some credit for putting an amazing Challenger Series together and for taking it all the way to, you know, within a couple of heats. It's an amazing performance for that surfer.
Yeah, a couple of more guys who come to mind with that same sort of heartbreak story. On Crawford, we saw him go down to Levi Slawson, and you know, he was well in contention to qualify. Jacob Wilcox.
Of course.
That's a hard one to think about. Cal.
Whoa.
Just losing balance on a couple here, and he's just feeling Merriweather's power right now.
This is such an odd heat. Jackson Bunch and Cal Robbo are the best finishers in the game. Like, these guys will go hard at first sections and they'll get the job done on end sections. They're so good at completing their rides.
On Crawford on screen, just kind of taking in what could have been, unfortunately. But if it's not meant to happen this year, maybe he's not ready yet. You know, he seems ready, he feels ready, but yeah, I feel like another year, you know, who knows, could do him justice. Took Matthias 6 to get there. So yeah, heartbreak for Shion, heartbreak for Jacob Wilcox as well. Unfortunately, came in to this event sitting 10th and then lost in what was a bit of a kind of a mind fart heat, really.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there it is. The championship tour locks in another surfer for next year. It's Matthias Hurdy of Brazil. Oh, the journey. Well, one journey ends and another one begins. A fresh journey for Matthias. You know, the grind of the Challenger Series and trying to get those results and qualify, that's over. He's got the dream tour to look forward to, and he'll be joining a bunch of extremely talented young surfers. Couple of rookies, couple of crew have been there before. One spot left.
Yeah, and it's coming down between Liam O'Brien and Levi Slawson, and it all has to kind of unfold. All the questions, all the answers to our questions, I should say, will be had in quarterfinal heat number 3 tomorrow. This is the GWM recap here of this heat, and Jackson Bunch just doing what Jackson Bunch does best, belting it.
That's right. It's been a tale of sort of the one big move. He gets a little bonus section on the inside with this wave for a 5-point ride. Behind him, Cal squares up. Beautiful section, and this was a lot of points gone begging with the no make. But then a nice little left here for Jackson Bunch, and this turn.
What?
It's the Larry. The Larry into the slide, releases the fins, rides out of that, just a single turn, so no one's really put anything nudging excellent yet on the board, but they're staying busy here. Big section looming. He'll get the finish this time. Will he? Yes.
Wow, this has just been a heat going Jackson Bunch's way right now. Just every single big section he's been on, Cal. He's had a couple of lobster dives in this heat. His backup score a 0.87. His best score a 4.17. So not the Cal Robbo that we're used to seeing this event or in these big waves. They're really in his forte.
Both surfers are really struggling. Like, you know, the wave stands up on the bank, but there must just be so much lump on the face. And this one, you can see it didn't quite get vertical enough for Jackson to attack it, but the end section is solid. And yeah, real juicy section there. Did everything in its power to knock him off, but on that Stone and Wood slow-mo replay, you can see Jackson's up for the task. A 7.33. Judges loving the commitment on that end section. And finally, Jackson can go, all right, let's put this thing to bed with one more good ride.
Yeah, so 4 minutes to go here, well, just over. Cal Robbo looking for an 8.66. So Cal, we've seen him go excellent before. We've seen clutch performances all day. Lucas Cassidy, Levi Slawson. I mean, it's not out of the storyline, but yeah, Cal, he needs something pretty big here. It's probably going to have to come down to one wave with just under 4 to go. So they'd be listening in to the beach announcer. It's actually my big sister, True, who's doing a great job down there.
She is.
Great
She's doing
job.
a wonderful job, True, and Tapatis on the mic as well. And yeah, that's important, isn't it? Getting those scores out there so these surfers can understand what's going on. Yeah, Cal Robbo, I think back to, you know, the last Challenger Series event, a big win in Hawaii at Pipeline. But the surf in the final was a lot like this. I mean, it was kind of windy, it was a little bit junky, and Cal pulled out a few moves that we don't normally associate with him. A big air rev in that one.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the Newcastle flight cam right now. You can see just how much water is moving out there, and these sets they're similar to what we saw in that last heat. They've actually been pretty relentless in this heat too, and look at the more of them storming through right now. So Cal needs to find one of those big sections where he can get a big air like you were talking about, Vorno, and kind of recreate his best Lucas Cassidy, because and Levi Slawson. I mean, both of those guys got clutch scores with big airs here.
Well, the other option, of course, is just to get into clobber and time mode. As, trying to find the pin on the backhand. Oh, he's going to hold on.
The boys absolutely loving it. He's down here working with Snake. You can see Cage, Shion, Eli, all in his corner here. That's Ryan Huckabee as well. And they support each other all so much. You know, we were talking about the Aussies earlier. The Americans have this great crew as well. Let's take a look at it from the front on angle here, Vorno.
Super late drop, grabs the rail, pig dogs into that section. It's so hard to get a read on what that wave was doing from that angle. You know, was he sort of fighting the foam ball? I mean, the first section there looks incredible. Definitely had to deal with a big chandelier falling from the ceiling. And that's the angle that we're working with. So, you know, how deep did he get?
Where did he go with that? You know, because it wasn't a super clean exit, but he did make it. You know, he
was drama.
Was standing tall at the end there, and that was a really solid-looking wave as well. And we haven't seen too many barrels at all going down in this event.
No.
Compared to, you know, the last time we were here, it was a barrel fest.
Yeah, well, the barrel that sticks out in my mind from last year was Eden Waller getting a ripper in her heat. We could be in for that tomorrow. You know, the conditions are looking extremely good for finals day. Here we go. This will give us a better idea. So Jackson starts to rinse.
And it is just Shando down, so a little bit of fool's gold from the other angle, but does extremely well to ride through that.
Wow, Jackson Bunch. We'll see if he's going to better a 5-5 here. First scores are really not reflecting, you know, the drama that we love for it. The boys on the beach as well, but look at the clock's completely just disappeared here, Vorno. He's got a 4-point ride on that last one. There's 40 seconds to go, and Cal needs an 8.66 still. And Jackson, just a note, got that wave under priority. So that could have been Callum deep in the tube on that one.
It could have been, but that tube didn't offer a whole lot, did it? It was a spectacular drop. The line into the tube was sublime, but yeah, the wave just gave nothing after that.
Yeah, 15 seconds to go here. So Cal, he was looking to make a jump up into the top 5 rankings to really try and bypass this first round that we're going to start to reintroduce onto the championship tour. He's got 1 second to get to his feet. Might have just got there. He's racing up here, comes to the end. Big full row.
Oh my goodness!
And lands it.
I honestly had given up on him midway through the rotation. I did not see that coming off.
Was he on his feet before the hooter? I feel like he was. I feel like he just got to his feet before the hooter went there. I can't handle any more buzzer beaters.
Look, it's got to be an 8.66 air. I have to look at the replay. It's a huge move. It was a real Hail Mary. I mean, the rotation is wild.
He also got the frontside grab just to add a little bit of technical to the air as well. So he needs an 8.66. Needs to be the best wave of the heat. It was pretty damn good. It was really exciting. Let's take another look here, the Bioglan replay, Vorno. He's up before the hooter.
Okay, high speed. He sends it. It's a massive section. The rotation is complete. He lands on the shockwave as well. Thank you very much. So high speed, high risk. Is this the buzzer beater that sends Cal Robbo to the quarters? I cannot believe he pulled that off.
I genuinely think it is. Think back to Lucas Cassidy's air in that last heat. This has that same amount of loft. It has more rotation than what we saw from Lucas Cassidy's.
Not as high.
It's not as high, but he actually got the full rotation. Lucas was just a really dramatised air reverse. He didn't get that full spin all the way to the beach, but Cal did. I'm thinking it's probably an 8.66.
Well, let's look at the 7.33 of Jackson Bunch. That's the wave we have to compare this to. And from memory, it's a first turn sort of, bit of a sort of half turn really. The wave wasn't that steep and he bashed the end section. So the judges could very well give it here and the numbers are starting to look pretty good.
Oh my gosh, first one's in, it's a 9-point ride. Let's remember he needs an 8.66. Second judge, it's an 8.8. So 2 judges say yes.
It's coming.
There's more 9s. It's got to go there. We drop the 8.8, potentially we drop a 9, and it's a 9-point ride. Callum Robson gets it done with 1 second on the clock here.
Oh, you're made of the truest grit. Wow, this guy never gives up. He's an absolute fighter. Put him in the corner.
Oh,
slug away. There's the reaction.
Oh my gosh, Hoggy elated. That's his cousin there. Wow, I cannot believe that Cal got to his feet a second before the buzzer and then pulled one of the craziest full rotations we've seen in competition to get a 9-point ride.
Hey, can we go and like make some chamomile tea, have a little meditation session? I need a rest. This day is relentless. Thank you, Bioglan. Thank you, Surfest. Thank you, Bonsoy. This is one of the great events. And we have seen yet another buzzer beater down here at Merriweather Day.
Wow. We need some chamomile tea. We're getting out of here. We will be right back after a short break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SurfEst presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SurfEst, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SurfEst.
Another huge moment here at SurfEst, and this is the move that rockets Callum Robson into the quarterfinals. It was clutch. The hooter sounding just after he got to his feet. He sent it and made it stick, getting himself a 9-point ride. More than enough to see him into the quarterfinals. Impressive stuff from the Australian, who's had a real never say die attitude through these last couple of stops of the Challenger Series. Ronnie Blakey alongside Richie Lovett. Kaipo joins us for the call as well. Kipes, just a day of high emotion. That last heat, it went right down to the wire, and Callum at one point just looked completely lost out there.
I like what I saw from Callum Robson. We saw him in the final at Pipe do the same thing. Unexpected, really not known for his errors, but he's been brushing up. He's got a way broader skill set right now that he's going to bring to the championship tour. I'm like what I'm seeing from the Evans Head Rat.
Yeah, most definitely. I like that too. I think we'll run with that. But this is going to be another fantastic clash we can look forward to. But right now we're seeing the quarterfinals set up here at the Bioglan Newcastle SurfEst presented by Bonsoy. Great first heat, Rich. A couple of old sparring partners from the Australian Junior Series now meeting in a Challenger Series quarter.
Yeah, the whole quarters are shaping up really well. Aussie heavy in the first half of the draw with Alistair Reginato, Caleb and Dakota, and Finn McGill. He could be the spoiler there for the Aussies. And the second half equally as impressive. Callie Vaast, Levi Slawson, still some stuff to figure out here in terms of qualification. But great to see Mateus. Geez, what a just an emotional roller coaster for everyone the last couple of hours.
Kai's got the underdog stories in the top half of the draw. Lucas Cassidy kind of falls into that young gun category on the bottom side of the draw, but there is so much to unpack in that bottom side of the draw. It's going to be an intense fight, not just for the Challenger Series win.
Yeah.
Qualification, there's still that one spot up for grabs with Levi chasing a semi-finish. And also Callum trying to elevate his rating and get into the top 5 on the CS ranks.
Yeah, that's right. Reminder, top 5 are going to be in the second round when we get to the CT over at the Rip Curl Bells Beach Pro. And but we're switching gears right now. Round of 16 for the women are out.
And this is going to be fun to watch, this round of 16 for the women. Huge heat right here. Ellie Harrison still with a fighting chance to get herself into the CT this year. And she's up against Anat, who's already made the jump up into the top 7. Just making it through to this round of 16. Ellie getting things started here, but not really. It's going to be a low-scoring ride, but Leor, Anat Leor, she has made the jump already into the top 7. She was dropping a really low result. So just by progressing through to this round of 16, Anat has actually bumped Alyssa Spencer out of that top 7 picture. And yeah, she's going to have to try and keep that run alive. And because Alyssa will overtake her again if she progresses into the quarterfinals. So Ellie Harrison just about to drop the opening ride here. Won't be a huge number, but we've seen heats 1 where people are hanging on to 4-point rides throughout the contest. We saw it in the last heat, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a scrappy heat on and off that last one with Cal and Jackson, but it's certainly delivered in the final moments. But I was just thinking then with the men's ratings and the women's ratings, it's been weird. We had such a big field of men's possibilities, and we've basically locked up 9 of the 10. We came into this event 4 out of the 7 women locked in, and we're still pretty open there. There's still so much potential for movement and opportunity for new faces to come in and steal those bottom 3 spots.
9 surfers outside the qualification mark at the moment, still with a shot. Some, it's a long shot, a mathematical shot with a victory, and other results have to go their way, but 9 surfers still in contention. On the men's side, we know it's either going to be Liam O'Brien or Levi Slawson taking up that final position on the CT. But it's been tricky out there, Cops, the last few heats, finding opportunities they've been hard to come by.
Yeah, we'll see if Anat is able to continue on with her back half of the season momentum, right? Semifinals over there in Ericeira. She made the finals at Pipe. Really impressive for, you know, kind of a newcomer to the North Shore to come into here above the cut line. We'll see if she can remain above the cut line, because you said everything's up for grabs right now. Leor being fairly just taking her time getting into this one, I think. You know, and Rich, I think it just talks to how difficult it is out there. We've seen pretty low-scoring heats, and then all of a sudden some sets flare up with some more opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And tide's still draining today. We had a high tide this morning, a little bit more water on the bank. And really, Kipes, the other thing too is we've noticed today that when these surfers take off, it's a long paddle back out. So you've really got to, you know, be somewhat selective with your wave choice, and then you have to make those opportunities count. You need to convert, because you know, that time's ticking away pretty quick. We're already almost a third through this heat, and not a decent score on the board yet.
So here are the live rankings for the women. As you can see, Tia Zabrowski going to be hard to stop. Already stitched up the Challenger Series rankings. Sally Fitzgibbons looking to create some history by becoming the most winning surfer here in the main event of Surfest with a 4th victory. And then we still have to see what unfolds with those last few spots on the CT. They're still up for grabs at this stage of the game, with plenty of people with a fighting chance just outside that top 7.
Can't talk enough about Tia Zabrowski and just the phenom that she is. She's just got shades to me of when Carissa Moore just first came on the championship tour, eased her way through qualification, brought a whole nother level of surfing. So that rookie on the women's side is going to be such an interesting story to watch. And it's not like we haven't had rookies win world titles before on the women's side.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down there. I think the style's really reminiscent of Carissa. You know, she's definitely got that innovative aerial approach happening too. But we just know that we're in for a really special show on the championship tour this year. Already the surfers that have graduated to the CT ranks and locked in their place, they are phenoms on both the men's and women's side. And yeah, just another day of competition is going to sort it all out for us. Just over 20 minutes to go here. Let's see how Callum Robson's feeling after stomping a big rotation to keep his place in the draw flick.
Oh, well, he was just telling me he was having a shocker up into the last 1 second of that heat. Talk us through it. It was as clutch as it gets. You locked in a 9.
Yeah, I can't believe it, to be honest. Like I said, I was having the worst heat. Just like, felt like I was just like rolling the dice too much and just like couldn't pick a good wave, and just was just like, I went over the handlebar at one stage. It was just like one of those heats for me. But I was just like trying to hug the bank with like 2 minutes to go. So I just want to hug the bank because I've been working on my air so much, and I was just like, this is that moment you kind of train for. Is like, I need an 8.66 with a couple minutes to go, and I tried to just get in on the bank so I had an opportunity, and there wasn't many sets, but that thing just popped up out of nowhere, and I was just like, I just like hucked it, and then I almost went over the handlebars when I like landed, and then I didn't really know, because I was just saying to you guys, it's hard to know how like what an 8.66 actually is out there. So when I came in, I seen the cameraman smile, and I was like, oh god, he's pretty frothing, so it must be close. So I was like stoked when it came through a 9.
Talk to me a little bit. You just touched on it. You've been working on your airs a lot. Over at the Pipe Challenger, you showed us that versatility. You went to the air, you hucked the air reverse. When I think about you on the championship tour, I think about, you know, the 10-point ride in Portugal, really, you know, sort of those waves of consequence and big rail surfing. Can you touch on, you know, just how much you've been working on that aerial surfing?
Yeah, I guess like when I got on tour, that's kind of what I've become known for, is more like the bigger, more like powerful waves, and obviously just sticking to the rail. But when I was younger, I used to always do airs, and it's something that I went away from when I was on the tour. So now being back on the tour, it's something that I worked so hard in the off season, and like when I was off tour, to bring that into my like competition performance and be comfortable to actually go and like match solid airs. So yeah, I'm excited to get back on the tour this year, and just trying to find a bit of a more versatile approach in different conditions. Like you see, like just then it worked, in pipe it worked. Like you never know when you're going to need it. So I think if you don't have it, yeah, you just like box yourself in a little bit. So I'm stoked to have that option, and I'm stoked it's working.
Talk to me a little bit. You're jumping up on those rankings, the top 5, obviously. It comes into consideration for the CT for the seeding. You skipped that first round. Is that obviously on your mind?
Yeah, am I out of it yet?
You're in number 6 on the live rankings.
I need to get one more spot.
I won't clarify that, but is it on your mind? And obviously, do you want to win the event? I mean, what's the ultimate goal here?
Yeah, well, the goal here coming to this event was just to qualify, and I'm obviously done that. But now, obviously, realising that there's that little heat like round before the main round, I obviously want to try and get out of that. But
like the performances are kind of what's more important to me from now on, just trying to perform like I want to perform in the CT, and I didn't do that until a minute to go, so hopefully do it for the next 30 minutes in the next heat.
Oh, well, you really impressed us there, and yeah, made great sports TV. Thanks, Callum. Back to you guys.
Good on you, Flick. Yeah, you could tell Cal's energy levels or his adrenaline was still pumping. He went a million miles an hour on that last wave, still talking that way through his post-heat interview. 17 minutes remaining here, and just the one score on the board for the Victorian, Ellie Harrison, the pride of Barwon Heads. And she's won this event before, Kipes, and that is you know, got to be a big confidence booster when she's chasing a final to give herself a shot.
She's got just her skill set, I feel, is very strong. Just her body mechanics that she has, and just the way that she's able to keep clean rails. We saw her win this event. We've seen her a couple of times as a wild card on the championship tour, where she was really, really impressive. I think made it to the quarterfinals one year over at the Rip Curl Bells Pro.
That's right. So 16.5 minutes to go. Let's see if Anat can get this backhand swinging and get herself into this heat. Nice, clean-looking wall. Conditions cleaning up momentarily. Throws the board into the lip, gets slapped down. We know that, you know, there's still plenty of surfers vying for those last 3 spots in the top 7, and there's going to be some nerves for Anat, who really is defending now the charge of those surfers outside the top 7.
So a smaller inside right here as we look at the replay. A tight little snap off the top, but just gets to that final manoeuvre just a little bit late. And just getting slapped down by the lip of that wave, unfortunately. So an opportunity just goes begging there for Anat Leor. She needs to get back into this heat. We're almost halfway through.
Yeah, and an opportunity for Ellie Harrison to solidify her position out here. She's got the priority at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
SURFEST is more than competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
Got to agree with the great Mark Richards. It is a wonderful event that's brought us plenty of highlight moments, big performances. It's been a qualifying series contest, a Challenger Series event, a CT at different stages. This year, though, the final stop, or the first and final stop on the Challenger Series schedule. We had this ride during the break, Rich.
Wow. We've seen that as a bit of a trademark finish to Anat when she starts to get that feeling like she's done something well, and she did that backhand hook extremely well. She's dropped a good number here, and all of a sudden, this heat is off and running. Pressure back to Ellie Harrison, who now needs a 5.18. That's a great score for a single turn.
Yeah, I like it. I like the ride out from a knot. I sell it. You know what I mean? The judges are looking at you. They're seeing your emotion. They're seeing your body language. You can underplay it and kind of be, you know, really cool and stylish maybe out of it. But if you kind of, I'm going to say, ham it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Get the score. Show them that you went complete.
Yeah. No, I like it. I'm with you, Kipes.
6-1-7. Yeah, the judges have had to pull apart a couple of really close heats today. I think they've done a fantastic job, you know, especially that last exchange between Jackson Bunch and Callum. There's probably some people watching going, yeah, that, you know, that was a pretty decent air. Is it 9? Like, question mark. But when you look at the scale in that heat, Jackson had a 7.33 for a pretty soft opening turn. It was a nice combination, but it wasn't out of this world, and there had to be that point spread in the score.
You're spot on, because it's a comparison of scores that have already been placed, you know, on the scoring range, right? So already with that 7.33, that was placed, and so that's going to be the comparison. How much better was that air versus the 7.33, thus the score for Callum Robson. So that was spot on.
Which makes us sort of think, looking at that last number for a nut, that a 6-1-7, and Ellie Harrison in this lineup, obviously Leor capable of bigger surfing and combinations as well. I have a feeling we'll see the scores go pretty high in this heat as well.
Yeah, 2/3 down. Leor just appealing to the organisers on the beach to give her an update of the situation. She wants to get an indication of what that number dropped in at.
This is an intense second heat coming up. Oh, that's the third heat.
Yeah.
Teresa Bonvalot's just going down to get warmed up. But next up, we've got Ziggy McKenzie and Talia Swindle. That'll be a fantastic heat. But heat number 3 is an interesting one, and probably for Sophie and Teresa, they don't mind meeting in the quarters, because you're actually eliminating one of the threats that's chasing the spot you're after.
Yeah, you're playing defense and offense at the same time in that heat 3 of this round. So you're going to eliminate someone close to you in the rankings, and you're going to gain the point advantage. And maybe that's why we see Teresa Bonvalot getting geared up well ahead of her heat.
Yeah. Wants to get down there and get a good look at this lineup, because it's got to be tricky. You know, you've got Ellie Harrison out there at the moment, just a single ride. And even though she's so capable of turning in excellent scores, the more time that's wiped off this clock, the more stressful it gets. But here she goes on the backhand, fading beautifully. Wave stands up, clean slice off the top, delivers a great second hit. So again, you reflect on the 6-1-7 for Leor, and you suddenly think, wow, that was pretty clean stuff from Ellie. I think she's likely going to get the lead back here.
That's got to be better, right? What do you think, Rich?
Yeah, for sure. As we look on the Bioglan replay, really mature, composed surfing from Ellie on the backhand here. So she sits on this bottom turn, picks that moment, a nice carve back into the power, and then times it perfectly, Kipes, to get back up on that second turn, get that little lip glide, and get to the completion.
And with her surfing, Ellie trotting down the beach with Hogg, I talked about the body mechanics that she has and how she keeps such clean rails on her turns. You know, there's not really bobbles. They're one arc. She's very centered all the time. She's just a really clean surfer. I love the aesthetics that I see from Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, quick check on the Apple Watch there. Just, again, sizing up the situation. 8.5 minutes. I've just dropped a good score. She'll be doing the calculations, figuring if she can match the 6, then she'll have the point advantage on the backup score. So not a bad position to be in as we get into the final 8 minutes of this heat.
By the way, how crazy is the athleticism of our surfers? The beach runs, then 100 duck dives on the way back out, and then right back into game.
Yeah, today's been challenging, no doubt about it.
Just watching it is enough exercise for me today.
As I take another bite of my chocolate in front of me.
Rich, you haven't even started on your caramel fudge.
I'll get there. I'm waiting for the next
caramel
head for that
slice.
I got a feeling you're going to make finals day. Oh, look at the score.
Yeah, 7.5 for Ellie Harrison, so finds the best number of the heat, gets herself the lead. And as we mentioned, she is holding on to a position on the live rankings inside the top 7. And I'm sure when, you know, that new feature of the World Surf League came, it was great for the surfers to find that transparency, get their clarity on where they are in an event. But at the same time, you know, it changes the mindset, Kipes.
Oh, don't check the website. Don't look at your phone. Live rankings can take you out. Here's a knot.
Yeah, big first turn. It's a bigger set wave, but it fades away into that gutter, and she doesn't commit to the end section hit, and now has to wear a couple on the head. Let's have another look at it.
Yeah, beautiful swooping turn. I did like the first turn. Unfortunately, the wave just tapers down and doesn't give her any opportunity down the line, but good signs from that opening carve.
The style reminds me of a former CT surfer, one of the greats from New Zealand, Paige Harrop.
Oh, I see that.
Yep.
Similar kind of backhand setup.
Nailed it.
Paige was a ferocious competitor, and that Leor is gaining that reputation as well, as you mentioned, Kipes. Great performance at the Pipe Challenger. A final in Hawaii is always something you can hang your hat on. And
she's focused. She is, like you said, is similar in a way. She's a ferocious competitor. She's taken no prisoners. She is there in the Bonsoy athlete zone all day long, studying, amping up, getting ready. She's really like mastering her craft, and she's come a long way, Anat, in a very, very short time in professional surfing.
You can see when there's still a lot to learn, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, you think about the two ladies in this heat, and then you think about who's at the top of the championship tour and where they need to be. And as a rookie, when you make the tour, that's what you're going, okay, what am I up against now? You need to make that next jump and really work on that technique. GWM recap, and Ellie Harrison up and riding. Tricky wave to surf here. There was a couple of ridges she had to negotiate, but getting these turns done in between all the nonsense, she opened up with a 4-point ride. And then Leor, well, this is her opening combination here. Just got punched off on the second turn, but that big, clean hit is where she started to build the numbers.
I love this 7.5 right here. Ellie Harrison just clean rails again, solid surfing, centered over her board, setting the high mark in this heat and taking the lead. Anat trying to answer back. This is a 3.83, but that keeps Anat still trailing as we come back into live.
Still well and truly in this heat, only needing the 5, 3, 4 to advance. And she has priority. So kind of in the box seat to steal this one, as we saw Callum Robson do in the heat prior. These are the kind of moments you dream about when you're drifting off to sleep and you're thinking, okay, I'd love that scenario in front of a crowd, you know, to keep my hopes alive on the tour. Just give it to me and I'll produce. So, you know, dreams sort of becoming a reality really quickly here for Leor.
Yeah, well, like we mentioned before, heat number 3, you got surfers both vying for the last 3 spots on the women's CT, and this heat's much the same. And that, if she can get ahead of Ellie, will do everyone in the field a huge favour. I think Ellie's got to be one of the favourites to take this contest out, but also Ellie can create a little bit of room for the others charging at the back end of the rankings by ending the run of Leor.
Yeah, and mind you, the point difference, right, when you get out of this round of 16 going into the quarterfinals is quite substantial. So that's when you really get your keepers as far as that. And so this is really the barrier round, right, to make it through when you're talking about qualification, is if you can consistently make it past the round of 16, your odds of qualifying are very high.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I guess for Ellie, she knows that she's got to crack on, even if she wins this round of 16 heat. She's got to crack the final to have a shot. And her best chance at qualifying, her guaranteed chance of qualifying, is to win this event.
And she's capable, which is already done. That's got to be a good feeling, too, for someone like Ellie Harrison. It's just, I've been there before. I've done it before.
Exactly, yeah. We you know, off camera, we sit around, we have these conversations. You say to yourself, who's going to graduate to the tour out of this class and, you know, cause upsets and beat world champions? And Ellie's done it.
Yeah.
So that's a, you know, and I think we back her to get there again, if not this year, then in the future. Whereas there is those newcomers that at the CT level are unproven. And like you said, they're going to have to, in a 2-week window, find another level. That's just a reality, because it's a different speed in which the Championship Tour surfers compete in. The heat IQ, you know, really a mistake will end your run in a contest. A single mistake will kill you.
Yeah.
And you just can't afford to pull those bummers on yourself.
Start of the season is going to be rough on rookies, too. 4 back-to-back events, barely any time between those events. There's going to be a lot of adjustment and calibrations by the newcomers to the Championship Tour.
And an extra heat to surf, an extra round.
Yeah.
So 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. That's on the men's side. A little different on the women's side, as we see Ellie Harrison on the split screen, taking this one, trying to improve on a 4. Kind of a critical foam climb, but not enough momentum to find a second move. And behind, and that is taken off one big section. But she's, again, a crafty competitor. She knows that, you know, a 6.17 is getting close to the best she can do with a big individual backhand whack. She's already shown one of those, so she's wasn't enjoying her chances. Wanted to get a better look at a ride on the outside with a minute to go.
Yeah, that wave was never really going to do it unless it just stood up and gave her that big clean face for her to execute that one big powerful statement. But she's got 40 seconds on the clock. She needs to hunt down a wave here. Looks like she's found something.
She's going left. She's going to have one section. Clicks off on the whitewater there. Tries to climb up over the foam.
Nope.
That's not going to do it. And this one is going to come to an end with Ellie and a nut here on the inside. That'll be her last shot at it. But, you know, nervous times for Ellie as well. She never really put it out of reach of a nut, and as a result, it would have been a stressful finish here. But that score starting to come through. Ellie's got a number on the way as well. It's not going to factor into her top 2 when the heat is over. Just waiting for a nut score to make it official here.
Yeah, well, that puts her into a situation where she's not quite safe yet.
No, she's going to have the a bit of the Matthias Herdes about her on finals day here, because she did jump up a couple of spots on the rankings, got from outside the top 7 up into a qualifying position, but with, you know, 9 surfers outside the top 7 before we got this round underway. And well, there's still 9 chasing those last 3 places. You know, it is going to be a seriously nerve-wracking 30 hours.
Yeah, for sure. I think even as we move through the remainder of this round, we will see some scenarios begin to unfold in front of our eyes, and we will lose some contenders. With Ellie Harrison, great result in what was, I guess, a little bit scrappy, but she got the work done, that one highlight wave.
It was a slow heat, but when the wave came, Ellie Harrison delivered. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with Heat 2 of the round of 16 here at Merriweather in just a moment. Welcome back to Bioglan. Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Moving into the round of 16 for the women. We just saw Ellie Harrison progress through to the quarterfinals. She's looking to claim a second SURFEST title. And we've got a couple of surfers, young surfers out here in their second heat of the round, looking for their first big major Challenger Series victory. Great surfers too. Ziggy Aloha McKenzie from Burleigh Heads. Really strong talent up against Talia Swindle of the USA, and Talia just banking a throwaway score. One that she'd be happy to let go of. But this should be a lot of fun as we see Talia lining up one again. Looking really strong on the road through to this point in the contest. There's a nice hit off the top. Just the one move though. But Kipes, you've been tracking Talia's run on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and she's actually competing in the QS, in the Junior Series, and in the Challenger Series. Talia Swindle, just 20 years old, just been very, very busy, just coming off of a pro junior run over in Barbados before jetting over here to Australia. Nifty turn just to start off.
Yeah, nifty. I love how you describe that, guys. That was exactly what that turn is. Nice and neat, nice and tidy off the top, and good correction too. You know, had that quick 0.5 and then under priority. She nailed that one. Here we go. Here goes Ziggy. Oh, she goes down hard.
Oh, well. Aloha, it means hello. It means goodbye. It also means love.
Oh, well, there you go.
So many meanings to one word.
I don't know if she was feeling the love there, but mate, she went down pretty hard on that one. She'll have to shake that off. So both surfers just starting off the heat in a somewhat of a negative way. Talia Swindle, she was able to swing that around, and she's dropped a decent score.
Yeah.
5.33.
So Ziggy's young, right? She's just a teenager, just 17 years old.
Yeah,
is this her first Challenger Series?
This is her first Challenger Series, yes. And she's coming off a pretty solid run on the regional qualifying series this year, the surfer from Burleigh Heads. She had a big QS 6000 win in the Philippines, beat the current world junior champion, Isla Huppert's hard-fought final. Yeah, her second Challenger Series event. She did compete on the Gold Coast in 2024. But yeah, she grew up in Bali, relocated to the Gold Coast, Burleigh Heads. So she was the benefactor of, you know, obviously getting introduced to surfing in a really fun, wave-rich zone. And obviously now in that competitive arena at Burleigh Heads, that competitive lineup, and it's done wonders for her.
It's almost a perfect kind of upbringing with surfing. You start off with just really a place with plentiful waves, you know, in Indonesia, right? And then you come over, once you have your skill set developed, into a very competitive lineup over there at Burleigh Heads to kind of nourish your development as a surfer.
I heard the waves are firing at Burleigh at the moment too. So Ziggy's obviously blocking that out as she chases glory here on the Challenger Series, just her second Challenger Series event. It was a 5.33 for Talia Swindle on that second ride, so she takes the early lead here. Ziggy with priority, aided on her first wave, just the throwaway score, 0.2.
Talia also, you know, telling me this morning that back in her home break in Malibu, the waves have been going off, and oh, well, here she goes. Oh, not paddling for that one. But Reef McIntosh, right in her neighborhood, right in front of her house, got what would have been a 9-point barrel yesterday.
Another
big backside.
Another big barrel for Reef.
Yeah. Who would have thought?
Sustainable slow-mo of Talia on that 5.33. Yeah, critical hit. I mean, you just got to make the most of the limited sections that are kind of coming the way of the competitors at the moment. A 5.33 is, right now is something to really build on.
Yeah, definitely. And guys, we've just gone past a low tide, and I think that's why we've been seeing these waves shut down and not allow the surfers as much opportunity as we saw a couple of hours ago. But we have turned the tide here. Here we go.
Oh, steep takeoff here for Ziggy Aloha, and yeah, she doesn't complete that turn.
She's had a good line on it, that wave, as we see up and riding. This is Talia. Oh, up and over.
Oh, she had that. Just getting bounced there. And a couple of really tricky sections to try and ride out of. Surfers kind of getting compressed at different stages throughout this event. Natalia looks to be okay, but Ziggy McKenzie, Rich, he had an opportunity there, just kind of got stuck on a hillside rail for a second.
Almost was willing her to just tuck into the pit there. That wave actually had shades of Burley Heads on it. And this is Talia outside, just that front foot just slipped towards that toe side rail, and she was just didn't have a balance as she came down, and unfortunately didn't make that turn. So a couple of attempts here, and it's only Talia who's been able to convert on her second ride.
Yeah, we're seeing Teresa Bonvalot, one of the greats from Portugal.
Yeah.
She's having a good old chat with us.
Cascais, right?
Yeah, here we go. Ziggy McKenzie. Wow, explosive out of the lip, but a couple of times now she's kind of struggled to get a clean entry into her rides, and it's kind of throwing her on these first turn options. Still time though for young Ziggy to get herself back on track in this heat.
It's just, you said it, Rich, it's just the low tide, just the waves are a little bit of a trench right now, you know, and just a little guttery, if you would.
Totally.
So hard to fit that turn in. You can either overturn, or if you turn underneath, if we saw it poking nose going down, just that really, the short radius in the transition right there, catching up on you.
I think it just requires an extra stroke or two in the paddle as well. Ziggy looks like she's just being held up as these waves are drawing. That water pulls up the face of the wave, so you have to work harder to get down it. And you can see on some of those replays, she's sort of been airdropping almost and not setting the rail and the fins into the face of the wave, and she's not getting that forward projection, and that's where she's sort of missing out on that speed and thrust down the line onto the face where she can perform the turns.
So fellas, even with a victory, Talia Swindle wouldn't reach the top 7. So it was actually Talia Swindle was kind of the mark below her position on the rankings, and below her were
mathematically are out of it.
Mathematically didn't have a shot at it coming into this final event. But you know, like we said, it won't change the motivation.
Right. And if you're not in the top 7, the next 5 after for the women, you do get a ticket into next year's Challenger Series.
That's right. And yeah, also, you know, the motivation to add yourself to the honour roll here, which is just remarkable. Only a few surfers that have won this event haven't made the CT, and most of them have had a wild card or two in Championship Tour events, but it really is a crystal ball contest for who's going to graduate to the CT. If not this year, then in the future, as we look back on some of the former winners, many of whom have gone on to win world titles. And won world titles when they won here.
Silvana Lima, right there, you know, on the women's side, really when she kind of got on the international radar with a win over here at SURFEST.
Wilco, that was part of, winning here was part of Wilco's magic CT run in 2016, where he had back-to-back victories in the first 2 events. And got himself a solid finish on the tour. It sort of changed things for him, winning here at SURFEST. Gave him the belief he could do it anywhere in the world, and got himself 3 CT wins.
Yeah, that was a wild little run for Wilco.
Oh, incredible.
Cool things happen here at SURFEST, right? But then, like, one of the kind of not so good memories, I think I remember you, Ron, I think in 2020 at SURFEST, announcing everything was going to shut down.
Oh yeah.
This was the last professional event for a long time.
Yeah,
after that COVID shutdown.
During that, definitely during that Aussie QS period, and yeah, but we got it restarted, and we came right here to Newcastle.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We got Talia Swindle out in front. Ziggy Aloha McKenzie chasing a 5.56 to get into the lead. Well, the lifestyle here in Newcastle revolves around the water. You can take the time to dip in the ocean pools or chase down rides like this one for Ziggy McKenzie, who finds herself in second place here in the second heat of the round of 16. Looking for a 5.56 with 15 and a half minutes to go to jump up into the lead. Let's have a look at the replay here. The winner of this one's going to take on Ellie Harrison in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, not a bad little three-turn combination there. You could just tell Ziggy wanted to get a little settler where she finished the ride and got a couple of turns done. That wave was one of the smaller, more inside placed waves from out the back of the lineup, but she got some good work done, so she'll get a score on the board. And even at this point in the heat, that'll act as a confidence boost for her, and she'll start her rhythm.
Yeah, pretty quick turns. So still waiting for that score.
Big, busy harbour here at Newcastle. We're staying over on Honeysuckle, which is sort of the street that runs parallel to the harbour foreshore, and it's beautiful, stacked with restaurants.
Busy shipping lane.
Busy shipping lane, and it's a big part of sort of the horizon, the view here when you're enjoying watching the contest unfold. 14 minutes to go, and we've got Talia with priority holding on to the heat lead here. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat now, Ellie Harrison.
Ellie, you're inching your way through the draw. You're on to finals day. I want to touch on, we were just speaking before, the support you've got down here, because there's a fair few of them. You said you've got your aunties, you got your grandma, and you got Hedgie. Just how important is that as you move through to finals day?
Yeah, it's super nice that my aunties and grandma came up for the trip. Yeah, it's been good hanging with them every day. Dab has been swimming in the swimmers pool over there, so I don't know, it's been good, yeah.
And what about the relationship with Hedgie? How's that been pre-heat? I think, you know, the big job is for you, you'd have to get a win out here with a few other things would need to play out a certain way. How is it to have Hedgie on your side here?
Yeah, it's really good to have Hedgie here. Yeah, kind of the first time that I've worked with him, and it's gone really well. Yeah, he just helps me trust my decisions out there, and makes me believe in myself. So yeah, hopefully we keep it going. I don't know, the goal was to come here and win anyway, but if it makes me qualify, then that's great.
You've won out here before. You've taken down some really big names. You surfed in CT format before. Are you channeling that energy into finals day tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely. It was the best comp ever winning here, I think a couple years ago. So I don't know, it's a big task, but I just love it here in Newey, and the waves are really fun. So hopefully it still stays a bit with a bit of size, and yeah, it'll be a fun day tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, good luck on finals day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Flick. As we see Talia taken off, big section standing up, hammers it, and gets completely compressed trying to finish that turn off. 12 and a half minutes to go.
Broken board.
Busted a stick. So this is going to take her out of the lineup for a moment, and the door's going to open here for Ziggy McKenzie, who only needs a 2.4 to get up into first place. And this could be awkward too. She's going to hold that board together the best she can.
She's doing well on that completely buckled board. So let's have a look here. Late takeoff. She didn't have much time to get up into it. Huge closeout re-entry, and she just gets clamped. Just goes straight down in the trough and gets buckled. The board didn't stand a chance.
Gosh. And that ride in is sketchy with that loose fiberglass.
Yeah.
Right there, all that stuff's very, very sharp. And this is the drill right now. Get back out there. And I don't know if she's got help.
Where's the coach?
Yeah, well, she's gonna bank on it coming. That help.
Well, it's actually a smart move by whoever's bringing the board if they are heading down to the southern spot where you just sort of enter the water and paddle out.
Brent Power.
Yeah, Brent's got it sorted.
He's got the Channel Islands board there. He'll get the leg rope ready for her. Tell her to take some deep breaths and remind her that she's in a pretty good position here, holding on to the best single score of the heat.
Yeah, it looks like she's riding a CI Pro, one of their kind of go-to models for most competitive surfers. Brent's such a weapon too. I mean, talk about the Channel Islands and their support of all the surfers on their roster. Pretty impressive what this program is all about.
He rips too. But yeah, he's, you know, just a quiver Sherpa.
Yeah.
Just traveling the world with, you know, huge board bags. It's sort of sounds kind of torturous. Traveling with a bunch of new boards that you're not going to ride.
I know.
You're carrying all those boards through every airport, paying the extra fees, doing all that stuff, and you're not going to even have one surf on them.
Better than digging holes.
That's right.
10 minutes remaining here, and Talia, she's going to have to power through this lineup as quickly as possible. I mean, the good news for Talia here is that Ziggy's also fighting to get back out into the lineup at this stage of the game. You saw Teresa Bonvalot. She was heading down to the paddle out zone too, getting prepped for what's going to be a really exciting next heat, where someone's quest to qualify is going to come to an end.
Yeah, and Teresa, I mean, her history's incredible in that she was one spot away a few years ago at Haleiwa. We still had that challenger over at Haleiwa to qualifying. Made the final and still didn't qualify because Sophie Mccullik, who she's in this heat with, the next heat with, won the event. So potential grudge match right there in round of 16, heat number 3.
Nothing but grudge.
Not dealing too much in, but the history of that is pretty cool between those two women.
You never forget that stuff, Rich.
You never do. And Sophie had to win that event to qualify. And yeah, I was lucky enough to be in that, or unlucky enough to be in that position, but lucky enough to actually get the win and find my way on tour.
Eden Waller can juggle. That's cool. She's getting herself focused and just waking up the nervous system before she hits the lineup. She's coming up in a couple of heats' time. And we won't want to miss that. She's in heat 4. She's up against Solagide.
So if Teresa's able to qualify, by the way, and it's still quite a path for her still, then we're going to have 3 Portuguese women on tour.
Wow, Portugal.
3 new.
Representing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Teresa's actually got to get herself to the semi-finals to even have a shot, and with all the other competitors in the mix, I'm sure she's setting her sights on a victory here.
But if she was able to do that, that would be a great moment for Portugal. Then you have Kika Veselko, you'd have Yolanda Hopkins, and then the addition of Teresa Bonvalot would be just 3 stars in that surfing country.
We're going to throw it down to Vaughan Blakey. He's got some exciting news for us.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ronnie. Well, with Annette Leor not making it through that last heat at the hands of Ellie Harrison, we have yet another qualifier for the 2026 WCT. Nadia Aristami! Yes! Mate, congratulations. That must feel incredible.
Yeah, it was amazing. I knew right before this heat that if I not lose, I was going to qualify. And it was a hard heat to watch. And even though when it finished, I was like, oh, because we celebrated, but no one came. So I was like, did I qualify? Did I not? But now it's official. So, yeah.
Yeah, we had to put mics in the batteries in the mic. So sorry about that. But no, we ran here as quickly as possible. Tell us about the day. Like, it has been a roller coaster for so many crew. Were you feeling that as well?
No, it's been 2 days, worst days of my life. Since I lost. Yeah. I fucked up my heat. I left, so got that wave with priority, and well, I had a really, really hard day. Next day, then no contest. For that, I was like, oh no, one more day. We tried to do fun stuff, go karting, and drink some beers. But yeah, I was, even in the morning when they said men's are on, I was like, oh no,
yeah.
When is it gonna happen? But yeah, I'm just so happy, excited for the tour.
Yeah.
Nice year.
Yeah, we've been riding the roller coasters of emotion all day long with all of you athletes, and it's such a fantastic relief for you, for your family, for your fans at home in this moment to not only qualify but put all that stuff, all that energy out of the way from the last 2 days that you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I've been having a lot of support with my crew. They were trying to keep me cheering up because I was like, oh, I'm not gonna qualify. They're gonna they're gonna make through all of them, because last year I was in the same position in Saquarema and all of the girls made it through, so I didn't qualify, and I was thinking it was gonna happen the same, but yeah, relieved. Now party tonight, celebrate, and then get back to work for our bells.
You look so ready to party. It's awesome. I might come. Listen, you tasted the top league. You know, you got a good experience there. It didn't pan out how you'd like to. You know, what have you learned about yourself in that time away from tour and this year sort of looming with the Rip Curl Pro just around the corner?
Yeah, the tour was pretty hard for me last year. It was the first time out there. It was a big stage. I felt like I didn't really belong there, but this year I qualified. I really feel like way more strong, and I had a lot of mental help from psychologists, which was the thing that I had to work on most, and also a lot of surfing, a lot of training, and I feel strong for it, so I'm excited.
Well, we're excited for you. We're excited for the Basque country as well. Do you want to give a shout out to the crew at home?
Sí, es que ricasco a todos los que me estáis viendo, ya es oficial, nada, un sueño hecho realidad, y eso, nos vemos en Bells y a tope, es que ricasco.
Congratulations, Nadia Aristabe. She's qualified for the CT, folks.
Thank you, Vaughn. Nadia, a really popular character. Always a bright light around an event side, and you know, it's been a dark couple of days for her. A big priority error early in this event, and she paid for it in a big way. But we always knew Nadia was a pretty good chance at making it, because there was a big point separation between her and the rest of the field chasing those top spots. And with the nut falling out of the draw, Nadia Aristabe is another Basque surfer who's going to be chasing championship tour glory.
Yeah, and a side note, that Basque crew right there, they're a really fun crew. That group of surfers know how to have a good time, and they're very supportive of each other. I think they have a lot of kind of regional funding also to keep them all together. Yeah.
Magic moments. You know, that's the beauty of this event this week, is you get to really enjoy people realising their dream. She mentioned she got the call up to surf in half the tour last season, but it's a funny place to be when you're the replacement surfer at each event. This was a heavy wipeout. Talia Swindle is working so hard for her numbers out here at the moment. She's taken some of the heaviest beatings we've seen all day, Rick.
Yeah, again, just the front foot slips off. This is an awkward fall. You can see just air dropping down. She slips off. That one's super dangerous. That's you know, pretty similar to what Mick did when he tore the hamstring off his bone. That front leg extends out and the back leg stays on, and all sorts of problems there. But thankfully, it looks like Talia's okay. But she is going to need another score here, because Ziggy's found another little 4.5 courtesy of a one-turn hit on a forehand. So really close heat.
Scrappy heat. And look, Talia's even in addition to the wipeouts is having to work hard just to get back into a position to take a ride here. So priority with Ziggy. She's just holding on here at the moment. As you can see though, Talia needs next to nothing, but what she needs to do is punch her way through that white water and get into the takeoff position.
With the lead and priority, Ziggy has heat control. Now, her decision right here at the 2-minute mark, play defense, try to keep track of where Talia is, and you know, go for the block. There's ample time, but she can control that 2 minutes, or she's going to play offense and try to get another ride and improve upon that 4.17.
Well, let's see where the two are in relation to one another here. We've got Ziggy McKenzie on screen there, and maybe quite a bit of distance between the competitors. I think that's the next heat, paddling at the southern end of the contest setup here.
Now, hindsight's always 20/20, but we saw that heat with Levi Slawson and Shion Crawford, you know, early in the men's round. Shion with the lead, and then Levi able to answer back in the final few seconds. Shion let Levi kind of get away from him, because Levi caught that wave under the priority of Shion Crawford, who had that heat control.
Yeah, I can see what you're driving at here, is that Ziggy McKenzie isn't in the vicinity where Talia is sitting in the contest side here, and that just means that she's a real chance at turning this heat, even though she's had a tough go at it in this clash. She only needs a 3.34 right now. She is just drinking in the oxygen, just trying to get her breath back. Ziggy's going to try and improve on her heat score, and she's likely going to do it. It's a great start, just chipping away, trying to add any extras that she can, but the first turn looked pretty clean.
Well, that's the answer. She's going on the offense right here, just trying to score more throughout the heat. So there goes the strategy there. We'll see what Talia can do.
Well, she's only got 30 seconds now to find a wave. And if Ziggy does add some points to that 4.17, she might have converted a 5. So she's still only going to need maybe a 4 or 4.5, but she's got 20 seconds. She's going to have to take possibly this next swell line.
I think it's pretty questionable. I don't know if the number's going to grow too much, if at all. We are waiting for it to come through. Talia can't get into this one, and the clock is going to get the better of her here. And Ziggy Aloha McKenzie, the Grom, who's been on a magic run on the regional QS. She is going to hold on for a victory here, a big moment for her. Surfing in just her second Challenger Series event, and she is into the quarterfinal. She'll take on Ellie Harrison.
Hey, great surfing by the teenager. And nice composure there. Nice win for Ziggy.
Well, that was a scrappy one. Props to Talia Swindle. She was on the attack. She took some heavy wipeouts, broke a board, really put her body on the line. But unfortunately, her run in the event this year is going to come to an end. We're going to take a break, but we have a massive heat when you start thinking about qualification for the championship tour coming up, and we're going to bring in two of the best, Jessie Starling and Felicity Parmentier, to keep the convo rolling.
The Bioglan Newcastle SurfEst presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia. By City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SurfEst. By Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
The storylines just keep unfolding here at the Bioglan Newcastle SurfEst presented by Bonsoy. Ziggy McKenzie taking down Talia Swindle in her first ever real big crack at the Challenger Series here at Newcastle. And you can see Iowa Huppard's there, one of her best mates, cheering her on through to the quarterfinals. She's going to take on Ellie Harrison. And you can see just very elated, big smile from Ziggy McKenzie. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Parmentier. Flick, you've had quite the morning. You've been out and about everywhere.
Oh, the energy has been electric down here today at Merriweather. It's been incredible. Obviously, we've had a couple of people, Nadia re-qualify. We saw the incredibly emotional moment with Mateus, which, wow, I didn't know what to do. I was like, oh my goodness, I kind of felt bad for him. And, but, you know, it was such raw emotion, and we were talking about it. We haven't really seen someone completely break down and cry and be that vulnerable. So it was pretty beautiful to see. And then, yeah, Callum Robson's, you know, literal buzzer beater moment. I'm pretty exhausted, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
And look, now we've got another cracker heat on our hands right now. So, yeah, the day just keeps delivering.
It's been so many highs, so many lows today, and we just have been enjoying every single one that has been coming our way. It's going to be another emotional roller coaster here, Flick. Hold on to your seats because this is a big one. Soph McCullik taking on Teresa Bonvalot. Now, let's take a trip down memory lane right now. Let's go back to 2022. Teresa Bonvalot, she was in 5th position. She was looking like she was going to qualify for her rookie year. Soph McCullik was on the Challenger Series that year and didn't have too much of a run. And then at Haleiwa just started going to town. And then all of a sudden, if Soph won, she was taking Teresa's spot. And guess what? Soph McCullik won that comp, took Teresa's spot to go onto her rookie of the championship tour. Now, let the grudge match unfold because we get to see it all over again. Both of these ladies need to make this heat to keep qualification dreams alive.
Thanks for re-jogging my memory.
Anytime.
We're walking into this and I was like, I'm sure there's something here. And you're like, yeah, there's history. And I was like, okay. So you've just reminded me that's, I mean, it's insane, right? I mean, for someone to, it's one thing to say you got to win an event, but it's another thing for that really to happen. And if you're Teresa at Haleiwa being like, okay, well, what's the likelihood of that, you know, to unfold? And then for Soph to just absolutely go on this dream run. I mean, the run she went on was incredible. And, you know, it's nothing short of amazing to be able to get that job done. But for Teresa sitting on the opposite side of that, that's not an easy pill to swallow. So we've got a rematch right now, and both women with the opportunity to qualify here with a win. As we see Soph on her opening wave, just the one turn, but tidy one turn there.
Yeah, 4-point ride for this single. Just kind of a little bit late into it, but I love the fact that she delayed her bottom turn to kick the fins out over that, just so it's more than a foam climb. But yeah, so when Teresa, you know, was in that event, she didn't even do too much wrong, you know. She went all the way through to the final herself. She got a 3rd place in that event, but Soph was just in some of the best form we've ever seen. Unfortunately, then she had an injury right before her rookie season started, so she missed out on those first 2 events and then came back and made a couple mistakes and didn't make the cut. And then we saw her get a lot of wild cards for another year on the championship tour and didn't make the cut yet again. But she's just one of those surfers who easily comes to mind, and she wouldn't be out of place. You know, she's got the power of Molly Picklum. She's got the variety that she needs to be on that CT, but just unfortunately hasn't been an incredible run this year for Soph.
Yeah, I think, you know what, maybe not an incredible year on the Challenger Series, but in the last week or so, as we look to her here, having another, she's up.
Yeah, she's going to paddle into this one, hope that it bowls up. She's going to swoop it to start this one off here for Soph. That's a better looking second turn here, so getting this one under priority here as well. I like the fact that she's staying busy. We've seen a lot of people sit and wait for a while and get lost at sea, but Soph, she's going to keep moving right now.
Yeah, she's probably identified that, right? The last 2 heats were a little bit slow. What I've noticed, and when I've been, you know, on the glass there doing a few post-heat interviews, is everyone's saying that there's a lot of waves sneaking underneath everyone, but it's so easy to get caught on the bank waiting for one of these bigger waves, as we see Teresa.
Now Tay-Tay's turn. She's got a 0.5 to her name. She's got a good-looking end section here. Goes into it, and looks like she can't hold on here for a finish. You know, Vaughn and I were talking. We saw those heats with Levi and Shion, and then another one there with Dimitri. It just, you can't imagine what these guys must be feeling. And then to fall on an end section, she's just got to stay composed right now.
Totally. I think even more so for her because she's been in this position before. And I think, I mean, right now, though, there is a little bit of a difference. I feel like she's really chasing something with maybe not so much to lose. Whereas before, when you're thinking about you're sitting in a qualifying position and someone's chasing you, you feel like you have something to lose. Whereas right now, it's almost the opposite, right? I mean, she's outside of that sort of conversation and she's chasing everything. So I think, I mean, both of these women essentially are, right? That they're here to chase down, you know, one of these women who are in that essential qualifying position. So I feel like that's almost an easier position to come from in terms of, like, not maybe having as much nerves.
Yeah, you'd be extremely nervous if you're a Nat Leor, who we saw. She's in that top 7, but she bowed out to Ellie Harrison in the first heat of this round, and so Nat now has to sit and wait, similar to what we saw from Nadia. Teresa, she's kind of the female version of Matthias Hurdy. It's probably been 6 years in the making. You know, she's fallen short a lot over the past. That she's had a long string of wild cards onto the championship tour, especially over there in Peniche when we saw the CT there frequently for the women. Sorry, Cascade, I should say. But Tay as well. It's so hard to choose between these ladies because both of them could easily be a championship tour surfer. We're going to take a look at the live rankings here. So everyone who's unfortunately not highlighted is out of the draw, and everyone who's still in with a chance is shining bright right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were talking about the big heats coming up, and we've got the privilege of actually calling a few of them. This one right here in front of us, you can see Sophie's name sitting down there. She's in number 9. You know, you've got Alyssa Spencer and Kira Pinkerton coming up as well. They've matched up against each other in, I think it's heat 7 of today. And then there you go on the screen, Ellie Harrison, she just advanced through. She needs to win. And then Teresa Bonvalot in this heat with Sophie, she also needs to win. It's so close with these women. And then you've got, you know, long shot down the draw there. You've got obviously Sanoa and Eden. Eden's coming up in that next heat. She's matched up against Solagire, so we'll see what unfolds there. But I think it's crazy. You know, crazier things have happened. I feel like you're still in for a shot if you're, you know, the goal's so big that you've got to win. But you can kind of go out there. You don't really have as much expectation as someone who's got something to lose. You know, like a nut who's sitting there right now, you know, nervously waiting to watch, you know, her fate unfold.
All 6 of the women who needed a big result to qualify here all drew each other in the same heat. So you had Ellie versus Nat, Soph versus Teresa in this heat, and then heat number 7, you nailed it, Alyssa Spencer taking on Kira Pinkerton. So just to get the nerves even more heightened, you're coming up against someone who is going to fight just as hard as you are to win that heat. Soph McCullik, that last wave score, drops in as a 6-1-7 for Sophie. So she's currently holding it down. Tay, she's looking for a 7-6-7 here. And we were mentioning, you know, she had a long string of wild cards over there. Both of these ladies with that taste of championship tour. And how many times do you see a wild card into a championship tour surfer go on this run to get there? And both of these ladies have all the potential to do it. We'll get back to this stone and wood slow-mo here of the 6-1-7.
Yeah, beautiful clean face. Nice hack there for the opening manoeuvre. But a lot of these points just, you see her really line up this section, and she's so good at just, her timing is, I think, impeccable. If you think about surf surfing, like her backhand's strong, but for me, her real, nail in the coffin, so to speak, if you're going to think about her strong point, is her forehand. I feel just the timing and precision of her is probably some of the best in the world. Yeah, like you said, we've obviously seen her on the tour. We've seen her, you know, wild cards before. But yeah, her timing is impeccable. Yeah, she's actually got kind of double the amount of nerves this year. Her partner, Liam O'Brien, looking to hold on to that 10th spot. Imagine adding that to the table as well. You have to qualify, but also your boyfriend is sitting there waiting to see if he's going to be there right with you. Well, one thing you know is your partner can definitely relate to the feelings you're going through. Well, that's one thing for sure. But yeah, how does that go at night? You're like, okay, well, can you support me or am I supporting you? Yeah, I'm supporting you. Tay, a little late on this first section here. Now starts to come around. That's a better looking jam on the second one. Thinking back to her last heat, pretty sure we called it together. She had a lot of emotion pour out of her. She actually screamed to the beach when she got that 2-turn combo. So Teresa, we know she's a really emotive surfer. Totally, we could hear it actually. Yeah. So the cameras picked up on how loud her scream was, which is all the camera, you know, they got the audio, which was pretty insane. But I feel it's just a testament to, you know, all the work she's put in over the years. And you said it 6 years almost, maybe even more, to trying to realise this dream. And wasn't she matched up against Francisca Vaselko? She was. Yeah. So, we were talking about, you know, obviously, you know, your fellow country woman, you know, and how difficult that would be, knowing that she's qualified and you know, Teresa, you know, is that a little bit older than her, that older generation, and to watch, you know, someone younger sort of get there just before you would be, it's a hard pill to swallow. So, yeah, I think you can see how much she wants it, and she's wearing a heart on her sleeve. Did you compete against Teresa? Yeah. Yeah. She's been around she's since gnarly. Yeah. Which I feel like is super exciting as a surfer, because you have these heats and you kind of want to see that emotion from surfers. I feel like sometimes people are very reserved, and that, look, each to their own. But it makes it exciting when people wear their heart on their sleeves. Oh, I know. Teresa, she's, like we mentioned, probably the most emotive surfer that we have here on the women's side of the draw. We're looking to see her really start to open up in this heat. We've got 16 and a half to go. Soph McCullik, however, holding it down. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break.
Newcastle, city by the sea. In addition to the beautiful beaches and great waves, there's so many other vibes here. Wonderful bushwalks, world-class mountain biking, and stunning views just like this.
Not much you can't do here in Newcastle. There is everything under the sun, and we love coming back here to watch some of the world's best compete here at the Newcastle SURFEST. Right now in the water, Sophie Mccullik taking on Teresa Bonvalot, Jessie and Flick to take you through the call, and we're past the 15-minute mark. We're over halfway, and we're looking at a big number being dropped here for Sophie Mccullik, an 8.17 Flick.
Yeah, this is massive in the context of this heat. I mean, just the one turn to fetch the 8.17. Judges really noticing how critical this moment was from Sophie Mccullik. I mean, it doesn't get more critical than that. I mean, you look at just how much the board pivoted on such a tight dime there. I mean, she was able to go straight up into the lip, super vertical, and I think they're really appreciating just the height and intensity of that section that she hit too. So really taking sort of a stranglehold on this heat.
Yeah, so she's put Teresa Bonvalot in combination here. 14.34 is the total that Teresa is chasing down. And, you know, we talk about, well, Vorno and I were talking about just so many situations this morning that we couldn't even begin to imagine. You know, Teresa, she has to make this heat. She's coming up against the girl that took her dreams literally right out from underneath her. And now with 13 minutes to go, she's comboed. You know, what are you even thinking at this point?
Oh, I think you got to channel a bit of Caltex from earlier. Never say die. You've got to believe in yourself, because look, there's still time. 13 minutes is enough to get 2 waves. I think, you know, yes, there's a lot of swell moving up and down the beach, a lot of water, but if you kind of got to get the ball rolling though, because let's break it down. You're in a combo situation with big surf and a lot of water. She kind of got to take off in the next moment to try and at least improve on this situation, to get herself out of combo, to even give herself another shot for going for the second wave. Because you start to break down, you know, how long is it going to take? She gets one wave, how long does it take for her to get back out? So there's a few things that come into mind now. But I think she's got to say, you can't say die here. She's got to roll the dice soon though.
Yeah, she looks like she might be having a paddle. Doesn't like that one. You know what's even more excruciating? She needs 14.34. That's the combination she's looking for. She's got a 4.33. So if she had a 4.34, she actually could have done it in one wave. That is painful. Here we go, Tay-Tay looking to break combination here. Vertical on the back foot, however, so just too much pressure is going to send her off the back of the wave. We're starting to see her almost just kind of get in that same trap that we saw guys like Dimitri Poulos kind of get stuck in, where it's so easy to get lost at sea out there today.
Totally. I touched on it before, but a lot of the guys earlier today, when I was talking to on the glass, were just saying how so many waves are moving underneath them, and Callum sort of talked to it. He was saying, I sort of identified that there was those sneaky ones moving through on the inside bank. Levi Slawson talked to it as well. So as we see Teresa.
Tay-Tay, bottom turns. She's going to chuck it on a rail, and she's not interested in that end section, but I love the fact she's catching a little bit more waves now. She's trying to ramp it up. She's just going to lock in a couple of small scores. They're not going to factor into the top 2 or breaking that combo. We saw heaps of guys say actually go for a runaround. You know, even actually kind of everyone. We saw Alistair Reginato, Dylan Moffat. Pretty much everyone had at least one runaround in their repertoire. When you kind of look at 11 minutes to go, you need a 2-wave total. In your mind, Flick, like what's the kind of time frame where, okay, maybe it can't be done? 2 waves.
Well, I mean, look, I haven't exactly been timing it, but you got to be thinking that, you know, from start to finish and how long the runaround is. Let's just have a little breakdown of this last wave of Teresa. So she kind of knows at this moment here, she's like, yeah, that ain't it, right? I mean, it's a soupy wave. There's a lot of like texture on the face there. That isn't going to be the numbers she's looking for. So she's back out there, but you know, they're surfing a long way down the beach, such a long run. You can see it right now, right? The corner is where they're all paddling out. Right down in that, in the top right corner of your screen, you can sort of see those little rocks. That's essentially, you know, where the rocks meet the sand is kind of that big channel that they're using to paddle out. So if you factor that in and the run up the beach and how long that takes, I don't know, maybe, what, 2 minutes? I'm not really sure. 2 minutes for the run, maybe 3.
If you're not in.
2 minutes for the run, and then factoring, what, another 2 to 3 for the paddle out, maybe.
you probably got to at least allow 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's pushing
I think let's be 7, just to be conservative.
safe. And that's with a run around. So if Tay she decides to make it all happen down this end of the beach, there's so much power out there still. We saw, unfortunately, Dimitri in his heat just cop a million sets on the head. And it was just kind of the end of his story here, trying to qualify for the championship tour. Soph McCullik, she's going to have a paddle here. This one's going to bowl out in front of her. We'd love to see her get up in the lip, under the hook snap, free falls out of it. She's going to take the low road, come towards an end section and go down here for Soph McCullik. She's already got such a stranglehold on this, so at this point, she's just playing defense.
She's playing defense, which is great. But on the opposite of that, it leaves the door open for Teresa. Gives her a bit of space in the lineup. Obviously, Soph pulled the trigger, utilises the priority. But it leaves Teresa out the back right now, potentially with an opportunity to break down this. But let's get caught up with what happened here. I mean, this wave looked like it was going to be so good. She goes up into the lip here. Beautiful first turn, but it kind of splits in two. You can see it here. She chooses to take that low road and you sort of just can't get enough energy to really respond back with that board. So she's going to be paddling back out, but it'll be interesting to see where Teresa is in comparison to Ellie and, Sophie. And if she can find that space to sort of get it on, because it's almost becoming, if she catches one and she does get a break in the set to get back out the back, it's doable, right? If she catches a wave and then is bombarded with set after set after set, it's almost looking impossible.
Yeah, it is all out of her hands. Unfortunately, we've had a run of wildcards at this event who have played spoiler for a lot of people. Ziggy McKenzie, one of those wildcards. She played spoiler for Talia Swindle in that last heat. And Vorno, I believe you're going to catch her for a chat.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Jess. I'm here with Ziggy, winner of the last heat. And Zig, felt like I was watching the old Iron Woman series from when I was at Grom. It was like a run, swim, run. You almost needed a clubby board instead of your normal shred stick. How's the endurance test out there?
Yeah, no, really, really hard. Definitely tested the endurance, but glad I got out there at the end and got to get 2 more waves.
How hard is it, when the conditions are testing like this? It's a lot of push, a lot of sweep, and you're just hunting out like low scores.
Yeah, I mean, Talia surfed so well, so I knew that it was going to be really hard, and we both kind of found a couple 5s and 4s, and it was tough. It was really tough, but I'm glad to have gotten a couple, and yeah.
The heat drills that you guys do at Surfing Australia, I know they're a big part of your preparation for events like that. It seemed to really pay off then because, you did sort of adapt with the conditions and change your strategy to sort of get a couple of little ones?
Yeah, no, we definitely do a couple drills and mental and physical drills at Surfing Australia, and I was just talking through it with Duff, and I knew if I was at a certain point I needed to turn around and come in and do that run, and it ended up being like 5 minutes, I think, in total, so it was a good decision. And yeah, I mean, so much practice has gone towards this, and I really want to get out there and just show my surfing, and hopefully next heat.
Yeah, it was a little tricky to show it in that one, but there were glimpses, and you were doing some serious damage in this draw, mate. Like, what's the goal for you here?
Yeah, just keep going. I've done one challenger before and didn't really make it through the first round, so just stoked to be here. And I love Newcastle, and these waves are tricky, but hopefully tomorrow it'll clean up and get a bit better.
And just finally, the only person we've seen on this broadcast having a harder time than Mateus Hurdy is your dad. Is he all right? Can we confirm that he's okay?
Yeah, he's good. He's gone now, but he was just stoked, and my brother and my mum as well. And I want to give a shout out to my best friend who's 18 yesterday, so happy birthday, Will. And my sister and everyone, they're all stoked for me, and they're just happy.
Congratulations. Finals day is on the radar. Have a great experience at this Surfest, and who knows, you might be lifting that trophy at the end of that.
Yeah, we'll see. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ziggy. Thanks, Vaughan. It's cool to see, just yet another really awesome wildcard story keep rolling through. But we just saw a little bit of heartbreak on that last wave. Teresa Bonvalot found what looked to be a wave to break combo, but you never know if your back foot's going to slip off or not, and it just all kind of unfolded for Teresa.
It definitely looked like that was the wave to do it, for sure. The first turn was critical. Let's have a look here. Beautiful clean wave face, deep bottom turn, into the top crack there, and then this is where it all came undone, unfortunately. Yeah, she looked like she just slipped off, but she was going to break combo here. I'm getting 6s from this wave, so she would have well and truly done that. maybe even done it off the strength of one turn alone.
Yeah, she has. 4.77. So Tay breaks combination here. Now she's chasing a 9.57. So at least she's got the job done. She can still do it in one wave. We've had so many buzzer beaters that my heart can't handle anymore. So if she could do it in the next minute or so, that would be great. But Teresa Bonvalot can do it in one wave here. This is the GWM recap, and Sophie McCullik, she's just had an absolute stranglehold on this heat.
Yeah, she's had a good read on the lineup. I feel like she's really identified the wave she wants out there. I mean, we saw her take off on that one, the 6.17. Teresa here, this is the 4.33, so a couple of turns here on the forehand. And yeah, getting the heat underway, but really it's this wave, the 8.17, the big belt from Sophie, fetching excellence for just the one score. Judges really, you know, registering just how critical that big section was. A lot of energy there, and yeah, I think, yeah, they've really been rewarding that all event, just because we've had so much swell on hand as we look to Teresa maybe having a roll of the dice here.
That turn was ridiculous. That was honestly a really gnarly section, and Soph going excellent for one turn. And now look at her. We're past the 4-minute mark, and Soph McCullik, she's just such an elite competitor. Now has priority, has the lead, and is going to go and sit on her inside. So anything Teresa looks at, Soph's going to block. This is textbook priority use right now.
Totally. Right now, I mean, you got to feel for Teresa because she's like,
it's
no.
It's the worst feeling in the world.
Not again, please, no. Not with Sophie, no, not again. I don't need history to repeat itself here, please. Yeah, this is difficult times. 3 minutes, though. Teresa could give Sophie something to think about. She's going to have to force the issue. That's what she's going to have to do. She's going to have to put a saleswoman's hat on and sell Sophie a wave. She's going to have to sort of get her to use that priority so she can have a roll of the dice here. 2 minutes 50 on the clock. And I feel like there will be a set that comes through, you know, and if a set does come through, maybe not. We'll see. I mean, the sets are coming from the south today. The swell is from the south. So if you want to have an indication, you've got to look up towards those baths. The sets start rolling in from the south. You can see those lines, and then they start to filter through down to the beach break. So I dare say if there is a set, there's going to be a few waves in it, and Sophie's going to have to make a decision.
When you were competing, there was no worse feeling than needing a score and having the person sit on you with priority. Oh my gosh, I used to get so annoyed. I just felt like there was just someone behind me at all times. But then when you were the one doing it, you're like, I'm not even sorry about it. No. You know, you would almost just feel like kind of a little bit sassy.
Yeah. I think the thing with it is like, you can't feel bad about that situation. You know, if the shoe was on the opposite foot, they'd be doing it to you. So, you know, all is fair in love and war. You know, that's like in competition, this is what you're doing, right? And I mean, yeah, it's a tough time for Teresa right now. And I mean, but these women, they're going to leave it in the water. You know, that's where it goes down. And I kind of hope, just to make this interesting, I hope that there is one more set. So yeah. Sophie sort of has to make a decision, and Teresa gets another roll of the dice. You just want opportunity for both women. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, just past that 90-second mark here. So Sophie McCullik holding down the lead, a big 8.17 and a 6.17 to her name. Teresa Bonvalot, she's begging for something. Needs a 9.57. Whoever makes this heat is keeping their championship tour qualification dream alive. Sophie McCullik snatched it from Teresa back in 2022 over at Haleiwa, and we saw Scruff go on to have her rookie year on that CT. Feel like she's kind of been ripped off a couple of years, you know, thanks to a couple of injuries that Soph's unfortunately gone through. Here we go. Looked like that Teresa was going to take that one. 45 seconds here. We'd love to see Sophie McCullik or Teresa Bonvalot get a good look at an entire season. You know, now that the cut's gone and we've got an incredible looking tour ahead of us. So Soph, she's just got full control right now.
Totally. It would feel good for her too, because, you know, we touched on it. She had to do the unthinkable, which is you go all the way and you have to get the win. She knows she's done it before. She's 20 seconds away from moving through to finals day and, you know, keeping that dream alive.
Yeah, 9.57 is a massive number to be chasing down with 10 seconds on the clock and with second priority here. And it feels like no wave is going to come through. You can see Soph kicking to catch up to Teresa. And the hooter goes. Tay up after the hooter here. It's been an incredible season for Teresa Bonvalot. I love the fact that she came into this needing a result, but unfortunately just... So McCullik, she's just too good in situations like this.
She's just looking... I watched her during the ABB and I thought, wow, she looks like she's on. And she can continue that momentum here at Surfest.
So she's keeping her qualification dreams alive here with excellent scores like an 8.17. We're going to find out who she's going to come up against at that next heat number 4. It's either going to be between Eden Waller and Sol Aguirre. She's going to go in and debrief with the camp at Surfing Australia on the beach. But I just feel like the conditions that we have are so suited to her surfing. She's going to go in, like I mentioned, run through that with her coach and her boyfriend on the beach. We're looking forward to a really big matchup between one of our Groms, Eden Waller, and one of our more established surfers, Sol Aguirre, right after this short ad break. We are so lucky to be coming back here for the 40th year of Surfest at Newcastle for the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Soph McCullik dominating in the round of 16. Heat number 3 against Teresa Bonvalot. You can see her and Timmy Mack just debriefing what was an incredible win. Now we look towards heat number 4, Eden Waller taking on Peru's Sol Aguirre, one of our Groms, who has just been lethal in competition, taking on Sol, who's become a really classy competitor. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Parmentier. And this one, it's kind of a battle of two really different styles in this heat.
Oh, totally. Two really different approaches as well, I feel. You know, Sol, she's been around for a few years now. I first saw her over in Portugal, and I was really impressed by what I was seeing at Ericeira and the Challenger Series there from her. And then Eden, we've got absolute phenom who, you know, really has been put in the world on notice during this event and the last Surfest as well.
Yeah, that big barrel and that 883 that she got in the first Surfest that we had this season was, honestly, it was so fun to watch. Just to see her lock in, get a tube and come out and do a crazy Rio to finish it off as well. So Eden, looking to find a little bit more of that. This is what went down while we were in that ad break.
Yeah, let's see what this little phenom has on offer. Beautiful carve into the snap. And she's worked this one through to the inside. Nice rail work. And looking to get the finish here. She does. So yeah, she just continues to impress me. Just beyond her years.
Yeah, she kind of gives like T. Zabrowski, like that sort of generation where they're just so good, but they're so young. And Eden, she's still wearing that ankle brace, so maybe still a little bit kind of just a bit sore, really. You got to chat to her the other day. She said she was all right, but hurt her ankle, unfortunately.
Yeah. So she did a backside float, I think it was, and landed just a bit awkwardly on it. She went and got x-rays to see if it was okay. No broken bones. As we jump to the replay here of Sol on her opening ride. Big snap, goes into the lip and gets the finish. Big two-turn combo.
Yeah, wow, this is a start. We absolutely have a matchup on our hands right now. Eden, she's got scores locking in. Some judges thinking it's a 6-point ride. We're waiting for one more. And then Sol, she's got 2 big turns to lock in as well. So we're going to have both of our surfers really on par with these opening scores locking in. Eden, she gets a 5.83. Sol Aguirre with a 6.67. It's so funny, you know, you look at this heat and on paper you're like, oh, Eden, she's been an absolute standout and she's been killing it. But Sol, she's kind of been a quiet achiever this entire event. If we, you know, think about some of her earlier performances, she's taken out some really big names, including Nadia Aristabe, who's just qualified for the championship tour.
Yeah, I'd have to totally agree with that. I think sometimes it's nice, though, to sit in that more sort of underdog position and not have that buzz about you, not have all... It kind of comes with a bit of added pressure, I think, whether you like it or not, or whether you think it's there. So, yeah, I mean, Eden, you know, there's been a buzz about her, for sure. I mean, we've been talking about her all event. She's been a part of the post-show. She's been part of those big one-turn moments. But she seems to be taking it in her stride. But yeah, on the reverse side of that, you got Sol, who's flying under the radar. But I think that's kind of a nice place to be in. And yeah, she's just locked away a 6.67 for that, you know, opening wave of hers. It looked really strong. Judges really appreciating, the size of the wave, the energy, and the two-turn combo that she had on offer.
Looked like a big smile between those two girls. A big cheesy grin towards each other there. You can see these big sets still rolling through. We've got a lot of size and energy in as well, like you mentioned, coming from the south today. So Eden, you know, she's comes from this really awesome family as well. Her little brother Zion is such a character. And I don't know if you got to watch that Rip Curl film, Dunno, but Eden's part in it was exceptional.
Oh, she already for me she put me on notice. I think it was a year or two ago. I saw a still of her just packing an absolute tube. The thing was crazy, and she sort of put me on notice then. And I think it's really cool, you know, when you we'll just watch this battle here. Looks like someone's, here we go, Sol.
Ooh, under prio too, kind of big dogged out Eden Waller there. She fully just was on that wave. And there was a section that'd be here, you could see just into it a little bit late here for Sol. And she's gonna cop a set on the head out the back. But I like that Sol's kind of applying a little bit of, I'm the vet in this heat and I'm going to use that to my advantage.
Oh, and you do that, you know, as a more seasoned competitor. There is no doubt that if you can kind of ruffle the feathers of someone, you know, with not as much experience, of course you're going to pull the trigger, maybe give them something to think about. But you know what, it doesn't seem to be phasing Eden, really. I think she's going to be feeling just fine. She's got 21, you know, just over 21 on the clock. And, you know, yes, Sol got the advantage with that opening, with the opening wave, but Eden's right there. That score, the 5.83. She's not chasing much really to get up in that, obviously in the advancing position. Early days in the heat, but yeah, she put me on notice a couple of years ago. She, you know, it was a couple of free surf trips, and just like these still images that were coming out, and started following her on socials and sort of taking notice back then, but. Yeah, it's cool to see her pushing the limits, especially when it comes to barrels as well.
Oh my gosh, she's like a young Erin. You know, when Erin first came on the scene and she was just dropping the craziest clips and still shots, it's exactly what Eden's doing.
Yeah, it's cool because it really reinforces the message that, you know if it's tubing, if it's a bit more consequential, she's going to have a crack. And I feel like that's, you touched on it, it's the same sort of thing that Erin started to put into all of our minds before she'd arrived, before she'd even arrived. You know, like she was here before she was on. It was almost like she was on tour before she was even on tour. It was crazy because we were just being so populated with all this footage, this content that it was undeniable. And yeah, I mean, look at Erin now. She's on tour, you know, requalified, and you know, just still figuring it out. But big things obviously have come from Erin Brooks. I mean, she's already won a World Tour event. She won it as a wild card over in Fiji. So yeah, definitely get that same sort of similar energy from Eden.
You know, Vaughn and I were talking earlier today, there's so many different kind of avenues that people are starting to take that is redefining what a professional surfer is. You think about Cal, he was on the CT, came off, started his own business, Project 6, which is just completely taking off, where Eden, she's kind of starting her professional career in a different way. She started it through social media and chasing waves around the world, and then now has come into this kind of competitive scene. So almost in a role reversal way, where Sol, she still travels so much, you know, she's not in the comp jersey, she's off chasing waves as well. And I just love kind of how creative everyone is getting and redefining what a professional surf actually is. These guys want to be competitive professional surfers. Big tail throw here for Eden Waller. Just a little late to it there. You can see that back foot completely disattached from the board. Only needs a 115, but you'd say almost 100% of the Challenger Series surfers have had to get creative and kind of figure out new ways to keep surfing as a full-time career.
Yeah, totally. I think, you know, I even sort of rewind to, what I love when I think about women's surfing is there has been a real shift within the industry and sport to the focus is performance, right? And these women have had the privilege of experiencing that, and the generations before, you know, they walked so these women could run. And really now, like, they're going on these surf trips where the focus is, you know, purely just for performance and to get surf clips. And, you know, the WSL has made that great step in, you know, including Pipeline and Chopes as events on tours to push this performance. You know, the first sort of year that we went, well, I think it was first or second year we went back to Chopes and the women's surf there, we saw, you know, incredible rides from Tatiana, the 10, which has been burned into my brain forever. You know, we've seen Vahine, the queen of Chopes. Like, there's just been a real shift, though. I mean, it wasn't always that way, and I think we really do need to pay homage to those women that came before, because, you know, they're allowing, you know, even this really young generation of, like, your Tia Zabrowskis, your Eden Wallers, you know, it's just cool to see, because we're coming a long way, and it's only been just, you know, a pretty short time.
Yeah, there's an incredible list of women that have won this event also, but we're going to keep you guys waiting before we roll through who that, like I mentioned, incredible list is. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SurfEst presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SurfEst, by Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
It's been the story of the men's qualifications over the last couple of days. Now we get to see who our women's surfers are going to be. One thing we do know for sure, Tia Zabrowski, she is heading to the championship tour in 2026, looking so ready and so capable to ruffle some feathers and do a lot of damage there. We're going to see her down at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach in just a couple of weeks' time. She's getting ready for her heat there with Jared Detiri, incredible fitness coach that she's been working with for a while. Right now, though, in this heat, it's Sol Aguirre taking on Eden Waller, and Sol getting this done while we're in the break.
Yeah, so one turn on the backhand. Can she find a second? Can't get up there before it closes out. So really, I mean, look, she's got the one big belt here. You know, she wasn't chasing much to sort of jump up into that, you know, first position here. I dare say she has, which she has, 3-5 for the last turn. So she's up in that advancing position. But, you know, it's left Eden out the back. She's got priority. And she's not chasing much either. So this heat is absolutely wide open.
It's wild, you know, how picky you kind of have to be in these conditions. We've seen a lot of closeouts go down, but Soph Mccullik found a closeout and turned it into an excellent score. So maybe a leaf out of that book has to be taken, because there are some incredible rides when they do come through, but in between, it can be a little bit tricky to find those ones. We saw a lot this morning, you know, some of those guys getting caught behind or potentially just going down straight away. So I feel like, you know, we've spoken about these ladies getting creative with their careers, but they also need to get creative when they can kind of take off on any kind of ride that's rolling through. We were talking about it earlier. Eden Waller, she hurt her ankle just before competition, so it's time for a Bond University athlete health check. Like we mentioned, she compressed her ankle doing a backhand floater, but good news is it's all good. She went and got her x-rays, and everything came back with the all clear, and it's not affecting her performance at all, just like we saw in that 5.83. But Eden, you know, we never want to see any of our athletes get injured or go down, but Eden just being able to figure it out and push through.
Yeah. Eden has, you know what, I feel like the brace on her ankle at the moment is more of just a bit of a precaution, just a bit of a safety net, right? I think, you know, I can relate to this. You've had multiple injuries. I've had multiple injuries over the years, and sometimes it just feels nice to just have that little bit of extra support, you know, around your knee, your ankle. They wear a lot of the brunt when, you know, as a surfer, a lot of force is sort of, they got to take that, right? And today the conditions are still big. There's still a lot of size there. So, yeah, that brace, definitely just like a bit of a precautionary thing, I'd say.
Yeah, so Eden right now, she's got 13 minutes to try and find a 4.35. That is absolutely next to nothing, just considering what an incredible talent Eden Waller is. Sol Aguirre, though, playing her cards very well. 6.67, high mark of the heat here, backed up with a big single ride of a 3.5. But we were talking about earlier, you know, that we've seen a lot of sit and wait strategies today, but we'd love to see one start to someone start kind of hunting for anything and making scores out of nothing.
Totally. I think that it's been the story of today, right? You touched on it before. You can do one big turn and it can fetch you excellence for sure, as we see Sol just having a look there. But I really do believe that you can get so caught waiting for a wave that's got a taper on it, especially on this kind of type of bank. You feel like you need to maybe sit a bit further out than necessary, really. And a lot of these waves are sort of sneaking underneath you. There's a lot of energy moving down the beach, as we see Anon Matsuoka just running out for her next heat.
Yeah, she's got a big matchup against this lady on your screen, Tia Zabrowski. Whoever wins the heat that's currently in the water between... Actually, sorry, whoever wins that next heat. No, I'm getting myself confused. Whoever wins the heat that's currently in the water is going to take on Soph Mccullik, who had an incredible performance with a big, excellent ride at 8.17. She's down there on the glass with Vorno.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, Soph, you've got such a steely demeanour. Sometimes it's hard to know if you're feeling the nerves, but in the last couple of days, how's it been for you? Because you are in that position where a good result here could see you qualify.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling it. Even if I'm not showing it, I'm just like pacing around the house and trying to read and distract myself. But nah, it's all a part of it. So I think I'm just trying to strip it back and be grateful that I'm in this opportunity at all.
Mate, you pretty much took a sledgehammer to that heat, really. You know, there's been really tricky to find waves out there, but that huge score for just one big turn, the section stood up and you smashed it.
It's pretty nice to get an excellent score. I think it's been a while since I've had one in a Challenger Series event. So, yeah, I was pretty pumped to stay on my feet for that one. But no, I grew up at a pretty tricky beach break that's often straight when we get a south swell, so I was feeling right at home.
Mate, give us a bit of an idea. on this swell. It's so pushy. It's so hard to stay in position. Lots of surfers have made the choice to run up the beach. You weren't interested?
No, I was feeling lazy. I just like, it's easier to paddle back out and try and plunge it through than have to run up the sand. I did enough running last weekend.
And going into finals day tomorrow, that's a huge result already, but obviously work to be done. Are you keeping an eye on these positions and what's necessary to be into a qualifying position, or are you just sort of like focusing on your own game?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's hard to keep your mind off it, but I'm trying to sort of keep myself a little bit in the dark. I think it worked for me last time I qualified, so I'll keep trying to run with that. But yeah, it's like even I'm watching the men's closely as well because yeah, Liam's in a pretty good position as well. So it's all happening in our household. So hopefully we both get a bit of luck on our side tomorrow.
And a little bit of sleep tonight.
Yeah, definitely sleep tonight.
Best of luck with that. Yeah, one spot left on the men's tour and obviously a couple left on the women's tour. We wish you all the very best and good luck on finals day.
Cheers. Thanks, Morn.
Thanks, Morno. Thank you, Scruff. That would be honestly the most nerve-wracking house. Like, don't put coffee anywhere near me. If that was me in their shoes, you'd just be feeling so much stress. Sol coming to an end section here, gets to it under the lip for a nice looking hook here for Sol Aguirre. And getting that one under prio too. So now we're starting to see Sol really just start swinging on anything coming through.
A bit more veteran behaviour, a bit more experienced, I think. And this is the waves I'm talking about, the ones that sneak through on this inside bank. They've got this inside track and they hit nicely. Beautiful fan of spray there on that last turn. But yeah, just, you know, I think Eden's just positioned a little bit further out. But yeah, Sol just doing her best to really find this wave that's ran on the inside track. And I'd say this is bettering her position well and truly. So putting the pressure on Eden, it's kind of like you know, you're going to better your score, but you've also got it under priority. So it's almost like a double little win there.
Yeah.
It's going to feel good.
Little pep in your step.
Oh,
after
yeah.
that one for sure. No, but Sol, I like that she's finding these little opportunities, and I totally see what you're saying with these smaller inside ones. Just look like they're holding up a little bit better. They've got an extra beat in them so that you can really throw it up there, just like we saw Sol did. So wait for that score to lock in. Sol's kind of had a bit of a bone to pick with the round of 16. Hasn't made it past the round of 16 this year. She's had 3 ninth place finishes, and I feel like now getting back to the round of 16, she would just be doing anything to move through.
It's interesting when something like that happens as a competitor and you get stuck and you're like, what did I do to deserve this? What is going on? How come I can't crack the round of 16? And then all of a sudden the stars will align and you just have this breakthrough moment, right? And sometimes you can sort of nail it on the head and you can, you know, sort of attest to why that happened. And other times you can't. And you're trying to search for answers, and sometimes you try and make it, you're just trying to sort of make sense of the whole thing. But yeah, for her right now, she's got to be feeling good. She's really just strengthened her position from that last wave.
Yeah, 5-5 here for Sol. So now Eden Waller chasing a 6.35. She needs to go better than what her high mark is right now. It feels like Eden, right at this point, sitting the furthest south than what we've seen anyone sit today.
Yeah, I think, you know, sometimes I think maybe as a surfer, she's maybe just trusting that instinct at the moment and feeling like she might be able to get a potential score deeper on the bank. She's chasing a 6.35. I mean, she's been a part of the post-show pretty much every day the women have been on. She's had her, you know, crazy moments, these excellent, you know, really good scores, big one-turn moments as we see a big set still rolling through the lineup now.
Yes, solid looking wave rolling through. Eden's going to have to wear that one on the head, unfortunately. So tomorrow the swell starts to back off a little bit. The wind cleans up. The swell direction actually cleans up as well. So not only are you making finals day, it's kind of a little cherry on top that the surf's going to be cooking. This is the GWM recap here, and it actually was Eden who got us underway.
Yeah, Eden was looking really good to start here. She locks the 5.83 for this wave, and some really tidy surfing from the teenager, really. She just really, it's a nice way to start the heat when you finish your wave, you've banked off a couple of turns, but then Sol, you know, kind of just activating some veteran status here. Just the big 2-turn combo, really strong, really solid, and so late to that last turn. 6.67 for that one. And this was under priority. And this is her last scoring wave. Locked in the 5.5 and kind of just you know, ever so slightly getting a little bit more in front of Eden right now. That last turn just sending so much spray. But yeah, Sol has had a couple of very smart moves in this heat. Maybe just indicating to that little bit more experience. I mean, for me, it was just like the checkmate, or not the check, it was almost, yeah, it's check at the moment. Yeah, it was that last manoeuvre. You know, she basically took the wave off under priority and then, you know, betted on her situation.
And she's got a bit of space as well. We obviously just mentioned Eden quite the way down south of the beach right now. Sol, oh, just kidding. There she is. She's moved her way back up the beach here. So priority to Eden Waller right now. She's got just under 5 minutes to go. Needs a 6.35 and has Sol sitting right underneath her, trying to sell her on anything. It's been a while since we've seen Eden catch a wave as well. She's got to really back her decision into whatever wave she chooses next because of how long she's been sitting. Maybe she's over-analysing the conditions right now.
Totally. It's like the curse, really, of having priority. It almost ends up being a little, you end up being, it's like you got an anchor attached to you, essentially, and you kind of are like, oh, I can't go unless it's, you know, two-turn combo. And, you know, Sol underneath her has just been creating this pressure of, you know, increasing on her situation and right now even giving more pressure to just be in that space. I mean, if you're Sol, the smart decision is, of course you're going to go, even though you don't have priority, you're going to go get in her space, you're going to go give her something to think about. You know, if you're not there, you're not giving her something to think about. So smart, Sol's really surfed a smart heat.
Yeah, Eden needs to make something happen and needs to make it soon. Almost give yourself, either back yourself into one opportunity or give yourself a little bit of a buffer zone in case the next wave doesn't pan out, just because of how little waves we've seen Eden on. You know, she's only had 3 waves this entire heat, a 0.5, a 0.93 and a 5.83. So just needing to find another score right now. You can see a little bit of energy right now from both of our women. Sol's going to look left. Eden's not going to go here. So Sol with another under prio opportunity with a nice looking just single maneuver. Again, Sol hasn't put a single maneuver wrong this entire heat.
Yeah, that was really tidy surfing. It was really well done on the backhand. So just once again, giving Eden something to think about. You know, the other thing is there's beach announcers here. They're reading out scores. You know, they're reacting to moments like this. So all of that sort of adds into the, you know, what's going on in Eden's brain right now. You know, she sees Sol take off. Whether she's watching or not and turns around is another thing. But yeah, I just really like the play of Sol right now. Yeah, and I think for her, you spoke to it, she hasn't made it out of this round yet. On the Challenger Series this year. This is going to be big for her and she's not going to want to lose this moment.
There's always a round that you want to get through. There's always a person that you want to beat. Everyone kind of has their own individual battles and challenges that they just want to keep moving on through and moving towards. Right now for Eden, her biggest goal would be winning this event. She is such a frothing grom. She wants to take the trophy home everywhere she goes. Just took one back home from Barbados. She also won at Pismo Beach. She's back on the Challenger Series full time here, but just unfortunately, like we mentioned, just that curse. She's a little bit lost at sea. And you know what's so funny when you see this heat on paper? Eden, she's so young, but she was probably the one that was more of a threat in this heat. You know, Sol, who's been around the block a couple more times, was actually probably more of the underdog coming into this. So Eden just felt like maybe a little bit of youth in some of her decision makings.
Yeah, totally. I think we've definitely seen that. But look, just the surf fan in me and the commentator sitting here with you just really wants Eden to get another roll of dice. I just love it when there's opportunity comes through and it makes it exciting as a surf fan. Look, there's definitely been a little bit of, you know, rookie behaviour as we see her have another roll of the dice.
Here we go, finally. Eden Waller using priority here. Needs a 7.01 because Sol Aguirre just drops a 6.17 for a single turn. Little brother Zion,
oh, no.
Devastated on the beach.
He's in a world of pain. Look, this is hard. It's just handed priority back over to Sol. And it's going to be pretty difficult. Sol's not going to let this slip. Eden's on the inside. Sol is definitely going to move down there and put that pressure onto Eden.
And, you know, sometimes it's so hard to know what a 7 feels like out there. But Eden, just watching that last heat, seeing what Soph did, you know, she got an 8.17 on one turn. Maybe was there 7 points on a section on the inside here?
It's hard to know. Yeah, maybe it wasn't necessarily as big as wave as what Soph had, but there potentially was definitely 7 points because you draw comparisons to what Soph was able to do, the 817. Here we go, Eden.
She's going to swing on the inside here. Loves it when she doesn't have priority. Swoop to kick it off. Full roundhouse. Now she starts gearing up for something down the line here. Unfortunately, just not going to be that 7-point ride. So Eden Waller, we've all been there. We've all, unfortunately, been struck by that sit and wait curse, and it just fell on Eden this entire heat.
Yeah, look, it's going to be all she wrote for Eden, but she can hold her head high, and she should be proud of her performances. She's put on a show for us. She's put the world on notice this year, well and truly at the Surfest, and she'll come back stronger next year.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what lies ahead of Eden in this next Challenger Series campaign. So we'll get in the news that she's moving on through, and just her bone to pick with the round of 16. It's over. She's going to go through to the quarterfinals and meet up with Soph McCullik there. Pair of sixes, taking her all the way through and beating what was thought to be a really informed Eden Waller. We love the smile on her face right now. Challenger Series ranked #1, Tia Zabrowski. She's going to take on Anon Matsuoka, and we're going to have a change up in the commentary booth. We'll be right back.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
The SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
You're saying there's a chance. Solagire, the Peruvian, is still in contention, chasing the victory for a mathematical shot at getting onto the CT. A composed performance against a real threat. Eden Waller, the teenage sensation, has been blowing our minds on her run through this contest, but it's come to an end there at the hands of Sol. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett. Rich, the hits keep coming there. Big clashes with so much on the line for these competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an exciting week, but in particular, the last few days have just been incredible. Watching dreams get shattered and elation for some competitors as they lock their spot in on the tour. But yeah, we're reveling in it, and we're getting to the pointy end. We've only got a day and a half to go, and we're out of here.
Yeah, Tia Zabrowski, she's been singular in her focus at this event. All she wants is the victory. She hasn't mentioned, she didn't even mention taking the championship to a win. Obviously, that championship status on the Challenger Series, I should say, with a victory, she's easily going to do it. She's already stitched up that title, so she's really got a sight set on the victory here at Surfest in the 40th anniversary of this iconic event. But she's got a tough customer here. Anon Matsuoka, she's been strong. And she's one of those chargers from, you know, well outside the top end of the Challenger Series ranks, who's been doing some damage on a run through the contest already, sitting second on the Asia regional ranks. So she's already shored up her place on the Challenger Series next year. She had a big win over at Cruy, and she's quite the talent. 5.83 for her on that opening ride, a real positive start.
I like the start from Hanneman, and she's going to have to be on here if she's going to take down Tia Zabrowski, who has really been touted as the next big thing coming through in women's surfing. You said it, Ron. She's won everything. She's clinched the Challenger Series title. She's got a place on tour in a few weeks' time. All that she can really do this week, all that's left to do, is win this event. And then she will be really going into the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach with as much confidence as you could possibly muster. So this is a big one for Anon Matsuoka from Japan, and a great opportunity for her to really help etch her name into the into the brains of surf fans around the world, because there will be a lot of eyes on this heat. People just really wanting to see what Tia Zabrowski is all about, see what sort of performance she can bring. She's up and riding, quickly hits the lip there, and that's the sort of performance that we're used to seeing from her. She just seems to do it so effortlessly. Big hit on the forehand, and on out the back, just hits the eject button. But a 5.83, that's a better start from our ladies in this heat compared to the last few. Great to see Soph McCulloch just dominating her heat, keeping her hopes alive. Hardly had any space to work with, Ron, in that on that wave. I was actually wondering why she took off, and then she proved me wrong, just stabbing it up there. Clean hit.
Yeah, always handy when you have those big individual turns you can call on. It was a quick pivot. She faded nicely to set that hit up, Tia. Waiting on the scores to drop for the 15-year-old, who splits her time between Hossegor and Tahiti, working with Joan Deroux, and part of what has already been a very successful campaign for the French team. Vaast, similar story for him. Represents France, but grew up in Tahiti. Just a fantastic week for Tahitian surfing, and it's only going to get better as Vaast chased down the title. He's cracked finals day. We'll see if Tia can get there too, but she's just turned into 7 for a single move on a wave that, like you said, Rich, really she had no room to move. And it's interesting, you took a bit of time out to walk down the beach and size up the competition zone, and the surfers are pretty fixated on the northern end of the comp bank setup.
Yeah, there's a lot of water moving up there to the north, and I just wanted to get eyes on the ocean just to see if there was any other opportunities in the lineup, and from the point all the way down to the northern part of the bank, which they're sitting now, and I actually identified some really nice looking rights. It's that sand starting to move off the rocks at Merriweather Point there, and there was definitely some scoring opportunities down towards the south. So I'll be interested to see whether some of the coaches start identifying that potential. I was sitting down there with Kipes and Vorno. We were having a little mind surf heat.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost like someone as strong as Tia, who holds a performance edge over her rival in the water, really doesn't have to concern herself with taking a chance on a different part of the contest bank. As long as she stays with Anon, she's going to have a pretty good opportunity to claim victory here. But I just wondered if the Japanese competitor might look to shift things up and find an edge and some space in the lineup.
Yeah, I think it would have been a smart move for sure. Nothing to lose, right? Just give it a crack down there. If it doesn't work, just shift to plan B. The water energy, the rips moving south to north, so it would only take a minute or two to get back to that part of the beach. But I just think a good game plan would be to start down there on the point. What's the worst thing that can happen? You drop a 7 or an 8, and all of a sudden things are starting to look really good against a more favoured opponent at this point.
In this situation, Rich, when you're taking on someone that is on just such a heater, and obviously surfing at an extremely high level, like tour-ready level, in Tia Zabrowski. How do you formulate a game plan to change things up, to get yourself a bit of an advantage back?
To do exactly what I just said. Look for opportunity where you've got more open face. You're going to have to pick the best waves if you want to take down Tia Zabrowski in this heat. You need to put yourself on the best waves and do your best consistent surfing. Complete those rides. If you try and surf out of your comfort zone, that's potentially where you can trip up and have a bit of a shocker. So, I mean, Anon Matsuoka has been showing us some really good surfing through this week, and there's a reason why she's made it this deep into the competition. But for me, I would just be looking for a different edge. I would have been scouring the lineup, going, okay, where can I find that wave that's going to open up and give me some space and time where I can really put my best surfing on show? Because Tia Zabrowski's proven, case in point, right here, she's just done one whopping turn and dropped a 7-point ride, and she literally was standing on a board for about 5 seconds.
It does remind me of, like watching someone like Gabriel Medina compete, where, your goal is to first priority is getting yourself the 2 best waves that come in that heat. But then if you let average waves go, you have to be aware that your opponent is probably going to put close to excellent scores up anyway with no room to move. So it can seem like a really difficult task, but I'll see the Japanese surfer is up for it here. She got herself a great start, 5.83. Tia responded just the way we thought she would and won that opening exchange. But it was just a single turn, so a solid combination can eclipse that and flip the order here.
Yeah, this next wave for a non-ron is going to be very important. Anything under a 6 or 7, in my opinion, is going to make it's going to be a difficult task from there. I'm not writing her off by any means. She can go excellent, and I hope she does, because I want to see a good match up here. I want to see Anon push Tia Zabrowski and really earn it. She wants to get through.
So the competitors have had their work cut out today. I mean, earlier today, we saw mad runarounds going on. It's been, a real test of the fitness, combined with the performance in tricky conditions, Rich, today.
It really has been, and we're back on an incoming tide now. It's, what have we got? We're about 2 hours past the low tide. So we're starting to see more water move in over the sandbar. We will start to see these waves tapering down a little bit better. And those opportunities for multiple movers will present themselves here. But it has been work today. The energy has decreased slightly, but still, we're still seeing waves in the head high, double overhead. It looks like Tia's going to pick up a little corner here, Ron.
Yeah, just loading up some speed. Opts out of this one, though. 17.5 minutes to go. It'll be a nothing score that we're waiting on. We're going to take this opportunity for a Bonsoy brew break. Back with more at Merriweather right after this.
What a massive day of action down here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, and getting it done and on her way to finals day is Sol Aguirre. Well done, Sol. Excellent stuff. That must feel excellent after a pretty tough year.
Oh my God, yeah. I'm so happy. The conditions are really hard, but I had fun, and I think that's all about. That is all about, and yeah, I'm just here giving my best and trying to prove to myself that anything's possible. I'm happy that it went my way, and work's not done yet, but just enjoying the moment and hopefully can make it to the final, but I'm very happy with my performance.
That's fantastic. Young Eden Waller, you know, she's such a live wire, terrifying. She's really done some damage in this draw twice now. How did you prepare for that heat?
Yeah, I knew that Eden serves amazing. I've had a couple heats with her. I know that she's little, but she rips. I knew it was going to be fun, so I just had to focus on myself, on my waves, and yeah, I'm happy I went my way.
Your surfing looks so strong, particularly with this power in the ocean. Yeah, I think, you know, we've seen a lot of surfers struggling to deal with the sweep, you know, the duck diving, so much going on out there, but you just seem to be in tune with it.
Yeah, for the first time I felt very connected. I was like getting good waves, and every time I paddled back out, it was like God or the universe was like opening the way for me to go faster, and I'm very thankful for that. And yeah, I'm just very grateful for everything.
Oh, I love that. There's nothing worse than getting caught on the inside. It just can drive you absolutely mad. Hey, congratulations. You are into finals day here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. We can't wait to see what you can do tomorrow.
Yeah, and I would like to take a moment to say hola a todos en Perú. I'm very happy, estoy feliz, and sí, gracias a todos por ver, apoyarme. Contentísima de ser peruana y representarlos, y mañana vamos por el oro.
Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, Sol absolutely beaming. We mentioned earlier in the event, she stays with Reece Smith and his family. And his old boy, Warren Smith, is the man responsible for heading up SURFEST. He's been involved for 40 years now. And he's always deflecting the praise, Rich. He says it's a team effort, which of course it is. But it was cool to see he and his wife, Beres, getting such a huge rap from competitors, former competitors, volunteers and partners yesterday. As we see Sally Fitzgibbons on screen, warming up, getting ready to hit this lineup. She is coming up a little later on, heat number 8, the round of 16, and Sal at the moment tied with 3 SURFEST victories with Beck Woods. And she'll have the opportunity this year to break the deadlock and become the most winning champ here.
Wow, well, that's a big matchup coming up in, what, an hour or so. Sal was one of the first out in the water this morning, just getting the warm-up as we see Tia Zabrowski coming all the way in here. She's going to do the run up the beach.
Yeah, Zoe Zeitz, she's making her way down to the beach, getting ready to hit this lineup as Tia gets on the front foot here. Backed up that 7-point ride with a 5. It's kind of building, not out of reach of the Japanese surfer just yet. Anon is only after a 6.18. Anon just patient out there with priority at the moment. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too, Ron. I think she needs to, we touched on it, she needs to find that gem of a wave that will just have that correct pace on it, the right tempo to the wave and how it breaks, have that open face to it where she can really start to wind up and do those clean turns. It really is the only way she's going to get back into this heat, but you know, she's definitely not out of reach here. She only needs that 6.18. Tia Zabrowski, she's dropped a 5-pointer, so she's got a 7 and a 5 now. She's getting some words of encouragement there.
From Dad?
That's her father there.
Yeah, he was a professional athlete himself. Both Tia's parents competed in the Winter Olympics.
And the legs will be starting to feel heavy now. That's a solid run up the beach.
Yeah, the sand in these parts, it doesn't pack in as hard as it does up north around the Gold Coast. It's a bit grittier, the sand here, and you tend to sink in it a bit. So, like we said earlier, it's these results have really been worked for today. 10.5 minutes to go. Hanneman out the back, and she's just really wanting to convert with the space in the lineup here and get herself the number she needs to get on top of the table. Always, Rich, does it feel like you've kind of got a bit more freedom in the lineup? You can have a bit more of a look at waves with priority when your opponent's not out there?
Absolutely. It's almost like priority just is null and void when there's no one out the back. When your opponent's not out the back, sorry, it's, you know, you can just have a couple of cracks at it and really, you know, you get a bit of spare time. So unable to convert at this point. It does look like she's making her way a little bit further south now. Cleaner water. Saw a little at the start of the heat, there was still a bit of turbulence and rip going through the lineup. That has settled. There's a good pulled back view of the competition zone, which stretches from Merriweather Point and up towards Dixon Park.
All right, just over 9 minutes to go as we see Tia Zabrowski making her way back into the lineup. Set waves approaching. Vaughan Blakey out and about. What do you got for us, Vaughan?
Yeah, g'day, Ron. It's just starting to dawn on me, man, that tomorrow is finals day and the froth is well and truly frothing. But I'm here at the Cafe Del Froth with Emily Burke, who surfed in this event for the Bonsoy Locals check-in. Emily, first of all, surf's hung in there. We're in for you know, a great afternoon down here at the contest site, but also finals day, mate. What can we expect from the crew here at Merriweather and Newcastle?
I reckon it's going to be a pretty big day down here. We've got like fun waves, swells hung in and winds hung in too. So yeah, it should be really fun.
We know that Newcastle people love their sport. They love their surfing, they love their football, they love their rugby league, they love their fishing, they love everything, but they love their surfing. So like, what sort of crowd are you expecting and what sort of atmosphere are you expecting for finals day?
I reckon the whole promenade's going to be pretty much jam-packed and yeah, probably won't be able to get too many like walk down here, so yeah, come on down. Yeah.
Get down early.
Yeah, should be a good day and yeah, weather's going to be nice, so yeah.
And just on a scale of 1 to completely frothing out of your gird, what are you frothing?
Completely frothing, yeah.
I'll be frothing with you. Let's froth together at the Cafe Del Froth. You.
Sweet.
I think Amelie's prediction for tomorrow will ring true. There will be a huge crowd down here to watch things unfold. There always is. And we're expecting that swell to hang around tomorrow, Rich. And that's a real positive. 7 minutes to go here. Tia Zabrowski, she's back out in that lineup, still hanging on to the lead. Hanneman unable to really kind of capitalise with her missing from the lineup. But as much as we've been talking up the run of Tia, who's really just been going from strength to strength and made that transition from junior competitor to, you know, world-class Pro Tour ready athlete in such a short amount of time. Hanneman has been a really consistent performer, always challenging and claiming victories on the junior scene at the qualifying series level, but this last year she's really come on. I mentioned the win in the QS 6000. She actually started and finished the Asia Regional QS with victories, also won a 2000, so really well positioned to make a run at the Challenger next year. Her best result this year was 17th at the US Open, but more recently, last year I should say, but she also had a quarterfinal finish at the World Junior Championships in the Philippines, knocked out by the eventual winner, Isla Huppert. So it's been a magic run, and it feels like it's continued here in Newcastle.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, the ascension to the tour, the world tour, it's never really quick, as we see her up and riding now. Important wave. Oh,
that was unfortunate, getting hung up. That looked like a good wave to fetch the number that she needed to get the lead back.
Well, needing the 6.18. Let's have a look. Drives hard off the bottom, gets it right up high in the lip, and just loses balance on the way down here.
Tricky section. Oh, I mean, almost felt like she could have laid into the pocket of the wave a little earlier in the ride, but I think she sensed she was only going to get one hit in anyway.
Yeah, you definitely want to be in front of that lip before it comes down and almost extend off before it impacts. So this is the GWM recap here. So this is Anon's first wave. She started well with a couple of nice, clean backhand turns. Tia Zabrowski, well, she got this first hit in, bang, gets that tail release. Very aggressive, very fast, with lots of control. Then she picked up this left-hander, and this was 5 points. Again, just the one hit. Drives around this section, connects with the oncoming section. So she's done 2 manoeuvres and found herself 12 points.
Well, here goes Tia on the backhand. Just finding a smaller ride, but it's going to give the opportunity for her to get a couple of hits in. And works her way through just a third tap, still going, looking for a little finish here on the inside, trying to improve on a 5. Might be a question mark on it.
Yeah, it could be right there. I mean, we just saw in the replay there in those 2 single turns that she did on those 2 waves. They had intensity and a critical nature to them. This one, she was sort of doing nice turns, stitching them together well. It's great surfing. Quick slash off the top. But look at the taper on the wave. Look at the angle. As we look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo, great opportunity to really break down the technique. Very well balanced stance. She comes and hits that whitewash at the end.
Yeah, Kaipo touched on it earlier, just that there is those similarities to Carissa Moore, and she has that kind of power and leverage because she's quite tall at 15 years of age. But Rich, when you got to these upper levels of competition, and you were the older, more experienced surfer, what was it like coming up against phenoms that kind of just demanded the spotlight and were so threatening and well-rounded?
It's pretty off-putting at times, actually. I do remember a particular heat where I'd been on the tour for a few years, and we're over at Newcastle, and I had Joel Parkinson in my heat. And he came out, and I was just sort of paddling out, you know, with a bit of an attitude and some flex to it. And Joel just treated me like I wasn't even there, just basically ran away with the heat, absolutely smoked me, and I'd sort of underestimated him. I just thought that, you know, they were going to lay down and sort of let me take my position in the lineup, and it was the first time that he really sort of pushed me hard and tested me, and I was like, whoa, hang on a minute, I've got to keep myself in check here. So while it's nice to have that confidence of being up at the top and the front runner, always got to be very wary of the crew, the hungry crew that are coming to take your place on tour.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's underestimating Tia Zabrowski. It has been an unbelievable run on the Challenger Series in her road to qualifying. Last year here at SURFEST, she had a semi-final finish. She quarter-finaled in Bolito. She got a runner-up finish at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Irasira, she had a victory, another quarter-final in Brazil, and a quarter-final at the Pipe Challenger. So she didn't miss the final series of a single event this season.
Wow.
And right now, it's not looking like that's going to change because the requirement has grown for Anon. A 5.8, Gary Zabrowski watching on there, her father. 6.98 required to get the first for the Japanese competitor. So Tia Zabrowski just applying the anaconda squeeze here, just really has set the pace in this heat, and she hasn't needed a whole lot of room to do it. It's not like she's connected with a quality wave yet.
No, exactly. It's she's just done what she's had to do on some pretty difficult sections. What she hasn't done either is sort of broken away from her routine in this event. You know, she's sewn up the Challenger Series title, she's qualified, but she is still taking this so seriously, and she's in that competition rhythm. You could see there was signalling going on with the father there. They're you know, she's got a foot on the gas still.
Yeah, we also touched on, you know, overcoming someone who might have the edge on you performance-wise, whether it's a left or a right, means you got to be mistake-free. And Hanneman's had some pretty sizey sections and just got a little hung up. Not easy waves to surf. You know, you have to recognise that, but you know, there has been the opportunity to potentially get a little bit more out of the judges just for taking off on set waves and attacking those more critical parts of the wall. So it's been a difficult one for Hanneman, but a magic year for her. Finished off in style, just short of a quarterfinal spot. But Tia Zabrowski, composed, rich, and even in a lineup where it was hard to find opportunity, did enough to get herself another victory.
Yeah, she still banked a pretty healthy heat total there, 12.8 points, courtesy of that 7 and 5.8. We've spoken so much about Tia Zabrowski and this newcomer to the sport, really turning some heads. And I reckon the more established pros who are going to be hitting the water in a few weeks' time would be acutely aware of this youngster coming at them.
It's remarkable because she is 15, but if she'd had the same year as a 20-year-old, you'd still be heaping the plaudits on this young superstar. Unbelievable stuff here from Tia Zabrowski. She's into the quarterfinals, and we're going to dive into Heat 6 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. So much more coming your way this afternoon. Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. 15-year-old Tia Zabrowski, the champion on the Challenger Series last year, has just powered into yet another final series. She hasn't missed one yet this year, Rich. What a mind blower.
That's an incredible stat to hold for such a surfer of young age. Well, it's just testament to how damn good she is. This one's setting up well as well. And heat number 6, round of 16, Zoe Zeitz up against Sanoa Demfiolin from Canada.
Yeah, Zoe's been super strong on her road through to this round of 16. Sanoa Demfiolin, she has had a magic year too, and another one of those competitors who has already shored up their place on the Challenger Series for next year, with a really strong run and a big QS win at the Jacks event over there on the North American Regional QS. So she's sweet. Confidence building victory for her to kick off the QS.
And this is the Bioglan replay here of Sanoa. Gets a little two-turn combination and then hits the eject. Hey, Ron. our ladies have moved a little further south. in this
Okay.
heat. So it looks like a bit of a shift up in their positioning in the lineup. That was a quick in and out for Zoe on the backhand. They're definitely on that last aerial shot, they look like they've positioned themselves a little further south.
Well, Sanoa's got that Hail Mary shot at cracking the top 7. It's a mathematical last shot. She was actually the last surfer with a mathematical chance. She needs the victory. Hometown Tofino, British Columbia, Canada. And yeah, she's, like I said, she's had a pretty decent campaign this year. The 2024 Olympian. She had a quarterfinal finish in Ericeira, and Brazil was her other solid result. It was a 9th place there, the 20-year-old. But all these competitors left in this round of 16 want to crack the finals. They want to have a shot at winning Surfest in its 40th anniversary year. Zoe Zeitz from Princeville, Kauai. And she's got her family, no doubt, and lots of people over there on Kauai getting behind her in this event. Represents the Netherlands. And yeah, looking strong, hasn't she? She's had some big individual turns of her own, Rick.
Yeah, definitely. She's been surfing well. We don't get to Saturday in a Challenger Series event without putting in some good performances. And I guess both these women, Ron, fairly newcomers to the sport in terms of the world stage and Challenger Series competition. So great experience for both these ladies to be out here on a Saturday in front of a fairly big crowd. I think tomorrow we're going to see a packed foreshore here at Merriweather.
Yeah, so Zoe's only 16 years of age. When it comes to the Challenger Series, she's only surfed in 2 now. She surfed in the Pipe Challenger. She had a 33rd place finish there. And this is pretty impressive considering it's just her 2nd Challenger Series effort. Seen a lot of that in this contest. First surfers having their first run at a Challenger Series, and you know, already a couple have gotten themselves to finals day, which is quite remarkable. So the underdog story lives on. Congrats on a fantastic year, Anon, working with Jake Patterson at this event. And we look forward to seeing her back on the Challenger Series next year.
Yeah, she did very well this year. Made some good heats, all confidence builders. Sanoa just having a little look at that wave there. Just trying to find her position in the lineup. Been a great day of competition so far. We kick things off with the round of 16 for the men's. Saw Matthias Hurdy today secure his spot on the championship tour. He'll be heading to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach in a couple of weeks' time. Mate, better start getting your accommodation sorted out, get it all figured out. New boards.
Not today, Rick. Today's the day for ripping in and having a good old celebration. And I think the Revere Projects crew are probably taking care of that. But yeah, he's got a big decompression afternoon happening right now. Matthias Hurdy. That was a super stressful couple of days for him.
Yeah, that was, I guess, one of the most emotional fueled letdowns I think we've ever seen and been witness to. You saw in the interview with Felicity Parmentier just the breakdown, and that's just how much tension and the meaning behind these surfers and their careers and what they want to do. They devote their whole life to it. It is a dream job. It's the best thing in the world, but it's not without sacrifice. He's been at it for 6 years, finally cracking the code.
Big event for Zoe, big heat this one. She finished 7th on the regional QS in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region. and they take the top 3 finishes and a wild card. So she's a little outside that, but if she can have a monster finish here, who knows how high she could climb up the rankings. She might be knocking on the door of a berth on the Challenger Series. I know the win won't see her onto the CT, but she'd love just to leapfrog that QS again and get herself back onto the Challenger Series. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat into the quarterfinals. Kipes, it's Tia.
Tia, yeah, just, gosh, Tia, you know, you're setting standards, you know, breaking barriers, youngest to qualify, youngest to win the Challenger, and now you got another thing on the list of accomplishments. You've made every single finals day this entire Challenger season with that quarterfinal berth. How do you feel about that?
It feels good, yeah. I really wanted to make that heat because I didn't want to do like worse than quarterfinals, and it was kind of my goal this year to always be on the finals day. Then I can stay consistent and always doing good results to be first in the rankings on the Challenger Series. So I'm really happy to be in the quarterfinals again.
Well, you got it. You deserve it. It's a family. It's your whole family getting involved in you. I saw the run up the beach with Dad and brother Kalani. How does that feel to have so much support from the Ohana?
It's amazing to always have a member of your family following you everywhere you're going. It feels like comfortable, and yeah, I feel good every time I go in the water. My dad is always here to get ready for my board and everything, so they're always amazing.
Great team. Fun question. Have you picked your number yet for your jersey number for the CT?
Yes, I do. I don't know if I can tell you.
I don't know either. Is that the rule? We can't tell. Well, we're going to keep it secret until the Rip Curl Bells Beach Pro, where we will unveil Tia's jersey number and much, much more. Maitairoa Manuia.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kipes, love it. Yeah, we'll learn soon enough. Just a couple of weeks away from kicking off the Championship Tour season, but we still got a big afternoon here and a full finals day schedule to get through before we uncover the class, the graduating class of 2026. Alyssa Spencer, she's right there, Rich. She actually kind of got bumped out on the live rankings of the top 7, with Anat Leor improving her points tally for the season. Anat is now out of the event. So obviously there's a chance if Alyssa can progress through this heat that she climbs back up into the top 7. A really must-make heat for her. 18 minutes remaining here. Zoe Zeitz still hanging on to a throwaway. Sanoa's got the 5.83. Big set standing up on the outside.
Yeah, geez, this swell's hanging around, isn't it? And with the incoming tide, it's almost pulling any swell that's out there, pulling it back towards the shore, and that's why we're seeing this little kick in the swell right now.
Well, let's see if one of these competitors can't line up one of these sets right after this Bonsoy brew break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
15.5 minutes remaining here in Heat 6, the round of 16, as we go on the lookout for quarterfinalists looking to set up that second half of the quarterfinal bracket. Some great clashes already established as we take a trip here on the Newcastle flight cam. And it is Sanoa Demfli-Olin who's holding on to the #1 position at the moment. The Canadian kicked things off with a 5.83. It's been a quiet one so far for the teenager Zoe Zeitz. I know those kids. They're my cousins.
Are they?
Yes. Second cousins. But yeah. Got some fam that live in the area. They were keen to come down and witness some of the excitement here this afternoon.
That was a nice turn from Sanoa. We saw Zoe on the way before, just a quick one. Only getting that 2.33. And this is going to be a better ride for Sanoa. Zoe needs to be careful here because as we watch the replay, comes hard, squares off the bottom, gets a little caught up in the lip, but nonetheless gets the maneuver done. You can see these waves still bowling out on the sandbar. Lots of power. And Sanoa, she just gets the maneuver done. She's going to drop in another mid-range score here, and then she's going to start edging away from Zoe Zeitz. She really is going to have to find a decent ride in her next attempt.
Alyssa Spencer. You can see the focus, but just also just not over-hyping, just taking a casual walk down here, Rich. She's taking on Kira Pinkerton. It's going to be a good test of Alyssa's incredible timing and precision out there against Kira Pinkerton's power, which is undeniable. She's definitely one of the most powerful surfers in the world. And yeah, it's going to be a great clash, that one.
Absolutely. Took the words out of my mouth. I was just thinking precision versus power as we're lining up this next heat. And that's going to be a really, really important heat for Alyssa Spencer. Obviously, Kira Pinkerton also. She's put in some great performances throughout this year. Maybe a little bit of a question mark on her consistency. Brad Gerlach actually texted me at the start of the week. He's been working with Kira a lot. I think she's coming into this event with a couple of new little tricks up her sleeve.
Yeah, Ger's been working with Kira for years. And yeah, she's a force for sure. It's going to be a good clash. But right now, we got just on 12.5 minutes remaining in this one. Heat number 6, Zoe Zeitz just trying to get a decent score on the board to ignite her chances of getting into the quarters here. Just desperately trying to hang on for the finish, but you could speak to her, Rich. Very difficult to do if you're not going into the section with speed.
No, you could see she was sort of pumping and driving, trying to manufacture some speed as she came into that last section. But really, let's have a look at the replay here. So this first part of the wave here, nice top turn, clean re-entry, and then from this point here, that was a little check turn. Basically, the scoring has already stopped because there was nothing added on that final manoeuvre. So all the points are going to come from that clean snap there, and you can see if you actually just watch the path the nose of the board takes on that opening turn, it was just a quick redirect, and then she kept the momentum, or kept the point of the board going down the line, and it really is when that board changes complete direction, does a 180 turn, where the judges really start to get excited.
It's just a commitment, isn't it, to the move. So Zoe's falling a little bit behind here, and failing to convert on that one means that she's, you know, without a score of substance. And meanwhile, Sanoa's kind of piling on the pressure here. She just dropped the single highest score of the heat, 6.07. And the requirement for Zoe is now an 8.4. And she's, you know, in that kind of dreaded, just rapid zone on the inside. Quite often when you've got that shallow sandbar and it drops off into a bit of a gutter, you kind of can get stuck there on the edge of the sandbar, especially with an incoming tide.
Absolutely, so much power pushing across the sandbar there makes it really difficult to paddle out, and that's why we're seeing all the competitors in the next heats. They're all heading down to the southern zone. There's a bit of an elevator rep that takes you out. You can see Alyssa Spencer there, just doing a bit of meditation, just staying nice and calm. Some positive affirmation going through the mind.
Well, we're seeing today a lot of first-time head-to-head clashes. I know in the entire round of 16 for the men, it was the first time in the Challenger Series that any of those competitors had faced each other. A lot of the same story unfolding here in the round of 16 for the women. But Alyssa Spencer and Kira Pinkerton know each other extremely well. They've come through the ranks at a similar time. They would have surfed against one another, and I think in that instance, probably the coaches of both have kind of identified where their strengths are and kind of gone out there and told them to really execute on that. You know, it would have been like, for Alyssa, if you're on your backhand out there, don't get too far away from the pocket. It's going to be hard to match the carving power of Kira Pinkerton. So with a more vertical approach, maybe Alyssa can find an edge there. And you know, the instruction to Kira would have definitely been, hey, you have a noticeable power advantage over Alyssa Spencer. Yeah. So lean into that and
find
lean
some
in
open
hard.
face and really put that power on display. Here we go, Zoe Zeitz.
Finding room down the line. Really nice technique, and one of our favourite games, Rich, is making comparison to former greats. And I can see in Zoe Zeitz's approach a bit of the influence of another great Kauaian surfer in Malia Manuel.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see it.
A nice little drop knee style. And, you know, Malia was the master. It was a beautiful kind of feminine flow that she had down the line. But she also had an incredibly progressive approach as well.
Yeah, she sure did. Amazing surfer. So any comparison is a huge compliment, really.
Malia won this event too in 2014. Shout out to Malia, she's watching on.
Yeah, I was about to say, she's probably watching. Big hellos.
Got a new bub. 8 minutes to go here, Zoe. Where will this number fall for the teenager? Wanting to get herself back in this heat. I think it chips away at the requirement, Rich. How high do you see that wave going on the scale?
Look, it didn't completely stand up, and there wasn't a moment where I was jumping out of my seat, but she did some really good surfing on it, so I can see a mid-range score dropping, which at this point in the heat is going to be really valuable, because at the moment it's an 8.4 that she needs, which is up in the excellent range, and we really haven't seen, besides Sophie Mccullik, we haven't seen any waves go up into that zone in the last few heats.
She would absolutely love to turn in a high range 5 at least to match what Sanoa's hanging on to, and just kind of remind Sanoa that she's here and she's in for a fight for the spot in the quarterfinals. And the score does come through it as a mid-range 5.53. So, you know, a really attainable requirement now, a 6.37 for the youngster.
Oh, look at this. Sanoa with priority at the 7-minute mark is already sticking to Zoe Zeitz like glue, playing the defensive. She needs to be careful here that she just doesn't overplay this game. There's still room for her to get some improvement in her scoreline.
Well, we'll dive into the tactical game plan that's going to unfold here in the final stages. But let's check out the GWM recap and see how Sanoa established this lead.
Yeah, did a lot of work on the backhand. You can see she's picking these waves that are giving her a bit more space where she can get that extension in the turn. And then Zoe Zeitz, she's really made a comeback on the last few waves. That was that clean snap. She worked this one all the way through to the inside, but somewhat of a frothy section. This is the last wave. Bang, quick turn there. and comes through and gets the completion. I love that little bit of flair on that final turn. That just shows me that she's starting to feel a little bit more confident in her approach to these waves.
Seen plenty of it today, you know, competitors getting a little lost at sea. There was a little celebration there. It was like, yes, that's the wave I'm looking for that's going to cut that requirement almost in half. 6.37 is what Zoe's after now. And we should see, you know, that priority flip here at some point. Zoe's going to try and sell Sanoa on a wave, and Sanoa's going to have a difficult choice to make.
Yeah, Sanoa really is staying close to Zoe's eats. And rightly so. She doesn't want to let her opponent, she knows now that she would have felt good hearing that 8.5 as the requirement, but now 6.3, she'll be thinking, she's starting to build in this heat. She's gaining momentum. She's going to be able to get this right if she picks a good wave. So I need to be there to steal it from her.
Rich, when you were up against a younger competitor on the eve of a huge result and you had a slight lead, would you get in their grill? Would you get in their face with your priority and make your presence felt? Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, it's sort of off-putting. You start getting frustrated, like Zoe be going, just get away from me and give me some space, you know, but that's the job. You need to keep applying that pressure. Really let them know that you're there.
There's so much to this sport aside from the wave riding itself, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely. You know, it almost starts on land before you even hit the water. You're always sizing up your opponent and trying to figure out, okay, what's their strength, what's their weakness? You know, are they going to even care that I'm out there in the lineup? And you know, in some instances you can really get under someone's grill.
So does that mean it's just nonsense when people are saying, I just focus on myself?
Yeah, you're always aware of your competitor and what they're going to bring. It's impossible not to, and I feel like it's probably a little bit naive to I guess discount them entirely.
Yeah, well, today it's sort of probably been about trying to identify some kind of pattern in this lineup because it's a pretty straight sandbar. We're lucky that the swell has remained pretty broken up, so there has been corners out there, but there hasn't been a whole lot of sort of just dropping anchor and sitting today. You can see that the surfers have been kind of constantly battling that sweep to hold position. There's not really a deep section cutting through that sandbar at any point, providing, you know, a predominant wave.
Yeah, and the swell has been fairly lined up. There are breaks in it. And again, that's why I feel like that heading down towards the Merriweather Reef zone where there's a bit more rock involvement in the sandbar patterns could be a better choice at the start of the heat at least, just to see if there's some opportunity down there.
2.5 minutes to go. And Zoe just trying to shirk Sanoa out here at the moment. Canadian holding that priority and holding on to the lead.
She's been tailing her for 5 minutes solid right now. 2 minutes to go, and Zoe needs to somehow shake this tail that seems to be not going away.
Yeah, I guess in this situation too, Rich, it's nothing new to either competitor. You know, you battle through the junior ranks, those regional qualifying series events. You're of course, you've dealt with this before, but on the cusp of the biggest result of your career, it can kind of get to you a little bit, as we see here. Zoe really forcing Sanoa to take this wave, and she's happy to because it's a good-looking wall and it's a huge combination, looking like the best wave of this round of 16 clash already. And Maddie Myers has the thumbs up there. Not sure what that single means. I think it's like, hey, thumbs up. Huge score. Job well done.
No, I think he felt that like it was excellent. I feel like he was putting 8 fingers in the air, thinking that might be the number. hard off the bottom, connects perfectly with that section. And again, 2 huge hooks off the top on the backhand.
That's one of the best waves we've seen in a few heats. So I'm expecting a huge score for this one as we watch the Bioglan replay here.
Yeah, it feels excellent to me, Ron.
Sanoa, you know, she needs that monster result, Rich. I mentioned that she's, you know, still got a mathematical shot of qualifying for the CT, and this number is going to fuel her with a whole lot of confidence, a 9-point ride. And for Zoe Zeitz, the requirement now, a 9.54. And that one couldn't have come at a better time, but she really executed beautifully. Rock solid first hit. I felt like it was going to go excellent just with the single turn, but she did add the extras on that finishing move. Super impressive stuff here from Sanoa Denfli-Olin, and she is going to be on her way to the quarterfinals unless Zoe Zeitz pulls a miracle turn out on this medium-sized wave. She's working it over, just hoping that it stands up and gives her something on the inside, but that's not going to do it. And yeah, there's still a number of surfers remaining in contention for those last couple of spots on the Challenger Series. But let's have a look at the Stone and Wood replay here. Rich, take us through this one.
Gladly. Squares up off the bottom. Beautiful upper body motion here. That fan of spray off the back of the board, just indicative of how clean that was off the lip. And again, really extending out with so much speed. The transition between the 2 turns was flawless. And yeah, you come down off a ride like that and you're just going, yep, that felt good. That feels excellent.
Oh, you know it's
9-point ride.
You know it's good. Yeah, healthy heat score total on a low-scoring day of competition, 15.07. Zoe Zeitz, congratulations, a 16-year-old on the rise, and she'll be a superstar to watch in the future. Make no mistakes about it. We're going to take a quick break here. We've got more action coming your way from the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, with Jesse, Vaughan and Flick stepping in for the call.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
SURFEST is more than competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
Oh, it's a great looking afternoon down here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Big smiles and a big hug from the man who wears the brightest colour hat down on the Challenger Series, Matty Myers. Sanoa Denfli-Olin taking it out in style with a really big 9-point ride at the end of that last heat. We lost Zoe Zeitz, one of our best wildcards that we had in the draw so far. And we're going to see Sanoa into finals day on the other foot. A little bit of a gutted face there from Zoe Zeitz, but what an incredible performance in her first ever Challenger Series event. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Palmatier and Vaught Deadly Blakey. Guys, the vibes have turned up this afternoon. It's a Saturday afternoon, a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Newey. Where else would you rather be?
Hey, the tunes are popping. The DJ is absolutely lighting up that stage. You can't not get amongst it, can you, Jessie?
Yeah, I know. I saw your glow sticks in the car, so I'm expecting a big performance after this, Flick. But yeah, no, the boardwalk's heaving, and finals day is just around the corner, but 2 huge heats coming up the Savo. Big crowd favourite, last year's runner-up, Sally Fitzgibbons. But right now, this is the big one because this has huge ramifications for qualifying for the 2026 CT.
Oh,
just when you think you can take your foot off the gas and put your head on a pillow for 10 seconds, nah.
Hold on, we're going in for another wild ride here, guys. Alyssa Spencer taking on Kira Pinkerton. Both of these ladies in the same sort of situation we saw between Soph and Teresa, need to make this heat to keep qualification alive. Alyssa Spencer's job a little bit easier than Kira's. Only slightly. She needs to get second. Kira needs a win. So we're talking tiniest little bit, but still pretty hard. Alyssa can see that was a beautiful looking wave. Might have had potential for a big barrel, but just a bit of a closeout to kick us off here, Flick.
Yeah, the conditions have improved all day. That wind has definitely, fluffed around more to the westerly direction. It's just looking groomed out there. But I feel, Alyssa opening up her account straight away, there's definitely nerves here for both of these women. There's big things on the line. It almost doesn't get gnarlier than this. We called one, Sophie Mccullik, Teresa Bonvalot, same sort of situation. Like you said, Vaughn, you think you can put your head on a pillow, but today just keeps delivering.
Yeah, it does. And these 2 women are really CT-worthy surfers. Like, we've seen a lot of them over the years. They were both kind of prodigious juniors. I think, Jess, you and I actually maybe called heats of these 2 surfers in Taiwan, surfing in the World Juniors years ago. Here they are looking for a spot on the CT. Both very worthy, so this should be a really good battle.
Kira Pinkerton currently sitting at number 10th on the rankings. Just a little on the hillside rail there as she gets to that section late, but these 2 ladies, they have been competing against each other for so long, from the NSSA juniors all the way through to the pro juniors, then the QSs, now the Challenger Series. As far as WSL format goes, and in man on man, or woman on woman, I should say, matchups, Alyssa's got Kira's number 3-0. And she's going to be trying to lean on that right now in a big state, round of 16 heat.
It's tough though right now. I mean, she's just taken off on that last wave, and she's been forced to do the runaround. And with not converting on that first score, we spoke to it earlier this morning. You're taking off on a wave like today, you need to convert because, and in the context of this heat and the scheme of things, how important this is. I just wonder how strong is that mindset right now and the mental battle that would be going on in her head.
I think she's strong. I think that you're right, that's a huge error because there is scoring potential out there. We know that. We just saw a 9. So, if you take off on a big set wave like that, you have to capitalise on it. But this is a huge opportunity, isn't it, for Kira Pinkerton? We've got an incoming tide. We've got plenty of swell, so the push is immense. And if you do make an error like that, you could be forced to come all the way in. We've seen it all day long. It's an endurance test right now today. Yeah,
and Alyssa should be really hoping that Kira doesn't edge too far ahead in the runaround. Let's take a look at the live rankings here. Tia still alive. We know that she's going to take home the win of these Challenger Series rankings. Sally up in that next heat, but those 3 ladies in 8th, 9th and 10th, they're the ones who are really keeping an eye on right now.
Yeah, well, we saw Soph. She's advanced through, so she's keeping that dream alive. But, yeah, in 9th and 10th right now, this is what we're talking about. Does it get any nittier, grittier than this? I'm not sure. I mean, these women are going to be fighting for their lives, essentially. Far out. I mean, this is just so intense.
Yeah, it's been a day. It's been a day, hasn't it? Like, there's been no let-up for just emotions. And look at... What's this fella up to? Is he just having a free surf?
Yeah,
or?
he had a free surf, actually. I saw him get a bomb up the top
classic.
of the point.
He's keen.
I'm not going to lie, that bank behind the pools is starting to look really fun.
It looks really good, doesn't it? Yeah, and it's funny. Like, I haven't seen anyone really even show too much interest in it. There's some really long, winding rights out there. But we're seeing the competitors just stick to that bank. That's been sort of the centre of attention all day long.
Yeah, and you know what? Both of these ladies, they know this wave well. I actually remember coming here with Alyssa when we were Groms. You know, I met Alyssa when we were 14. She'd come out and stay at my house, and we'd get to spend a couple months together. And Newcastle was always a stop that would roll back to. There was also a big QS 6000 not too far from here down in Barubi. But at least she's been coming back here, like I mentioned, since 2018. She lost to Teresa in this round, actually, the round of 16, and then had a fifth here in 2019 where she lost to Sally Fitz, who's arguably one of the best women that we have here at Newcastle. So I feel like just being able to come here for so long and being in a do or die situation right now, maybe giving someone like Alyssa a little bit of comfort.
Totally. I agree with that for sure. I think you think about Kira though too. She's been in Australia for a while now, and I think
long.
you know we had another board riders team event called the Usher Cup, and I got to see her perform on that. I was tuning right in, and her whole team did extremely well. I think she's pretty seasoned in Australia at the moment, put in the time, adjusted to, the ocean here, the beach breaks, the point breaks. So this matchup is really good right now on paper.
Yeah, they had an incredible rematch, San Clemente, Kira's team, with Snapper Rocks, when Snapper tried to pull a little bit of funny business at the end of their heat, and there was a bit of a grey area in the rule book. So we had a resurf, and San Clemente just went out there and absolutely waxed the floor with Snapper Rocks. They just went out and had this incredible heat, and I think how cool when you go in situations like that and you see competitive fire just come straight out of our athletes.
Yeah, I think Kira was a major. She contributed a big amount of points to that waxing too. She paddled out. I think they had just got on a hot one, but she's feeling, as you say, like really at home in this lineup, in this ocean, and yeah, it's there in the performances. But this is the heat she would love to get the result. And you know what? Alyssa Spencer is already back out the back. So what about this? That first wave, which just left Kira sitting out in the lineup all by herself for a good solid period of time, might not even hurt Alyssa Spencer here.
Yeah, well, Flick and I saw this earlier. We saw Eden Waller get stuck in this sit and wait, and it just all came undone in the last 10 minutes. So I feel like Alyssa's kind of had a chance to hit that reset button. Kira's been paddling for 10 minutes straight. I know Liz, she's gone for a run as well, but just to be back in a spot where maybe you can afford to drift down a little bit. So yeah, it's looking good for Liz just to reset right now. Someone who we love watching down here in Newcastle, Sally Fitz. She's going to take on Bormy, Sarah Baum, those two with plenty of history.
Yeah, this will be exciting. Bormy actually came through a really clutch performance in the round previous to advance through, and then Sal, obviously, she's got 3 wins out here at Surfest, and she's looking fired up.
Hey, this is a win-win for both athletes, because the whole boardwalk love both surfers. They're going to be out there just cheering them both on. Huge afternoon here at Merriweather.
Sal, you opted to use the Apple Watch as well. We can see JP down there. He does the best job ever, just handing out those watches. And I actually got to check out one of them. It has everything you need on the Apple Watch. I really feel like it's something every athlete should tap into.
Oh, totally. I mean, obviously it tells you, the scores you need, where you are, but it also gives you priority, which is super helpful when, maybe the last few days of competition we'd had heaps of wind, you might, or, spray, waves, whatever. So handy to just have that all right there.
Oh, they're miles up the beach. Like, it's from where we're sitting right now at the contest side, the main contest side, you're looking a long way north to see those 2 little black dots sort of bobbing out there in the lineup. So, yeah, it's a really helpful tool, isn't it?
Guys, I also believe we had a bit of an announcement. I heard Ronnie say it, that Sol is also potentially still in with a chance to crack that top 7. She started to really make her way up the rankings. So we might have another contender in the mix as well, just kind of showing how spread out the points are on the women's division this year. Also extending it out to 7 spots. This time last year, well, the entire Challenger Series season, it's been 5 spots, but we get to welcome 7 names to the championship tour this year, and both of these ladies vying for a spot right now. Yeah,
it's exciting news, right? The expansion of the women's tour, the fact that the level of surfing has been so high for the last few years, it just has seemed so fair, and it's something to be celebrated, really, because we're going to have new names on there, and new narratives to get around, new stories to get around on the tour, and I'm looking forward to it. New people to barrack for.
Yeah,
as a surf fan.
They might have to extend it again in the next couple of years, because there is an absolute tsunami of young talent coming through in women's surfing. Like, every time I see it go through into a doom scrolling session, let's be honest, Vaughan, you're lying in bed and you're doom scrolling. But yeah, it's always just, you know, these incredible young girls who are setting the world on fire with turns and skill that you cannot believe.
Yeah, I love just getting to know this new crop of young women rolling on through. Sanoa Dembele-Olin being one of those women that we just love to tune in and watch. She got a big 9-point ride in that last heat, and she's going to break it down with Kaipo.
That's right, Jess. 9-point hammer out there. Sanoa, talk us through that ride.
Yeah, I was definitely very happy to have priority when that one came through at the end of the heat, and it was nice to get to surf it, not needing a score. I haven't seen the turn yet, but I heard I got a 9 once we got to the beach, and I think that's the highest score I've got in a challenger event so far, so that definitely feels really good.
Yeah, look good, look good. You're looking good heading into your second finals day in this Challenger Series with this quarterfinal berth. Headspace going into finals day.
Yeah, I'm just super grateful to be here. The waves have been super fun, and the goal is always finals day, finals. So just showing up to that day, you know, you never know what happens, and so just getting there is the goal. And I had to skip this event the first time it came around. So just, yeah, getting to be here, see the waves, this town, it's been really amazing, and I'm really grateful.
Coming into that quarterfinal, you're going to be matched up against Tia Zabrowski. Your thoughts on the matchup?
Well, I mean, Tia's, you know, kind of the best surfer that we've yet to have in surfing, youngest to qualify, youngest challenger champ. So, yeah, she's incredible. She's a really good friend of mine, and, yeah, it'll be great to surf against her. And, yeah, just hopefully the waves are good and we can both surf our best.
Truly looking forward to that matchup on finals day.
Love it, Kipes. Thank you. Thank you, Sanoa, as well. Humble as always. If I got a 9-point ride, I think I'd be screaming at the TV by now. Right now, though, live action. Kira Pinkerton waited all that time with priority and took a wave, and it was a bit of a dud there, Flick.
Yeah, look, it kind of looks like a little bit of rippy water moving through the lineup at the moment. So we have Alyssa Spencer maybe having a crack here.
Yeah, let's see if that paddle around put her in a good spot. It doesn't, but Kira Pink, she's going to pick up this end section. We know she's got a hammer on her. Let's see her use it. Great looking first turn here for Kira. Pushes it on rail for another one, and a weird looking end section to navigate here. Hard to get the ride out, but Kira Pinkerton, she's going to get our first consequential score on the board after the halfway mark.
Got away with it. Got away with it there. Really chose a wave that offered nothing. Alyssa just missed this. She could have easily been lining up that section, but instead it's Kira Pinkerton who puts the turn right up into the lip. It didn't have a whole lot more with it, but as you say, Jess, you know, when that section stands up, it's clobbering time. Kira didn't miss it.
So now Kira, she's going to opt for the runaround as well. And you can see just how far down she was. We're going to give her a bit of a time, a moment to get that runaround underway. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. It's that time. Let's test this out. Fat Boy Bikes. Never trust a skinny bike. Fat Boy Bikes, #1, eats up all terrain. You want a fat boy. I want a fat boy. How can we get one? We scanned this QR code right down at SurfEst. Enter yourself in the drawing to win Finals Day of Fat Boy Bike. And remember, Fat Boy Bikes, whether it's the road, the dirt, the sand, the grass, Fat Boy will eat it up. Yum, yum.
Love it, Kaifa. I've been waiting for that big Fat Boy rev up there. We love Fat Boy Bikes. Such a great partner to have down here at the SurfEst. Lisa Spencer tagging a section here. And comes through. She's going to keep swinging on the foam and probably give us another run around, but she needed to be on par with Kira Pinkerton's last wave, and that's a moment to put her back in this heat.
This, I feel you could feel the nerves when I'm watching this. I mean, that was a nice turn, obviously, but I feel something about me when I watch that, I feel a little bit of nerves and nervous energy.
I'll tell you what it was. It just lacked the square up. The section was there, and what you want to see is a real drive off the bottom. It was just the one section, so she could have really, you know, dug it in a little harder, gone a bit more vertical up the face. When you do that, the top turn tends to be more explosive. So, yeah, you're right. I feel like the nerves were there a touch too. She does get the combo out, though. So there'll be, you know, there will be some reward for that.
I just go back to Sanoa, just, you know, the big belts and those opportunities are there for those scores. I mean, I do understand the mindset, though, of the whole, you know, that silly saying of, say, build a house and start small and then build on that. But,
boo.
Yeah, boo, boo.
I'm not here to build a house.
No, you know.
I'm here to burn a house.
You know, you know, it's just, it's interesting because when you've got to do the run around, you've got to paddle back out.
Yeah. But, you know, it might work for her, you know, like just to feel good on a wave is a big thing, especially with 10 minutes to go. It just felt like the wave had so many more points in it. So, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Flick, I agree with you.
Cheers,
that's why you're here. I just nod my head when you open your mouth because, yeah, you've got the insight. You've been there. And, you know, this is tricky. It is kind of... You don't want to let too much time go by without having a score under your belt. So there is some merit to just getting a ride complete, having a score on the board, because now, you know, she'll know she's got so much more to give. And if another section comes up, I guarantee she's going to blast it a lot harder. The nerves won't be as intense.
Oh, totally. Once you get a make, those nerves are going to be settled for sure. Yeah, no doubt that she is going to hopefully set it on fire on the next one.
It'd be confidence knowing that having a nervous ride still gets you a 5.5. She's still well and truly in this heat. Kira Pinkerton, she locks in at 6.33 as well. So Liz just chasing a 1.91. Kira looking at better, a 1.01. We saw Balmy on screen there, and what a battle of two friends coming up in that next heat.
This is a great way to finish the day.
Oh,
seriously,
yes.
the boardwalk is packed. Balmy is a local. Like, they're going to be so loud and proud for this woman. And Sally Fitzgibbon, 3-time winner, absolute crowd favourite, Australian icon, probably a future Hall of Famer if she's not already in it. Is she in it yet? I don't know, but she's heading there. And, you know, every time she paddles out, it doesn't matter if you're 4 years old, if you're 30 years old, if you're 95 years old, you know who Sally Fitzgibbons is, and you're going, come on, Sal, do it. Have you got a good price on a shed for me?
Oh, totally.
Best sheds. We love you, Sal.
Totally. But she's the most popular person down here. You know, the other day I was waiting for her to do an interview on the glass, and I'm not kidding you. It took about almost 25 minutes for her to make her way up because, you know, swarms of kids wanting her autographs, and she has time for absolutely everybody. So, yeah, this is going to be a cracker of a heat coming up.
Yeah, 8 minutes to go left in this one right now. Both of our ladies with some sort of score in their lineup, 6.33. Alyssa Spencer with a 5.5, reminding everyone that whoever wins this heat keeps their championship tour dreams alive. Whoever bows out, it's back to the drawing board, and it's back to another year on the Changers here, Vorno.
You know what sucks is that both these women should be on the CT by now. Like, and it's not, you know, there have been injuries, there have been sort of near misses, but this is going to be a real tough pill to swallow for whoever doesn't get through this heat. It's a long year. You know, the Challenger Series is one of those things that can throw up so many surprises. People who you expect to get there can somehow just not be there at the end. And, yeah, it's a big one to look at that next season and go, okay, I've got to dig deep and do it again. So big opportunity here for both these women as Alyssa pulls the trigger. But is she just getting down into position maybe?
Yeah, not much on the inside there. You can see she got a carve in. It's probably going to be close to that 191 that she's chasing right now, but Yeah, this was a weird wave choice here,
It's a completely different part of the bank. She's like...
I think she's almost, you know, you paddle out in that deep channel section.
Right.
It seems like obviously she's paddled out. That's where she is. To your point, Vaughan, probably just a reposition maybe, but yeah, interesting. We'll see what happens here. 6:40 on the clock. Kira has got priority and look up. Yeah. I'm just...
You're speechless, aren't you?
I am, because I just know what's on the line for them, and we were speaking to what happens when they go back. Someone's going to lose here. That's just the end of the day. At the end of the day, in 6 minutes 20, someone's losing and someone's going, someone's getting closer to their dream, and someone's just looking down the barrel of another year on the Challenger Series like, oh my goodness, can I even do this again? You know, and I just know how much that sucks. So, yeah.
What's the strengths here? Like for Kira Pinkerton, it's power. Like she is going to attack and she'll engage the rail. She throws buckets. You know, she's not too far Gabrielle O'Brien when you think of, you know, who are the most powerful women surfers on any tour. For Alyssa, it's this sharp, explosive backhand.
Like timing, hey?
Yeah, timing. Very, very clinical, and I feel like she is going to be looking for that section that she can really properly click with. It's going to be an interesting, you know, bit of combat here in the last 5.5 minutes.
And I'm sure she'll break down with her coach, Chris Galley. You know, looking at that 5-5, there was more points on offer. You guys nailed that one. Just even felt like maybe she was slightly wide of that perfect section that she could have squared up on. And it's a mistake that we don't usually see her make. So you nail it there, Flick. The nerves would be ridiculous in a situation like this.
And you try to play it off as if, oh yeah, I don't know what I need to get through, but yeah, you know, the formula is pretty simple, right? Like you advance and things are looking better and better.
Let's see if she can get this 191 here. This wave starts to bowl up ahead of her, floats the first section, air drops out of it. That's a better looking square up here from Alyssa Spencer. We're just so used to seeing her do it. She's going to get a third section, jams the tail with a completion here. She gives us a fist bump, and I think she knows that she actually gave us a part of her surfing that we're so used to seeing from Alyssa Spencer.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we wanted to see. We know these waves have been begging for it, and she has just absolutely slapped it. Really connects with the first section.
Exactly, and there's a nice punch through the lip. What I love about this wave is the speed. You know, she links the turns together beautifully. There's explosive moments. She even throws tail on that last one. And now the pressure will switch to Kira Pinkerton because she had priority. So Alyssa's picked off a small, clean wave. This little extender float, how cool was that? Just the speed into this next section.
Yeah, the stone and wood slow-mo right now. This is beautiful. Up into this second section where she belts it. And yeah, gets the fin release, but she's not over here because she actually gets another little fin moment on the inside. She just sets up for this last turn, and she's not leaving no score, points on the board here with this wave, really. She surfed it as well as what you could. And another little drone angle here, this last section. You could have just tapped that, but she said, it's just kind of like she was listening to us. She's like, yeah, all right, okay, I'll really slap this next one.
Are you claiming that, Coach Flick?
No, I will not, but I think, you know, as a surfer, you're your own coach, right? And she would know that in her heart of hearts, like, oh, well, probably missed that first section a bit. Probably should have spanked it harder.
Yeah, these women, these athletes, you know, they're so aware of how they're going. Like, they know what a score is before the judges start throwing it out there. So when they leave points on the board, you know, they know what they have to do to correct. They can make those micro adjustments in their strategy and in their approach. And look at that score for Alyssa Spencer. That is huge in the context of this heat.
Yeah, big 7.5 here for Liz. So that means Kira Pinkerton now chasing a 6.68. If I'm Alyssa Spencer, though, you still want to get out the back just in case you need another wave. A 6.68 to Kira is like everyone else getting a 4. You know, it's actually so attainable for someone of her caliber.
You brought it up, Vaughan. It's kind of like the Gabrielle O'Brien story, right? She is so powerful that she takes off on a wave. She can also manufacture that score just in her sheer power, right? Like, she outpowers pretty much everyone on this Challenger Series. So she gets one big, hefty section. We saw Finn do it the other day. I think he got an 8.83 for just one big power gouge. So, like, that's what Kira has in her arsenal. So I wouldn't be feeling comfortable if I was Alyssa either.
That's the fear. That's exactly what Jess was alluding to. You can't leave her in the lineup. It's 2 minutes. But you can bet Alyssa is just doing everything in her power to get back out there and just apply a little bit of pressure, put some indecision in her mind.
And when you think of these ladies, you know, with that cut being removed from the tour that we have coming up, it actually probably suits both of their surfing. They're both real momentum surfers and big on confidence as well. They both take their losses to heart. So having a full year's tour where they can drive and ramp up into it, it feels like it would suit both of these ladies. So that's why it's so hard to know that we're going to lose one of them out of the draw right now.
Oh, 1 minute and a half. And the qualification scenarios just keep on turning. The pressure is relentless, and Alyssa calls it.
Alyssa, so she's not going to get back out the back. She's probably miles down the beach at this point. She's going to have to leave it.
That's tough.
Oh, no, well, what is the story of today? Flick, Jess, the story of the day is buzzer beaters, and they've come thick and fast.
Oh, wow.
And now Alyssa's going to have to sit through, you know, the same thing that Mateus did. Watching the lineup from the beach as Kira Pinkerton tries to find any opportunity. 1 minute on the clock, a 6.68. As Flick just said, that is one turn for this woman. She is that good.
Wow. Oh, man.
And if you're Alyssa, you're watching that from the beach too. You genuinely, that is completely out of your hands here. 40 seconds to go. You can see she's running up. She's not going to get back out the back. Kira, at that moment where you've got 30 seconds, you know you can achieve the score that you're required. And the ocean, it's just completely in the ocean's hands. It's a crazy feeling as a competitor. But we look to the ocean and it seems dreadfully quiet.
It looks so still, doesn't it? Is this a lump? We saw Cal Robbo pull off a miracle with 1 second to go, and it looks like this lump will make it in time.
Here we go, 7 seconds on the clock here. One turn, but goes down for Kira Pinkerton. Needed a completion to get herself onto the championship tour and try and find a 6.68. Alyssa Spencer is going to escape this heat. You can just hear her say, it's so gnarly out there.
Oh, it's so gnarly. So gnarly. But Alyssa Spencer getting incredibly close to realising this dream. But yeah, big moment for her. And you know what? She really put it all on the line. She really did. You know, on that wave that she really needed to score, she gave it her all, and you've got to commend her for that.
Yeah, we were critical of her first ride. She left Kira in the lineup a long time in that heat. She did 2 runarounds. She was basically never really in the same frame. But when that wave came, she got the score she needed, and that was really a lot of pressure. It was just so sad. There was no opportunity for Kira Pinkerton in that heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Let's listen in.
Fucking incredible.
Perfect timing, Gally.
So tired.
Literally like need an IV.
That was like the gnarliest heat of my life.
To get skate.
Just a big embrace there from Gally.
What a stud.
You know, Alyssa, she's a couple heats away. She needs a second place finish to qualify back on the championship tour. She's one step closer, and that heat against Kira is probably going to be one of the hardest ones to come through to it. Actually, I'm getting news in my ears right now. Alyssa Spencer has just qualified for the championship tour.
Wow!
Wow,
that
Alyssa
is
Spencer.
a huge heat. Does she know?
She
has
mustn't
no
know.
idea.
She just said that was the gnarliest heat of my life. There you go.
Wow, she's just finding out. Alyssa Spencer back on the championship tour. I have goosebumps.
Oh, this day. Stop it. The heart is about to explode. Look at the emotion on this young woman's face heading to the championship tour. That heat was an endurance test, wasn't it? She was doing the runaround, she was doing the paddles. Oh my goodness, what a moment.
Wow, well, so with Kira out of the draw, it leaves room below her. So of course, Alyssa jumping up into that top 7 position, and you know what, we spoke to her at the start of the heat. She belongs there, she does. And thinking going back on a tour that doesn't have a cut, it's Alyssa's year.
She's got unfinished business on there. I think she's spoken to it. She said that, you know, there's more I could have given that first year, and I'm looking forward for her redemption year this year on the CT.
Oh, that is epic news, and I love also what you said before, Jess. You know, a full year. That cut stress was just so hectic. Some surfers like to build into a year. You know, what could she do? My guess is just about anything. That was a real gritty performance there from Alyssa Spencer. Congratulations on to you.
Oh my gosh, she's back, and we are so excited to see who else we're going to welcome in. But we've got a big heat against Bormy and Sally Fitz coming up right after this.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Fresh out of the water, fresh onto the championship tour, qualifying. Alyssa, Spencer, share with me this moment.
Yeah, it's, such an incredible moment. I honestly don't even know if I can find all the words for how I'm feeling right now, but yeah, I didn't even know that was the heat. I thought I had to make more heat, so, in my mind I was like, okay, this is step one, but we still have more to go, but I can't believe that it happened right then.
It's not an easy road. There's so many ups and downs. It's a roller coaster ride. Do you feel relief right now? Has it settled in, this accomplishment?
Yeah, I feel like it was definitely a surprise to me when I came out of the water and they told me, like, you did it, you qualified, and I don't know, I feel like it's just a lot of emotions coming through right now, and it's been a really long year. It's been a really tough year for me. I feel like I've had a lot of, personal growth to go through and digging really deep to find this result, so,
Congratulations.
Good.
What are you looking forward to coming up at Bell's, Rip Curl Bell's Pro, coming right around the corner?
Yeah, I'm so excited. It's going into 3 events that are both all right point breaks, so I'm really excited to show what I have on my backhand.
Congratulations to Alyssa Spencer, qualified for the championship tour.
Wow, wow, wow. Alyssa back on the championship tour for another year. She had a rookie year just a couple of years ago. Now we have to take a look at this list of an incredible 6 women, only one more spot to fill.
Oh, wow. That was it was really beautiful to see. She didn't even know going into that heat that if she was to, advance, she thought she had to make a couple more, but she's locked in that number 6 spot, so that leaves Anut in number 7, just watching on the sidelines at the moment to basically see what happens and if someone can get the job done and win this thing. Basically, that's what's required of the surfers below her. So, yeah, wow. I'm really looking forward to seeing Alyssa on tour. I feel like, she obviously had, that shortened year on tour with the Cup being there and not making that. So to have a full year and to really try and gain some momentum is really well deserved.
I just didn't see that coming. I love a little afternoon surprise. And right now, though, we also have a great looking matchup. The final heat of the day. It's Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Bormy. Sarah Baum represents South Africa, but is an adopted Novocastrian and started off with excellence, an 8-point ride.
8-point ride. That is pretty nice way you want to be starting off against Sally Fitzgibbons, who is so consistent out here. Let's see what Bormy got done. Nice swoop on the backhand. It looks like she's teeing off here, which she does. That was really good surfing. It was a nice little tail slide on the backhand there. Wow. I really love her style. It's really, really pleasing on the eye to watch. So when you match up against someone like Sal, let's get caught up with what she got done on her opening wave. So nice crack out of the lip here. swoopy carve, but that's all she wrote there for Sal. But you're matching up against Sally. We've spoken to her before. She's finished runner-up in the world multiple times. Long-time CT performer, and she's won out here 3 times. You want to be locking in scores like that because Sally just, textbook surfing here from her. She's backed up the 4.33 already with a wave like that. And she's back on the board. She's so smart. She would have heard that 8 drop. No, she would have heard the 4.3 for her first wave and be like, right, okay, let's quickly change this scenario. Let's get my backup wave and get back out the back. And when this score drops, so most likely she's going to get up into that leading position of the heat.
Oh,
she's
definitely.
So
she's just so smart, isn't she? Just so many years really adding to her, and she just doesn't stop as well as far as like being a good person. She'll lose a heat and come in and have so much time for people around the world. Groms who are just Sally Fitzgibbons fans, no matter what happens or where she is, she's just kind of set the benchmark of what a great athlete looks like. And a great role model as well.
Oh, yeah. I spoke to her on the glass a few days ago when she was competing. She'd just come in from the win. And, I was just asking her about SurfFest and her favourite memories here over the years and, just how important it is to have events like this and the community around it. And she couldn't sing the praises high enough of, just how much this event has been pivotal to her in her career. She's been coming here for Pro Juniors, junior events, qualifying series events, and for her to be supported by the community so, beautifully, really, it means the world to her and to come back and to give back like that. So, I watch her with all the grommets and, we said it before, but she is everyone's favourite person down here.
Yeah, I love it. I'm always still starstruck chatting to Sally. She's like, hey, Jess, and I'm like, hey, it's Sally Fitz, she's just everyone's idol at some point, and I feel like she can really attest to that, just the type of competitor she is. She keeps coming back no matter what happens. She's just locked in a 6.33 on that second ride, so you're right on cue there, Flick. Goes to the lead. Now she's perfectly timed to run around with 20 minutes to go. So even though Bormy starts off with an 8, you can just never not look over your shoulder with Sally Fitz.
Let's think about the experience of Sal, right? Like, she is such a strategist, but the experience bank is absolutely loaded. It is full, that bank of gold, really. Like, think about all the different scenarios she's been in and how they've all played out, and she'd all have that formulated in her head. And yeah, okay, Bormy's still sitting out there with the highest wave. She doesn't require much to go into the lead, but just mentally to hear that, your name's read out over, Beachcom says Sally Fitzgibbons gone into the lead with last wave, 6.33. All that stuff plays on people's minds. So it's just smart surfing from Sal. She's got her base number now and she can try and build on that knowing that Bormy has the 8.
Now, remember how I was mentioning with Sol earlier, I said she's got a bone to pick with the round of 16? Sarah has a bone to pick with SurfFest. She has competed here so many times, and in 2022, 2023, and 2025, she's placed second. She's come so close to victory, but she's got pipped at the post by Macy Callahan, Bronte McCulley, and obviously more recently, Charlie Stokes. Imagine getting second at an event 3 times running.
Oh, you're the first loser, though. That's something.
You're winning something.
Yeah. Honestly, if that bridesmaids finish, it's tough. At least, you know what? You do have consistency. That is one thing I will say. But yeah, look, Bormy is going to want to resurrect that for sure. And here she goes.
Yeah, looking to back up this 8-point ride here. Just such a silky smooth bottom turn. Driving into another one here and floats up and over. Redemption, she's chasing it.
This is going to be another big score loading. This is massive. There is a real silkiness to her surfing and maturity. Like, I've grown up with Bormy. We're the same generation and era and already when we were young, she still had this style. It's just it's really mature, and just surfing beyond her years. Like, obviously now she's mature and grown into that, but the flow between that was sensational, really. I don't think I've really seen better today, flow between 2 turns. Will it be the highest wave today? I'm not sure, but to back up the 8, I mean, you've got to be comparing it to the last one. It's pretty good.
Oh, absolutely. Bormy chasing her first win here. Sally Fitz looking for a 4th. They got a couple more rounds to go, but they need a win here. Let's find out who it's going to be right after this Bonsoy brew break.
Newcastle, presented by Bonsoy. Today's froth, we're frothing on finals day. Looking forward to some matchups right here. Dakota Walters, Caleb Tancred, two surfers who've been up against each other since Grommet days in the quarterfinal number one. Finn McGill, Alistair Reginato. Best result of the year for both of these surfers, and look at this. There is qualification implications between the gold medalist Vaast, who's already on the championship tour, and Levi Slawson. And to finish off the quarterfinals, Lucas Cassidy, Callum Robson. Should be an air show. DJ Lucky, it's gonna be a party all weekend. Let's hit it.
Off, Kaipo. Go, Kipes. Let's see Uncle Kaipo. We'll be out there soon enough. He is loving it. Kaipo and Nui, they just go hand in hand. So good. Back to you guys. Guys, just nailing the vibe of what Surfers is this afternoon. There is so much energy, especially for this lady, who's just backed up the 8-point ride beautifully.
I really love the way Bormy surfs. That last turn was pretty critical. I think most of the points on this wave, it's locked in at a 6-5. She's backed up this 8 beautifully, right? I mean, that's what you want to do. So she's got kind of Sal on the ropes right now, but the last turn there, that's where a lot of those points are coming through. You know, full fin release, a bit of like I guess like a backside tail grind if you're kind of like skating a little bit. It was very skate-ish, that last turn. But right now, it's just applying the pressure to Sally, for sure. And it's left Sally chasing an excellent number.
Yeah, Sal needs an 8.2. She's just backed up her 6.33 with a 5-point ride. So she's chasing a little bit more right now. Obviously, an 8.2 has to be pretty excellent. We're not surprised if she did get the score, though. I mean, it is Sally Fitz. But Bormy just kind of trying to channel the local energy right now. All of her family, all of her friends down here. But Bormy, you know, like we mentioned, represents South Africa. Actually went and did the specialty event over in J-Bay, not last year, but the year before, and won the women's division over there.
Yeah. And you know what? She also got a berth in the CT, I believe. Was it last year? Yeah. And it was a quarterfinal finish, I believe. So, yes, Bormy's had some time in the CT jersey, but, I mean, she obviously, like, she's just so, I love her brand of surfing. I feel she's really strong on her forehand, but for me, it's the silky lines on the backhand. It's the connectivity between the turns that I really appreciate in her surfing. And, obviously we got to see her at J-Bay and, obviously she's on the backhand there and silky smooth surfing.
You can see here Sal getting a 5-point ride for this one. Bit of a smaller looking wave on the inside here.
Yeah, it looks like 2 quick turns and sort of just sitting a little bit in on the bank. I feel like we spoke to it before when we were in the booth, Jesse, as we see Alyssa and Stanoa. But I'm sure she's getting back to all the messages of congratulations. But yeah, we are stoked for her.
Oh, I could not be more happy for Alyssa and Mateus as well. I mean, Mateus, you were right there. I don't know how you didn't just bawl your eyes out. I would have been crying. Vaughn and I were hand in hand holding each other in here. That's how much power it had.
Yeah, I think I spoke to her before, but it's not often that we see someone get so emotional and allow themselves to be like that, especially on, you know, in front of a lot of people that are watching. So it was a pretty special moment, but yeah, I think he's going to take a while to digest. He's going to need to reset his nervous system after this week because it has been, yeah, it's true. It's been a crazy week. We've had so much on the line, you know, people's dreams being squashed, people realising their dreams. And he's been on a roller coaster. It's been up and down and the emotions have been tested as we see Sal.
Yeah, looking for something big on the end section here. Goes for a straightie, lands on the roof and unfortunately just a little bit too much weight on that heel edge there, but she always is trying these big progressive manoeuvres right now, chasing an 8.2 here. I love the fact that she's gone for this on the Stony Brook slow-mo.
I feel like we could see her setting up for it. And you know what? I love the different type of air, not just going for the air rev, really just trying to bring, you know, a little bit more creativity to it. But she launches really beautifully, touches the rail briefly, but I feel like that was almost a make, almost just landing a little bit on the roof of like the section that was coming down, but yeah, a little bit out in front of that, she would have been sweet.
Well, let's see it again, Sal. I love when we see the ladies take to the air. Obviously, we've got an incredible bunch of aerialists already on that championship tour. People who come to mind, Katie Simmers, Erin Brooks, Molly Picklum, and now we're adding people like Tia Zabrowski to that list. I hope that we see, you know, women just take to the sky more often. Right here, actually, in Newcastle, Carissa Moore pulled off one of the craziest air reverses we've ever seen in women's competitive competition.
Yeah, and, you know, even just to talk about Carissa, how cool is it that we will see her back on the tour this year?
Mum power.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. I mean, obviously, we've seen mums in the past, like Lisa Anderson, compete on the tour, you know, with her kid, but we're not in recent years, and we've had a lot of women on the championship tour have babies in recent times, you know, Joanne Defay, Tatiana Weston-Webb, and Carissa Moore. And to see the return to competition is going to be something really special down at Rip Curl Pro's Bells Beach. And I can't personally wait to see it, because a lot of the men we see on tour, obviously they're not carrying the child, so they're not having to, you know, take that time off tour, and they can essentially just keep competing and bring their wives on tour with them and their families. So it's going to be really cool to see, you know, that reverse and see the women bringing their children on tour with them.
I love it, because growing up, personally for me, you know, I didn't get to see Lisa compete on the championship tour, but so all the women that I watched, no one had a baby and came back.
Yeah.
This is the first time that I'm getting to kind of witness something like that, and there's not very many sports that you see that happen. And I think that Carissa, she's back in fighting form, and she's had a child, she's coming back, and I have so much respect for the WSL that they, obviously she's one of the greatest of all time, but they're holding those spots off for the women who are deciding to take on motherhood while still having a competitive career. Tati, Joanne wanting to make a comeback as well. That is hands down one of the coolest things I've ever seen in our sport.
Totally, and you know, you think it's just so crazy, right? I mean, as females, we've obviously got that biological clock, and it's a conversation that has to be had. It's like if you're thinking about doing that and you want to have a family, it's something that, you know, men don't. They have to consider it in a way, but not as much. Obviously, we use our body for our sport majorly, and you know, you're pregnant, not necessarily being on tour. So it's such an important decision to be made, and I think, the WSL supporting that and the women coming back is really great step in the right direction, and it's going to be, I just can't wait. I can't wait to see the little bambinos getting around.
We might need a creche, like a WSL creche.
I know, it's going to be so good. It's going to be epic. And I'm also looking forward to seeing a new sort of reimagined Carissa, because once, like example, Justine Dupont, you know, incredible surfer, big wave surfer, and she's had her little son Leor, and then come back and competed in the Eddy, and he was on the beach waiting for her, and she spoke to it that, you know, obviously I'm surfing these crazy waves and it's pretty death-defying, but the thing I can't wait for the most is just to get back on that sand and be with him.
Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to see mum power this year from Carissa Moore. I'm looking forward to seeing Sally Fitz. She's back on that championship tour as well, just not getting that kind of click that she's chasing here for an 8.2, but she's always going to keep rolling the dice.
Totally, I think she's just trying to operate a little bit and sneak around under priority, try and get a couple of waves there. But yeah, no harm, no foul there, because there wasn't any, you know, crazy sets coming, so she's out the back.
Yeah, we're going to have so many kids running around, actually, when you think about it. Obviously, there's already, you know, the ones who we've got to hang out with over the last year, but Connor O'Leary bringing his baby girl on tour this year as well. So we're going to have a full family affair, and that championship tour kicks off in just a couple of weeks of time down at Bells Beach for the Rip Curl Pro. And then we kick off, we go to Marg, Snapper, Raglan, and then start to just take off all around the world. And Sal, she's going to see herself on another full year tour. You know, we chat to Alyssa Spencer, that kind of no-cut format suiting someone who's getting used to the tour. I actually think, you know, you think about those last kind of events that we saw Sal compete in the Aussie leg, it's probably going to really suit her as well.
Oh, totally. I think Sal on the Aussie leg, that's what you're talking about, right? I think she is at home, she's on home soil, right? And I feel like Sally's someone who really just channels the crowd. We've seen it here at SurfFest. But let's dive into the GWM recap. We have Formy here just opening her account in scintillating form, drops the excellent ride on Sal, but she's locked in the 6.33. So she, you know, Sal's a veteran. She is the ultimate competitor. She's been in every scenario. Beautiful surfing from Sal here. And she managed to get back up in the lead here for a hot little second, but then it was Bormy. She only rode the 2 waves. This is the second one, and locks in the 6.5. And she is well and truly out in the lead. She's got Sal on the rope. Sal's chasing an excellent wave. Goes this little turn here, manages to 5. She also had the little moment where she went for the big straight air. If she lands that, I mean, she's well and truly got the excellent number for sure. So right intention there for Sal. So five minutes on the clock, essentially. And it's the veteran and the 3-time champ at Surfest on the ropes.
Yeah, Bormy leaving a respectable amount of room between her and Sal right now. She's sharking, but also just trying to keep her distance ever so slightly, not like kind of what we saw in earlier heats, especially in a big rematch between Soph McCullik and Teresa Bonvalot. Soph obviously getting the jump on that. We saw Kaipo get to chat about some of those men's quarterfinals coming up. Some of the women's looking incredible as well. Ellie Harrison taking on Ziggy McKenzie. Ellie obviously with a championship tour hope. You know, she wins. She's there.
Yeah, that's going to be... I mean, I know Ellie's a little bit older, obviously, than Ziggy, but that is going to be pretty exciting. And Ziggy's been in form all event. I think she said this was her second Challenger Series. The first one, she was like, just had a bit of a shocker. But this one, she is, you know, smashing her way through this draw. She's had some incredible moments. So, yeah, Ellie Harrison still with a shot is pretty incredible. And, you know, she's also a previous winner out here. So she knows that feeling, you know, of winning here at Surfest. She's got really good memories of that. She doesn't even have to try and visualize it. She knows what that is. She's experienced it. So that will be good to watch that go down tomorrow.
She actually won in really similar conditions to what we've had as well. So feeling comfortable out here too. We look to heat number 2 of the quarterfinals, Soph McCullik and Sol Aguirre. Sol with a bit of dark horse energy and Soph with a job to do.
Same again. Soph, I mean, well, but also Sol is with an outside. She has to get a job done too. Wow, these heats just keep shaping up. Just when you think.
My heart can't take anymore. I've said it time and time again, I have been on an emotional roller coaster. I don't think I've ever screamed at a TV so much than I have this week.
Oh, wow. Okay, so, I mean, so that's 2 heats for Soph now that she's drawn. I mean, her previous heat she had Teresa, right? And then now with Sol Aguirre. But we know that Soph's capable of that. We've seen her do that before. I mean, she did it over at Haleiwa to get her place on the championship tour initially when she qualified a few years ago. So that's shaping up to be a good one too.
Yeah, then obviously a bit of a young gun affair. Tia Zabrowski taking on Sanoa. It looks like we might have a bit of action here. No one super into that wave here. So 3 minutes to go. Bormy trying to hold down priority over Sal here. Sal's going to try and sell her on anything. They've got a clean-up set to work through. But Tia, she's just been so in form, and I think Sanoa, you know, made a testament to that. She said, I know it's a big task at hand.
It is, but if she keeps dropping 9s, like what she did in that last heat, you have nothing to worry about. I think, you know, and she's, okay, yeah, on paper, you're definitely the underdog for sure because, I mean, Tia, she's won the Challenger Series already. She's this phenom. You know, there's obviously this buzz around her and she's qualified for the CT. However, you did just drop probably, could be wrong here, but the highest single wave for the women's potentially. Well, in the 9 range, you're up there. So in the context of things and in this very competition, I mean, it's that silly saying you're only as good as your last result. I mean, you dropped a 9, so take confidence from that and it'll be a good matchup.
Yeah, and then whoever wins this is going to take on Alyssa Spencer. So 4 incredible looking quarterfinals on both the men and the women's side. Tomorrow is finals day and we have 1 more spot for both the men and the women. I don't even know. I can't even fathom, you know, what Liam O'Brien must be feeling right now. It literally comes down to quarterfinal heat number 3.
I think the most crazy dynamic of it all is Liam and Soph. Obviously, they're dating. They have been for a while now. And Sophie McCullik chasing a spot and Liam sort of defending one. He's not really doing much defending.
Hold on.
He's on the sidelines. But, I mean, for those two right now, oh, man, going home and you know, eating dinner tonight and, you know, going to bed and just went like, are you okay?
What are you talking about?
Are you okay? I'm okay. Yeah, it's intense times.
Sal trying to get herself to finals day, taking a smaller inside wave here, needing an 8.2. We know what she's trying to gear up for here, gaining speed. Not into it. So an 8.2, we can feel that she wants to take to the air right now. We're just over a minute to go here. So Bormy, she's surfed 2 waves this entire heat. Job well done.
Job well done. And also, look, Sal's just rode this wave. She's going to be on the inside. You can see Bormy's moving towards her quick, right? Because Sal's the kind of person we saw her go for the big straighty. Let's have a look. She got this under priority, but Bormy didn't really want it. It's obviously a small wave. Sal registering, hey, I'm only going to get the one section here that's load up, but it didn't really provide her with what she's looking for. She couldn't really tee off. But yeah, Bormy has to get onto her because you don't want to give Sally any room in this lineup. It kind of looks like there might be a little bit of space between the two of them, but Sal, is she going to get a look in here?
Yeah, she's going to get a paddle. 30 seconds to go. Just the one section, and the board completely coming away from her right now. So Bormy, she's absolutely just playing her cards so well. She's not trying to get caught up in the nerves of having Sal sharking around your inside. She's just keeping it cool. And if we look back to previous winners, we haven't had a South African female win since the very first year of Surfest when we saw Wendy Botha take the win. So how cool would that be to kind of come full circle 40 years later and have another South African woman take the win?
Well, it's getting more and more likely as Bormy is taking out the three-time event champ, Sal Fitzgibbons. But, wow, it was really smartly surfed from Bormy, and she's, yeah, one step closer to sort of getting rid of that curse of that bridesmaid's finish.
I know. We'd love to see her finally get a win here after 3 second places and consecutive second places too. There were 3 back-to-back years that she competed in this event. Sal Fitzgibbons, we're going to lose her out of the draw, but guess what? We're seeing her down at Bells Beach in just a couple of weeks' time, and we could not be more excited to see Sally down there. But although the competition might be over for today, the talent definitely is, and we've got a great looking booth to welcome you into the Stone and Wood Post Show. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the Stone and Wood Post Show here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Another huge day. More names are joining the CT ranks. Sarah Baum, well, she's not one of them, but she is still alive in this contest, just getting the victory over Sally Fitzgibbons. That means that Sally is still all locked up with Beck Woods with 3 SURFEST victories. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier. Richie Lovett. How's the stress levels, guys? Are we decompressing a little bit? Another stressful day?
Nowhere near decompressed at all.
No, we've still got a full day, a finals day to get through as well, but amazing scenes. We did see 3 more surfers realise their dream today, Rich.
Yeah, it was really cool, and how can we go past Matthias Hurdy? That was the biggest emotional letdown I think I've ever seen in surfing. You know, he literally couldn't even compose himself when you're interviewing him, Fleck. That was it was good TV for sure, but you did well to hang on.
Oh man, I just felt for him. You know, obviously we got to get the interview, but I was like, wow,
sitting in that precarious 9th place, and obviously the big bonus for Matthias, which he didn't realise at the time, was that all the people chasing his spot were on the same side of the draw, so there was always the chance they were going to run into each other. It ended up being Dimitri Poulos who fell out of the event, and that meant that Matthias was locked in for the 2026 season. Nadia Aristabe, another competitor who had a really stressful couple of days, a priority blunder. She mentioned that herself in different words after she was told that she'd made the CT. But yeah, she was absolutely buzzing. And then Alyssa Spencer, obviously emotional as well. She'll be making her championship tour return.
This is cool. She had no idea, right? She had no idea that if she just won that heat, the dream is realised. And I mean, she spoke to it just, you know, she's had a really tough year for a number of different reasons, and she almost started to break down when Kuiper was speaking to her. So, yeah, this is really cool. There's only 1 spot left on each one.
Oh, only 1 spot left on the men's side, and on the women's side, it's so intense, Rich. I mean, the fight is on for those places. Really nervous times for the surfers sitting at the back end of those ranks. Let's have a look at the qualifiers for the 2026 Championship Tour season. Tia Zabrowski, #1 on the Challenger Series. Yolanda Hopkins has stitched up her place. Sally Fitzgibbons lost out this afternoon, but she'll be stoked just to be in the mix back on the CT.
Yeah, she's already in, and Francisca Vaselko already on board as well. Nadia and Alyssa, they got their tickets today, so they've jumped on board the bus and they'll be heading down to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. 1 spot to go. Lucky #7. Who will it be? We've got Sophie McCulloch, looked so good today. I pegged her as stealing that final spot.
Well, only 1 surfer today confirming their place on the Men's Championship Tour. It is Matthias Hurdy. I believe there's some celebrations going down this afternoon before he, of course, shifts his focus to the first event of the Championship Tour season. But it's an incredible graduating class already. Still 1 place to be decided. And, of course, the hunt for a top 5 finish to skip that opening round on the Men's Championship Tour, avoid that opening round. So the quest continues for a couple of surfers, Rich.
Yeah, lots of storylines going through the event, and every single heat consequential. And like you said, we go down to that first Championship Tour event, and the first round, it's straight into elimination. And well, here we go.
Yeah,
let's switch our focus.
This is a real treat for the fans here at the 40th anniversary of SURFEST. This is Matt Hall, Red Bull athlete, and a big part of the Red Bull Air Race World Championships over the years. He calls Newcastle home, and he is lighting up the skies at the moment.
This is giving me funny in the tummies just watching it.
Reminds me, Rich, of that flight we took over the Andes on our way to Brazil that year.
Yeah, that was hectic.
As someone who gets worried about the slightest bit of turbulence, this right now has got my heart rate. Just when you said, have you recovered? My heart rate spiked.
I can feel the anxiety, Fleck. Just breathe through it, love.
Matt Hall has shaken up some of the best surfers in the world. He's taken Mick Fanning on a couple of joy rides. Well, they were joyful for Matt.
You could not pay me enough to get in that plane.
Kidding me? Vertical. How do you even do that?
Everything has a price, Rich.
That's defying physics.
But yeah, how cool. Matt, super accomplished pilot, unbelievable. 2019. He was #1 in the world. And yeah, just a freak.
Oh man, the G-forces in that plane right now.
How is it even? I just don't.
Mind-blowing.
I don't understand how it's possible. I don't understand how can you go vertical? How does it not fall? What is? Someone explain it to me.
They're bringing out all stops to keep the crowd entertained here at the obviously the 40th edition of this amazing event. But we're going to dive into some highlights now, having a look at Heat 6 of the men, the round of 16. You know, up until this point, this was, you know, certainly became the biggest heat of the day. Levi Slawson, he needed a miracle in the dying stages, and he found it.
Yeah, this was incredible surfing. And at this point right now, Matthias Hurdy was literally biting his nails down to the nubs. And Shion Crawford, he has been on an absolute mission through this event. And I pegged him as like a dark horse to come in and really upset it. And it's been surfing incredibly well.
Shion needed to win the contest, and when he landed this thing, it seemed like he was on his way, didn't it?
Yeah, it sounded like he tapped into some flow, and I was thinking, uh-oh, okay, well, this isn't... On the other hand, you just spoke to Matthias, was on the sideline. This happened, and Matthias was like, oh, okay, here we go.
Well, look,
yeah, the celebration.
They loosened the cork on the champagne
totally.
bottle right as this happened. But and then Levi just went, hang on a minute, cop this. Streaks down the line, takes to the air, beautiful straight air, gets the perfect launch, pillowy landing, and just rode out of it with so much steeze and confidence. And then have a look at the switch there. Camp Revere just had to put a lid on it just for well, it was for 30 more minutes.
That's one of the most clutch waves ridden I've seen in a long time. Levi Slawson needs to make the semi-finals to lock in his championship tour spot. Liam O'Brien now, the focus shifts to him, but of course with Levi winning through, that meant that Matthias had to wait a little bit longer as well. Congratulations to Shion Crawford, a great run for him in the contest, and I think the way he's surfing, he'll be a real threat on the Challenger Series next year.
He sure will. I think this year it's been a real confidence builder for Shion. You know, he was a bit reckless in years past. I reckon that's a pretty good way to describe his approach, but he's got some incredible airs on lock, and I just think the maturity in his competition now has really developed, and he'll be a real threat.
Surf's big, and
Sure
that'll serve you well on the Challenger Series. We just saw a great clash. It was one that I think we probably had pegged a favourite in, but Sarah Baumkipes getting it done and keeping that dream of winning SURFEST alive.
Yeah, Ronnie, Sarah Baum, just so efficient out there. 2 waves ridden, a heat win, and an excellent score. Go over that heat for me.
Yeah, I just waiting around all day. I was obviously quite nervous. Just trying to, you know, maintain my composure. I knew that the tide was coming in and hopefully that wind was going to back off, so I thought there might be a nice afternoon glass off. And yeah, I've been watching that little right bank, and I thought that maybe, you know, the chances of paddling out a little bit later, kind of like making my way down the beach, I might snag a little right off that bowl. And yeah, that wave kind of just came to me, and I was just like, okay, just simplify 2 turns or even 1 turn. They've been getting scores all day, so I kind of just did that. And then I was like, let's just quickly back it up. And then I sat with Sally for the rest of the heat, which obviously I felt bad about, but I know that she would do the same to me, and she can drop 8s like with her eyes closed. So yeah, I'm just super stoked that it all went my way, and yeah, it just felt really, really good.
You've had a lot of success here. What's your mindset going into finals day?
Yeah, honestly, I haven't done too well in the big events here, but I have done well in the smaller events, and I don't know, I just feel like I have this mindset that it is like a smaller event, and you know, points and rankings don't really mean much to me at the moment, so I'm really just trying to find momentum and build my confidence back. And yeah, as I said in the interview earlier, my boards have been feeling really amazing, and yeah, the surf is really fun, and I get to sleep in my own bed and have my family friends around, and yeah, honestly, I'm just taking it day by day and heat by heat.
Congratulations, look forward to your finals day.
Thank you so much. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, Kipes, that is really cool. Sarah Baum, a couple of years back, got really close to winning here at SURFEST. She's been living here in Newcastle for, I think, about 8 years now, and she wants to get that trophy. And who knows, yesterday at the celebration of 40 years of SURFEST, Beck Woods picked Sarah Baum for the win. Maybe she's a bit of a prophet, Rick. What do you reckon?
Could go, yeah. Well, Beck Woods has done it before, and I think she was probably the second happiest person behind Sarah Baum when she got through that heat, because that's just put a lid on her title of 3 wins. Being eclipsed by Sally.
Totally,
Right. Yeah,
totally.
So,
Yeah, no wonder she was
record-
going for her.
Yeah, the record is intact for another year.
Okay, we're going to check out the Boost Mobile heat of the day. It was another heat that featured a huge buzzer beater moment and one of the more consequential heats of the round of 16 on the men's side. The young gun, the teenager Lucas Cassidy going up against Dimitri Poulos. This is the one that Matthias Hurdy was absolutely riding an emotional roller coaster on, and in the end, he got the result that he needed from it.
This thing was crazy, right? Like, Dimitri needed to advance this to keep his dreams alive, but what I saw from Lucas in this heat was nothing short of amazing. I mean, we saw him this Challenger Series, as we see Matthias here just holding that pole for dear life. But right here, what we saw from Lucas Cassidy, this air, he did it once already this season, dropped the 10 at Bolito. This is the second time in the same Challenger Series season that he's put the world on notice. 9.25, you know, in the buzzer beater situation, and really solidified Matthias's place on tour.
Incredible stuff.
Matthias will never forget it. And Lucas Cassidy will always have a trundle to sleep on at Matthias's pad over in Brazil. There's the heat score totals. Dimitri Poulos, unbelievable talent. Great year on the Challenger Series. Ultimately fell short of his dream of getting to the CT, but love his surfing, Rich. And I think he'll be back next year to give it a good shake-up.
Yeah, especially at Newcastle here in the last 2 events. He has really put on a classy show. And he was in full control in that heat. It was just that buzzer beater moment from the Mexican kid and stole it.
Having a look now at the Men's Challenger Series live rankings, Flick, and there's a couple of big heats coming up for Callum and for Kelly Vaast. Kelly, if he makes the semis, will overtake Eli Hanneman and become the Challenger Series champion. Callum Robson shooting for a top 5 finish to ensure that he skips that first round down at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
Oh, you meant, but then here, number 11, Levi, right? He's matched up against Cowley. So if Levi advances through, then I think it could be potential doom for Liam O'Brien.
Oh, it is. It is doom.
Okay, it's doom. So these are going to be massive quarterfinals coming up for the men's side, and can't wait to get stuck into it tomorrow.
Both these rounds were obviously intense. It's kind of been that way right from the opening rounds of both the men's and women's contests, because there has been massive implications, mathematical shots for outsiders. We're going to dive into heat round 16, heat number 3. Sophie Mccullik up against Teresa Bonvalot. Both these surfers with a fighting chance to crack the championship tour once again for Sophie. And Teresa's had opportunities and fallen short just before, so you could feel the energy shift when these two hit the lineup.
Oh, totally. Jesse and I were calling this heat together, and they've got serious history. You know, Sophie Mccullik needed to win Haleiwa, and she did it in fine form that year and actually pipped Teresa out of qualification situation there. So this was a big heat for both of them, and Sophie Mccullik, this one single turn, 8.17, excellence. Rich, you spoke to it. You think you've kind of picked her, right? You think she's in fine form to get the job done?
I just think she looks rock solid. She's been in this situation before where she's needed to win an event in Hawaii against the best, and she's gone all the way. So she understands what that pressure's like and what it feels like. So she's comfortable with it. I just think she's looking so good at the moment, coming back from injury and sort of been beaten down, I guess, in the last year or two. She's just full of confidence.
Yeah, she's got some work to do still as we have a look at the Women's Challenger Series rankings, live rankings. Tia up in front. Alyssa already has confirmed her place, just one spot up for grabs. And Sophie Mccullik, just a nightmare for Anat Leor. And she doesn't need to do a whole lot more, but she's definitely focused on taking the victory here. It feels like the Sunshine Coaster.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to come down and check the waves tomorrow. I think we're going to have really, really fun conditions. And yeah, it's been an incredible week. And we're going to crown some champions tomorrow and lock in the final qualifiers.
Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast now. And Rich, you can tell us what's coming our way on finals day here.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks, mate. Gladly take it. So there we are at Newcastle. And we've had incredible waves all week, super contestable. And really, there's only one more day to call. And I have had a little sneaky look on the Surfline app and seen that the forecast is lining up really well for tomorrow. We've had this onshore kind of system that's been moving up the coast, produced beautiful waves across the whole east coast of Australia. We're going to have offshore winds in the morning, 3 to 4 foot faces. I'm going to call it just a fraction bigger than that, at least head high, and a couple of bigger sets. It will tick around to the onshore by the afternoon, and another little kick in the swell. So super contestable conditions to crown some champions.
How do the conditions affect your picks, Flick, for who you think might take this one out? Does anyone get more of an advantage in the offshore winds? And ultimately, it feels like we might be faced with a bit of both tomorrow.
Totally. I just go back to that other offshore morning we had, and it was crisp, it was offshore, it was beautiful, and we saw a lot of the men go into the air. I think Franzman comes to mind. I mean, obviously he's out of the draw now, but just it did bring a different style of surfing. And there was also a little tube every now and then on offer too. So with a little bit more swell, Rich, if you think it may be going to be head high, maybe we see a couple of barrels, but I think it's going to look very dreamy, probably similar to that other offshore day, but maybe just that bit bigger.
Bring it on. Looking forward to it. But right now we are going to dive into the Bioglan Daily Dose, the top 5 moments for another stunning day of competition here at SURFEST, starting with number 5, Sanoa Denfli-Olin. She was incredible in her heat. This was one of the best rides of the day.
Yeah, beautiful backhand surfing here. 9-point ride. This is one way to do it. Just so clean on the rail, so crisp. Beautiful turns, and I'm always watching that indication of spray coming off the board just to see how wet those rails were and how clean the turn is.
It was a buzzer beater fest out there today. Number 4, Levi Slawson, keeps his dreams alive with this huge straight air.
This thing had so much emotion attached to it. 1, for Levi to keep his dreams alive, but 2, the opposite for Matthias, because it was doom and gloom for Matthias over in the Riviera camp. He just could not believe it that Levi got the job done. So this moment, emotional for both surfers.
Oh, they were just ripping in over there in Encinitas when Levi stomped that one. Lucas Cassidy, he ended Dimitri Poulos' run towards qualification. He gave Matthias Herdy a place on the championship tour, stomping this massive rotation.
Yeah, earned the victory in this heat. A huge air, possibly the biggest, loftiest air we've seen in the event so far. And this kid's on a heater.
The turn of the day. Callum Robson, super impressive. Had just a second left on the clock when he got to his feet, and he swung into this rotation, got himself a 9-point ride, and turned things around and made the jump into the quarterfinals.
Hey, this Bioglan Daily Dose has probably got to be the best top 5 I've seen in a long time. Today was full of emotion, right?
It sure was. We're coming in at number 1. Undeniable. Just the emotion that we saw from those surfers qualifying. In particular, this guy, Matthias Herdy, he has proven himself at the CT level before. He's semi-finaled in championship tour events. He's so talented, that talent being recognised by Julian Wilson, who's been right there by his side throughout the contest, and he has realised the dream today, along with Nadia Aristabe, who missed out by 1 place on qualifying for last year's CT. Got the call up as a replacement surfer through the first half of the year, but that's got to be a real hard sort of situation to be in, where you don't know if you're going to be in the next event. But Nadia will be a full-time campaigner, and then the return to the CT for young Alyssa Spencer.
Oh, this is cool. I mean, the year that she did qualify, there was the cut there. She didn't make the cut. She doesn't get a full year. This time, she's getting a full crack at the CT this year. Every single location on the tour she will be at, and a little bit of redemption for her, I'd say.
Yeah, just so impressed. So impressed by the nerve being held by Alyssa Spencer in that moment, to get yourself in a position, to get yourself back onto the CT, to arrive at an event inside the top 7 and then go through a couple of rounds, and suddenly, while you're still progressing, you're pushed outside. And then to go up against a powerhouse like Kira Pinkerton and hold it together and get the scores you needed was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's been she's been like a yo-yo in and out of that top position. So incredible, I guess, grit and determination, and the ability to just stay in the process and stay with that belief that you can do it. And congratulations to Alyssa Spencer for getting back on the tour. It's going to be great to see her do a full year.
Let's have a look at what the quarterfinal bracket looks like for the women. We know some great matchups have been established, and some underdog victories today has set up the chance for a new champion here on the women's side. Ellie Harrison is chasing a second SURFEST title. She'll take on the young Ziggy McKenzie. That is definitely going to be a tough heat for Ziggy, but what are your thoughts looking at the rest of these matchups, Flick?
For me, I just go to the women that's still, Sophie McCullik for me. I just can't go past that one. All eyes are on this matchup because I think Sol also has an outside chance. If she wins this thing, I think she's still in contention.
That's
so
right.
This one here, quarter 2, is my pick of those. Obviously, quarter 3, you got Tia Zabrowski, Sanoa. Yes, Sanoa might be a little bit of an underdog, but you can't be considering yourself an underdog when you drop a 9 today. Yes, Tia has been the talk of the town, but that will be one to watch. And then Alyssa Spencer and Sarah Baum. I mean, can Sarah Baum advance through, and can she get rid of that bridesmaid finish? Because she's had a fair few of them here.
Yeah, I believe that Sanoa's still got a mathematical shot as well. So it's going to be intense to watch. The quarterfinal bracket for the men is looking unbelievable. Young guns on the top side of the draw, and 2 old sparring partners meeting in that first quarter, Rich.
Yeah, that's an exciting one. Dakota and Caleb, who's kind of the local story, got the backing of Revere and all the crew down here. And Dakota Walter's really coming into form in this event. Finn McGill, Alistair Reginato, so another one of the Aussies. So 3 out of the 4 competitors, Australia representation in the top bracket there of the quarterfinals. Cowley, Vaast and Levi Slawson. That is going to be an intense matchup. Cowley going for the Challenger Series win, so that's a must-make for him. And then Lucas Cassidy and Callum Robson. Mate, all these quarterfinals on both sides, the men and women, is going to be amazing. I think they're really well paired up and looking forward to it.
There's still a couple of big nerve-wracking clashes coming our way on the men's and women's side. Obviously, that third quarterfinal heat is going to be so intense for Levi Slawson. He's going to be up against it, but he's kind of proven that no matter what situation that he gets in, with that big air, it's such a great ace up the sleeve that he can pull out if he's in trouble, and he might need it against Cowley because he's been so powerful and strong in his run through the contest.
Yeah, that it's going to be a heat to watch for sure. I just can't believe that we've made it all the way to finals day, but we've still got a spot on the men's and a spot on the women's to decide because, it could have happened earlier in the event, but the way it's all unfolded is that we're going to watch it go down on finals day. So bring it on.
It's going to be fantastic to see. Expecting some more swell to stick around. We've had an unbelievable time. Hope you've enjoyed the show. We've got amazing highlights for you. We'll be here nice and early tomorrow, making a call at 7:30 a.m. to potentially get competition on finals day underway at 8 o'clock. We'll see you then.
Cash, but I'm richer than a mother. I've been down, but I'm finally out the gutter. Got a crew, yeah, we rock it like no other. Yes, I'm proud of my sisters and my brothers. Strangers now, gonna be the best of friends. Celebrate like the story never ends. Word aside when we're stepping on the scene. Word or not, like we're living in a dream. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole damn city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole damn city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.